1% unless you used a full rejuvenation potion. Because you don't have to put in all the work to get anything out of it. It's basically like you're just getting free wins at that point. As long as you implement it well, right? Which was like, I was wondering if his last name was going to be Colt, but it's not. It's just his first name is Colt. Oh, so magically to everyone, this image of what Smokey is, and fucking Beezus brought it to life, and it was so fucking hilarious. It's like the first time in a decade I have seen something and just instantly burst into tears because it is just so there wasn't any build-up, there wasn't any context, it was just boom, and I instantly fucking teared up because it was so fucking funny. I mean, what the fuck? I just, from full health, I just like rolled and it was just bleh, I was dead. No, I said handouts, yeah, not handouts.
Exactly.
I don't want your hand reaching out to me. I want your items reaching out to me.
Oh, you can have that.
Perfect jeweler's orb.
It's worth like 20 exalts.
Damn, Smokey, where do you get this item quantity? Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. As always, you guys are fucking amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're the reason I'm here. You're why I want to be here. But at the end of the day, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you? Say fuck you to. Fuck you. Oh, what we were saying is we created a new YouTube channel. We did a bunch of research into the type of horror stories, and there seems to be no technology-based body horror. I'm like, I have these like two ideas, combine them together to something. It's like, it's the same thing as a tool. True, Callie. True. It's the same thing as a tool. As long as you use it as a tool and you don't use it as a crutch, I don't think there's anything wrong with AI being turned into like a human computer, you know, being brought back to life as a cyborg and being under the military's control. Like, so I was thinking chiral clones kind of falls under that because it's like genetic engineering and like it's not necessarily as cyborg, but it's like using computers, right? Especially with like the program and the AI that Linda is using in order to try to solve the gene sequencing, right? So I was like, well, let's make a niche. This ad brought to you by Anna. Ooh, Oni-chan, Oni-chan. I don't know. I don't feel like this like evoked any kind of horror in me. So for being the #1 horror short story that Grok chose, I'm not impressed. Or maybe he just can't devour all of existence no matter what he does anyways, no matter how much consciousness he creates. It's just not enough. And I want that to be something that plays through the reader's mind after they've finished the book. Then they can sit back and be like... And that's another thing, is like, because... And the reason for the concubine of the monarch and the viceroy being the basically president and vice president, political leaders should also have a life and say in the monarchy. How do you merge and bond the monarchy and the democracy? Well, you make them literally one and the same. So only female octopi can be voted in as political leaders. But anyways, guys, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you so much. You guys are Atlas holding up the world. The stream is the world, but I'm only here to facilitate the community to come together, right? I build it, you guys come. I'm just the building. You guys are the soul. You guys are the real thing, especially Smokey. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. I got a few of those. See, Callie, that's where I was completely confused. It's because I jumped the gun and I just immediately assumed you were talking about, like, DMs that you were getting. No, what's good, everyone? We're back out of again. It's another day. How's everyone going today? Turn all this shit back on from last night. Alright, we have a fucking story from last night. Holy fuck, guys. Holy fuck. Alright, so we fucking watched what the fuck? Why is it not showing? I hate this shit. It's just not letting me click on the right one. There we go. I don't know why it does that. I'm retarded though. It is what it is. But yeah, so we watched Citizen Vigilante. And like, I don't want to say it, but like this is I'm just gonna say it because it's like it's true. Citizen Vigilante was like Happy's writing, and I was like, okay, this is just so. There's literally like there's probably 8 scenes in the movie that lasted longer than 6 or 7 minutes. Like you could cut the movie from an hour and a half down to about 15 minutes. Like one scene is like the Russian boss guy literally with like a SWAT team it's literally like driving from one side of town to the other. It's like, okay, we're outside the cars now. Cars are driving down this street. Oh, we're gonna look at upward angle of SWAT teams with their weapons. Oh, another outside angle of them stopping at a red light. Dun dun dun. We follow the laws. Zoom in at the face of the Russian guy. He's all like, we're gonna get this guy. Fuck this guy. No one kills migrants in our fucking town. And, you know, zooms back out. They're going past like a school and shit. And then zooms in again, and it's like the SWAT guys getting their stuff together. Dun 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 dun. And then it's like zooms out again. It's like, oh, they're going past another building. Dun dun dun. Like, literally for like 6 minutes. Then it's like cuts to like Army Hammer on a fucking camera, like blurred out, talking about the migrants. And it's another 5 minutes of like the SWAT team like storming the house, and it's like it's literally like the fucking I don't know if this will come up for it. Endless running. This is literally what it was. Shitty quality, but I think you get the idea. This is too shitty quality to be able to see it. But I think you guys understand. Okay, here's the HD version. Like the Citizen Vigilante movie could have literally been a like a scary movie parody of like Taken or Law Abiding Citizen. And like the whole point of it, yeah, see, and then he just instantly stabs them, right? It's like, wait, what the fuck? And it's like that's literally like it had worse pacing than fucking One Piece. Like, I'm not even kidding. And like there was just nothing about the story. And it's like he kills like 100 cops, right? The main bad guy is like a Russian politician. And there's one scene where he kills an entire family and then a bunch of gang rapists. And that's the only time in the entire movie that he kills any migrants. is like the one scene that's like in the trailer where he's like talking to the guy about his culture, and his son like raped the chick and stuff. So he gets the kid to like call all the friends over, and then he just shoots everyone. Then he shoots the dad, the wife, and the sister because they're complacent, right? I don't even remember how it ends. I'm like, they don't even kill the Russian bad guy. Like, I don't even fucking remember. It's so bad. Fucking such a terrible movie. So I was like, alright, you know what? Fine, okay, we did it. So you know what we watched? After Citizen Vigilante. Fucking The Boondock Saints. Which has the exact same message, exact same everything in it, except instead of migrants, quote unquote, it's Russian mob bosses, right? And it's like bunch of white guys going around killing crime bosses, right? But it's like done in like a good storytelling way, but it's got everything that's got a bot getting through verification. That's why I'm like, I'm like, are they really a bot? Or are they like a real person that's just like, you know, doing a copy paste? That's what because I looked at the account, right? The account is like an actual, like, account, right? Like what was, how old was it, right? This thing's like 5 years old or some shit like that. Hold on, there's some more thing. View full profile. Yeah, the account's been on since August 15th, 2022, and they joined June 8th. Oh, they're a Chinese bot. Look at the connections to it. Hong Jaehan. That's their, like, Twitter account. Hold on, let's pull this up. This is their Twitter account. Or their Twitch account, sorry. This is linked directly in their profile page under connections. So I think this is actually might be like a real person that's just copy pasting. Clearly they haven't been active for an extended period of time. What is the about? What do they say for like their... Yeah, 0 followers. Yeah, it doesn't have a description or anything. So it's probably just a new account, but it's like not a bot. It's like a real person just spam copy pasting. At least that's like my best guess. Because I'm like, they didn't say anything in the beta scammer section. They just immediately said it in the general chat. And I don't think they've said anything else in the chat, and they've been in the server for, let me see if I can find the message where they joined the server. I'm pretty sure they haven't said anything since they joined. I can't find it. I'd have to scroll way up because like I wasn't expecting that much shit to actually be in the Discord. But I'm like 5 pages up and it's like I'm 2 days out. I'm like, I gotta go through 12 more days. Fuck that. That's too much. But anyway, so the Boondock Saints tells the exact same story as Citizen Vigilante, but they tell it in like a good way. It's like actually a story and like actually a thing, right? But anyways, how you doing? What you at? What you got, Retro? I'm like fucked. So like we had a 12.5-hour stream, right? And then I tried to go to bed, but like I was overtired because I had to get up for the party at like 1 o'clock. So I tried to sleep, but I couldn't. And then next thing I knew, it was like 10:30, and I was like, well, fuck it, I'm just gonna watch Quinn. Fuck it, it is what it is, man. Today's gonna be a fuck day. And then like 12:30ish, my dad's like, yeah, so Jordan forgot about your shit, and it's like storming out there. Do you want to postpone till tomorrow? I was like, yeah, actually, because like I couldn't sleep and shit. Like, this is fucked. I was like, oh my god, yes. And then the storm hit and the power went out. And then I couldn't fucking sleep because of the fucking wind and shit and fucking, oh my god. And then I was like, okay, well, we're probably gonna have like a 2-hour stream today because like I'm fucked. I've literally been up for like 30 hours at this point. I mean, 6, it was like lying in bed, but like I just fucking could not fall asleep. Fuck. Just too anxious for the fucking party. And now I'm like, well, should I even fucking stream today? And I'm like, I'll do like an hour, 2 hours, fuck it. We'll do something, you know. It is what it is. Fuck it. Maybe we can do some brainstorming on the Bard. I don't even know if I want to do any reading, because I have like a fucking massive headache. I'm like, fuck. I'm just dead. But, you know, I still wanted to go live, because I was like, I want to talk about Citizen Vigilante and Boondock Saints, how bad it was. The only reason why Citizen Vigilante is literal Streisand effect. Where it's like, the only reason it became popular is because Germany banned it. And the only reason Germany banned it is there's like 2 scenes in the movie. Like at the beginning, a woman gets stabbed by a black guy. And then like 3/4 of the way through the movie, a guy kills like, let's say 6 like 18-year-old kids and like the family, right? And then, like, halfway through the movie, kills, like, 100 cops. And they just, like, keep, like, entering the building, and he just keeps, like, killing them. And it's just like, huh. I wonder if, like, you took a comparison of this and you put it into, like, a book form, how this would compare to, like, the script itself would compare to the quality of, like, Haunting Annabelle. Right? Because, like, the whole story is, like, he's a hacker who, like, rescues, like, children from, like, sex trafficking, right? But he also stalks and rapes Annabelle. But you're supposed to think that, oh, him, like, raping Annabelle is just, like, a part of, like, his, like, autism in his mind, and you're supposed to forgive him because he's saving, like, children from sex trafficking. I'm not even kidding you. That's the fucking premise of the entire book. And that's why you're supposed to like the guy, even though like, literally, the book is famous because in one of the scenes, he rapes her with the barrel of his gun. I don't know anymore, guys. I don't know anymore. I just can't keep it together. It's too much for me. I just don't know anymore. And then today, if you didn't hear, there's like some guy who raped a 2-year-old and killed a 2-year-old. All I can say is, like, I'm sure some of this shit happens in Canada, but, like, fuck, man. I ain't heard any story, like, I'm sure it's, like, happens, just not reported on kind of idea, right? It's just, news is fucking retarded, kind of thing, but it's, like... At what point, right? Like, at what point is enough? Because I'm, like, trying to, like, calculate in my head, right? So I'm like, okay, well, this happens. People don't react. Okay, let's do something, like, more severe. Okay, well, people don't react. So I'm like, well, at this point, like, how do you get more severe? It's like 14-year-old who claims he's a 10-year-old migrant, like, stabs and rapes a 22-year-old woman. And, like, the next day, what was the one that was yesterday? There's something that happened yesterday with... Oh, they beat the shit, like, 20 kids beat the shit out of another kid, and he's in critical condition in the hospital, and he died this morning. From, like, basically being gang beaten. And then today, there's a migrant who rapes and kills a 2-year-old. What's tomorrow, right? Like, at this point, like, can you even do something that's so bad, right? Like, I can't even imagine what you would have to do to actually make the people react, right? Like, do you have to have, like, 14... Like, this is gonna be the most fucked up thing. Are you gonna have, like, 14, like, 4-year-olds on leashes, treating them like dogs, like, walking them through the streets naked while you're, like, whipping them, and saying, hey, these are white kids, they're white Christian kids, I kidnapped them, and I'm gonna rape and murder them in front of this Walmart, because I'm an immigrant, and if anything you say is racist, right? It's like, would that be enough to, like, get people to react? Or are we just so gone as a civilization that and we're so numb that, like, that's not even enough? Right? Like, the enough is, well, they're just gonna kill all of us. And then it's like, there's gonna be no one to fight back. And everyone's like, no, Trump's the bad guy. He's the bad guy, man. We gotta take out Trump. He's the bad guy. And it's the same reason why it's like I try to stay away from, like, Canadian politics, because it's like I have technically, like, a say in Canadian politics as, like, a Canadian, because I can, like, technically vote, even though I don't. I just abstain, because I don't think anyone deserves my vote. And I'd rather just not vote for the lesser of two evils. And I need, like, we need to straight up have an election where, like, 12 people vote. And be like, well, why did 12 people vote? And we're like, well, because we don't have any, like, candidates. And they just have to, like, keep refreshing until they bring up a candidate that someone wants. Because people are just like, well, I'll just vote for the lesser of two evils and we'll see what happens. You know, I'll just vote for Stephen Harper. How bad could it be? Oh, I'll just vote for Trudeau. How bad could it be? Oh, I'll just vote for Carney. How bad could it be? And yet we've got someone like, I can't even pronounce his name, but Paul Vier or whatever his name is, the French guy. Like, he's from Quebec. He's like our, like, right-wing Republican guy who's, like, the sense of reason. But because everyone's, like, so far gone, basically people treat him like a demon. Even though he's like, hey, we need to, like, redo how we fundamentally work our country. Everyone's like, see, how dare you? I mean, we were talking about this yesterday in, like, the exile of Superman, and the idea of, like, the living with the consequences, right? It's like Superman realizes that he can't, like, deal with, like, the base level of humanity, right? And it's like he's just too powerful, and he just causes too much of strife when he's there. So he's like, I'm just gonna leave, and I'm just gonna come back if something threatens the planet, right? Like, you guys are on your own for, like, your low-level shit. Like, I can't be just, like, policing people and, like, daycaring, right? It's like, that's not what I'm here for, right? And it's like, then you have, like, the consequences of Superman leaving. We're all, like, the government and reinforcements over the last, like, let's say 20 or 30 years, right? Of, like, the Justice League and everything are like, well, we've relied on Superman. And now, like, the Justice League is gone. I think at this point, like, Batman's dead, right? This is, like, 30 years into the future, right? Like, he was an old man at that point. Like, Wonder Woman and, like, Hawkman, I think, are, like, on another planet at this point, right? Like, this is, like, the intervening of, like, Darkseid when they're, like, recruiting new people. This is, like... Because, like, I'm a huge fan of, like, the DC animated movies. I actually think that, like, the DC animated movies from, like, the 80s up until, like, even now, I think, like, 2024 is the last time one was released. I think 2012 is the last one I watched. They're phenomenal. They're amazing. I think they're better than the MCU. I think they're completely underrated. But in that stance, it's like the realization of that you've been living under this, like, guardian angel, and now that you don't have this guardian angel, you have to, like, take care of yourself. But it's like the learned helplessness of people who have relied on the Justice League for so long that, like, no one knows how to just simply fucking uphold the law, right? They just don't know how to act on themselves. So the world is basically falling apart because they can't govern themselves. And it's like they're, like, crying out to bring Superman back, and he can hear people, right? And he's just like, these guys are fucking retarded, right? Like, and he comes back and says, you guys are idiots, basically. And, like basically like a second coming, and he's like, I'm not gonna help you. I hear you, I know what you're saying, but you have to help yourselves. Like, that's why I exiled myself. And he's like, oh, Darkseid's coming, I'll take care of him, but don't worry about it. It'll be all good. You guys just do your own thing, but humanity just fucking can't get their shit together. This is like the ultimate, like, fucking story of fucking humanity through everything. And now we're literally living it, like, 50 years later, right? If you want to say, like, the comic started in, like, the 70s and 80s, we're 50, 60 years later, and we're literally living what was predicted in fiction. So that's when it comes down to the conspiracy theory of, like, getting to the point of creating a system like the Purge, or, like, complacency on the people to the point of, like, COVID-19, of just being, like, the people just kind of do whatever the fuck, the government says. And they just, like, play into it. Same where it's like, I just can't understand how we live in a society that gives free stuff to freeloaders because they're dumb. Again, if it was me, like, you know how, like, they have the idea of, like, 15-minute cities? Have you ever seen the movie, like, Just in Time with Justin Timberlake? Where it's, like, it's in a future and they basically turn time into currency and you're, like, infinitely, like young and, like, in your prime, but, like, your money is your currency, so if you run out of money, you die. And it's like people have been living for, like, a couple hundred years at, like, the upper echelon, right? And the famous, like, guy gives all of his time to Justin as the main character, and, you know, then he spends, like, all this time going from, like, you know, okay, well, you got, like, the poor outskirts, right? And there's, like, the 15-minute cities, and every 15 minutes of driving, you have to go through, like, a checkpoint. And every checkpoint has some kind of barrier to entry. In this case, it's, like, the amount that it pays, right? So it's like, the first barrier entries are, like, 4 days, right? Then you get to, like, oh, well, now we're taking 4 months. Well, now we're taking 4 years. Well, now we're taking 40 years. Now we're taking 400 years, right? And then you got, like, the people in the center that are, like, they have, like, 200 billion gazillion years, because they're, like, the people that invented the technologies. They can just give them as much fucking time as they want, right? And the whole point of the time is to give the strife to people in order to make them panic about it. And then the 15-minute cities are the way to separate the poor from the rich. The way that I would do it is like an idiocracy, like IQ test, right? It'd be like 15-minute cities, but you have to, like, solve this, like, basically randomly AI-generated question that could be, like, basically anything within, like, a category of AI. So it's like, there's, like, the only way to cheat is, like, study, right? Like, I remember this, like, 4chan post where it's like, you know, learn about this conspiracy in history. Read all of this shit about history. Get super excited about this. And then I find out that it's true. Bitch, I just studied history. What the fuck? Right? And it's like, well, I mean, you just have to have an incentive that makes you interested in it. The way that we educate, like I said, if the entire academic system was made into a video game, I guarantee you if you started playing at 4, you would be graduating, like, grade 12 at the age of 6, doing, like, full calculus, like, physics, like, fucking everything, right? You'd be reading at, like, a college level, because you'd have the incentives that drive the specific ways that your brain develops things, and you're experiencing it firsthand. So you're literally playing a video game, but the knowledge you gain from that video game is just happens to be the aggregated academic curriculum. And it's like, I don't think it's necessarily like the idea of, like, fully developed brain, like right, like how your brain's not fully developed to a certain point, but I think it's more of like the usage, like a muscle, right? And it's like it's now considered child abuse, but it's like the thing with if you know, back in the day, for the kid who played Tarzan in like the 90s Tarzan, his mother had like Munchausen syndrome. Like, she was actually diagnosed with Munchausen syndrome, and like her thing was like obsessive over healthy. So ever since he was born, she would like had like a regimen for like stretching his muscles like, getting him to, like, weightlift. So he's like a 2-year-old that looks like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger. Because his mother has purposely put him through, like, all this rigorous shit to make sure that, like, his body is intact, right? But it's, like, a psychological thing that pushes beyond it, even though it's, like, you can look at it from, like, a healthy point. It's like, well, the kid looks like he's fucking insanely healthy, right? But it's like, what are the sacrifices that you're losing at that point, right? Like, how do you know, for instance, like, when you stretch, you go through pain, right? How do you know she wasn't overstretching? How do you know there wasn't some sort of muscle damage over that, right? What are the risks of something like that happening? So it's like, the risk evaluation on that is something that is just, you don't want to injure the child, so we just don't even go there, right? And I think that's a fair evaluation, even though it's like, I think it's also fair to have a conversation about how you get to that point, right? Because I think, like, creating the mentality over having a healthy body like that is a good thing. But it should be under the control of the person, not a third party that could be potentially doing lifelong damage through, like, not realizing that they're, like, overstretching muscles or something like that, like tearing tendons, right? And then they're just bitching at the kid for just being a bitch and crying out, even though you have something like, let's say, the cartilage pull on my fucking ribs, where it's like, it's basically an auto cramp if my like diaphragm isn't, like, if I flex and my diaphragm isn't inflated enough, it literally is like someone just punching underneath my fucking ribs, because it's trying to separate the cartilage because there's not enough space. But if I have my diaphragm expanded, it presses up against it, so like if I cough or something, there's something holding it in place so it doesn't dislodge because it's not connected. So it's kind of like, I guess it's like having a scab in a way, right? And you're just continuously, like, doing something that rips the scab off and, like, keeps re-injuring it. But because you don't feel the pain of it, it's something that just automatically happens, which is why it's like, I've had the bong in my hand for so long, but I can't fucking toke it, because I'm like, dude, this fucking shit sucks. Oh my god. And it's probably gonna be like a 4-month injury. Like, I remember when I sprained my fucking wrist, and it was like, I had to wear a brace for like 6.5 months. So I was so worried that I'd just, like, re-injure it. That I was like, I'm not gonna take any chances. And then I was just like, okay, I'm gonna take it off. And I was fine, and I was like, thank fucking god. Because, like, I don't know what it is, but I have, like, a thing with, like, I don't, like, heal well. Like, it's like, it's not necessarily, like, it's like it's not a absence, but like a lack of platelets, right? It's not like I have hemophagia. What the fuck is it called? Oh my god, words. The disease where you have no platelets, you can't blood clot, so you can get a bruise and you can die from blood loss, because it'll just continue to bleed underneath the skin because there's no platelets to like basically cauterize it. If you want to say hemophilia, but I don't think it's hemophilia. Could be, I don't know. Fuck it. It is what it is, right? 3. Oh. Fuck me. It's like when the storm hits, right? Like, it raises up all the pollen and flies it everywhere, so it's like, my allergies are, like, off the fucking charts. I think that's why I have a headache. Because it's actually allergies, because I can't fucking breathe. 3, 2, 1, toke! I just had a really funny idea. It's like, this whole conversation comes down to, like, living through the consequences of your actions, right? So it's like, you know, people didn't like Superman, they thought he was going over the top, so Superman eventually decided to exile himself. And then people were like, wait, Superman, no, we needed you! And he's like, well, what are you talking about? You've always, like, put me down, berated me, and, like, tried to get rid of me, and now that I leave, you want me back? Fuck you. So, like, I just want to do this thing. Can you create an image of the Democrat reality of the USA? Abolish ICE, abolish jails, abolish courts. Sword. Not dismiss. It's like to put something down, right? Because it's like the way that they think about capitalism, right? Like they don't want capitalism, they want communism, right? Abolish courts. Disavow capitalism and embrace. Actually, I'm gonna make this a little bit more. No, I don't want to make it more specific. I want to make it as broad as possible. Capitalism, embrace communism and socialism. How prosperous and successful would that America look like? Alright, guys. Straight from the horse's mouth. Okay? This is interesting. I wonder what it'll give us. Because, like, we all know what the answer to this is, right? Like, the answer to this is... wait, that's not what I want. I want Google. What would you call it? Fuck, I'm so retarded. The wall in Germany. The fuck is it called? Was it the Berlin Wall? Right? Like shit like this, right? Like the... Abolish ICE. Abolish jails, end capitalism. Workers of the world, unite! No borders! Out of stock social distribution. Fucking everything's on fire. And I'm guessing this is like the lineup that's gonna, like, the government's like, oh, we'll give you food. But you gotta, like, line up for it. Look at the tents. It's got, like, all of the tents. Okay, it would not look prosperous or successful at all. Scenario described: abolishing ICE, no border enforcement, abolishing jails and courts, no rule of law or consequences of crime, and replace capitalism with full communism, socialism, has been tried in various forms throughout history, right? Because, like, one side was communism and one side was capitalism, right? And they were like, well, shit, we're falling apart. So, we abolished that shit. And, like, reunite, right? Oh, here's another... I gotta take this shit off. I'm getting fucking hot in here. Because we could just follow this lining, right? And you could say... I mean, people will say... Like, everyone's biggest argument is always, oh, you're wrong. As if that's an argument. Because even in most scenarios, I'm thinking, like, hypothetical, right? Like, we're just in the what if stage, and then we take it to its extreme, right? It's like, let's have a conversation about a math problem, and inside of that math problem is this, with like a trolley problem kind of written in, right? It's like, I always loved in school be like, oh, this vehicle is, there's a bus going 40 miles an hour, but the wind is coming at it at 6 miles an hour. So how fast is the bus going? Now, if you know anything about physics, if you're going 40 miles an hour, you're going 40 miles an hour. So, like, technically, if you're going 40 miles an hour and the wind is coming at you 6 miles an hour, you're actually going 46 miles an hour. But in school, the correct answer is 32 miles an hour. This has been one of the most, like, fundamental things that I've thought of my entire life. That's like, oh, okay, well, that explains what's wrong with everything. Everyone just fully misunderstands the foundational basis of how things fucking work. And then they just claim to know what it is, and when someone challenges them, they just say that person's wrong. And they're like, well, you're just wrong. I mean, I'm sorry to tell you, bro, you're just wrong. Like, I was watching, like, the Bill Murr and, like, J.D. Vance, like, interview, right? And it's like, Bill's just like, yeah, but you're wrong. And J.D. Vance is like, what do you mean? I'm like, you're talking about, like, Iran. And it's like, Bill Mayer is trying to tell the president, or the vice president of the United States, that, like, the things like Trump going in and blowing up Iran's fucking nuclear program didn't happen, and that, like, Iran still has its nuclear program. And Vance is like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, no, like, we went in there, we blew everything up, and even if they have their stores, they can't get to them, and even if they tried, we're gonna set them back even more. And it's the same thing with people saying, like, yeah, but you always say Iran's 15 years away from getting a nuke. Well, yeah, because, they get a certain amount of enriched, we go, hey, don't get any more. They go, well, we're gonna, and we blow the fuck out of them. And they go, shit, well, we're back to stage 1, okay, I guess it's gonna take us another 15 years. So yeah, like, 70 years ago, they were 15 years away from nukes. Now they're 25 years away from nukes. You know why? Because we keep blowing the fuck out of them. That's why. So, like, and again, this leads back to, like, the Superman Exile thing, right? Like, what I mean, I don't want this, right? But, like, this is the fantasy, right? Like, this is what I dream about. You don't want to live in this reality. You want people to experience the consequences of their own actions, right? So something along the idea of, like, this picture, right? It's like, this is what people think they want. And then it's like, okay, well, let's get to a point of, let's say, okay, well, let's just give every single country infinite nukes, right? Like, okay, well, you know what? Let's just give Iran 400, like, nukes with, like, ICBM capabilities, and, we're just gonna trust them, right? We're just gonna trust them, okay? And we're just gonna see what happens. I'm like, sorry, I just want to be like, hypothetically, what would happen if, just for sake of spite and argument, the USA just straight up gave 100 nukes to every country? No restrictions. Just, here you go. Have fun. Because again, we all know what would happen. We all know exactly what happened. And it's like, I'm again so radicalized to the point where I'm like, you know what? Just give them. Just be like, okay, let's see if you're right. Okay, they're not the bad guys, we're gonna give them all the shit. See what they do with it. Right? Like, oh, everyone's gonna die any day anyways. Fuck it, right? Let's just throw the baby out with the bathwater and give everyone fucking nukes. And just see what happens. I think it'd be a really fun experiment, guys. Because you know what I would do? Is I would literally just give them fake nukes. Right? I would just give them fake nukes. And then they would try to use it. And I'd be like, see, guys? And then someone would say, yeah, but, like, the nuke didn't go off, so it's not real. Right? Like, you can't persecute them for, like, trying to set a nuke off, but, like, not actually setting a nuke off. This is an absurd, nightmarish hypothetical. I love this. This is why sometimes I just love talking to Grok. Because I'm like, I mean, sure, there's, like, the nuance of how, like, what it's gonna say, but I think it's just fucking funny. Because, like, what are you gonna trust more, right? Like, a computer-based algorithm program trained on the internet, or, like, your local hobo, right? I'm just saying, right? I mean, I'm not trusting either of them 100%, but I'm trusting the hobo, like, 1%, and I'm trusting the AI, like, 15%, right? So, again, it's a hypothetical, and whether it's true or not, it's like, I think everyone in the world knows what would happen. It's just like, and everyone says the same thing about, like, North Korea. Oh, well, if North Korea got nukes, they would just use them. No, because North Korea is actually smart. They understand, like, their control. Like, they're not, like, radical, religion. They're just, like, dictatorship totalitarianism. Right? It's treated like a religion, but it's not an actual religion. As opposed to, like, radical, like, Islam in, like, Iran, where it's like, hey, you support and fund terrorism, and your main lines are, you know, curse on the Jew and fucking death to America. Okay, well, you know, sometimes people just say things and they don't enact it, right? So, they say death to America, let's give them the ability to do it and see what happens, right? And I think even if, like, the scenario of, like, a fake nuke happened, they'd still be something along the lines of, like, somehow defending it. And it's like, that's where it's like, I'd say that's where you activated my trap card, right? Like, that's when I would say that, like, you know, they're, like, arresting people for hate speech against Muslims. Well, I'd be like, I'd arrest people for hate speech against, like, America. If you say death to America, or, like, something that's like, America deserved 9/11, you should just instantly be basically publicly executed. Right? I mean, I don't think there's any justification for that. Right? So it's like, and the fact that we let people get away with it is the reason why we're in the state we're in, right? 3, 2, 1, toke. Okay, let's see what AI said about this. This is an absurd, nightmarish hypothetical. U.S. spitefully floods a planet with 20,000 brand new nuclear warheads, 100 to each of roughly 195 to 200 countries. Strings attached. Existing nuclear powers, U.S., Russia, China. We'll get theirs too on top of what they already have. Delivery systems aren't specified, so let's assume most warheads countries would have to improvise or rapidly develop missiles, bombers, or crew delivery methods. No one has fun. Here's a realistic breakdown of what would likely unfold based on nuclear strategy debates, proliferation risks, historical near misses, and modeling of even limited nuclear exchanges. Short-term chaos, first days to weeks. Global panic and institutional meltdown. Stock markets crash. Capitals declare emergencies. The UN holds emergency sessions 24/7. countries race to secure the weapons. Stable democracies, most of Western Europe, Japan, South Korea, Australia, Canada, might establish basic command and control relatively quickly. Fragile or authoritarian states struggle badly. Coups, insider threats, or outright loss of control become a real risk. Theft, black market, and terrorism spike. Many countries lack secure storage, permissive action links, or trained personnel. Fissile material, or even complete weapons, could leak onto the black market fast. Non-state actors, terror groups, warlords, cartels, suddenly have a shot at acquiring them. Delivery scramble. Without missiles or bombers, many nations improvise. Trucks, ships, civilian aircraft. Some start crash programs to build delivery systems. Others trade or sell warheads. U.S. position. The U.S. just made itself dramatically more vulnerable while handing its rivals, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, equalizers. Its strategic advantage evaporates overnight. Expect domestic political chaos and finger-pointing. Deterrence dynamics. The nuclear peace argument versus reality. This taps into the classic Waltz versus Sagan debate. Kenneth Waltz, more may be better. Rational states with nukes avoid direct conventional wars because the costs are existential, mutually assured destruction extended globally. Small countries gain real sovereignty. No more bullying or invasions. Think Ukraine scenario becomes impossible everywhere. Yeah, imagine like Ukraine just instantly nukes Russia, right? You invaded us, fuck you, bitch! But then Ukraine wouldn't exist because Russia would also nuke back, right? It's like a first strike kind of thing, right? If you can first strike enough bombs in the right strategic places and then annihilate your enemy before they do anything, maybe you could cripple them enough, right? Like, that would be my plan, right? And you know that there's, like, entities out there that have, like, already planned this out. They're like, okay, as soon as we get nukes, this is what we're gonna do, right? Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Go straight to fucking jail. No more bullying or invasions. Think Ukraine scenario becomes impossible everywhere. Conventional conflicts drop sharply. Scott Sagan. More will be worse. New nuclear states often have weak organizations, poor training, and shaky command and control. This dramatically raises the risk of accidents, false alarms, unauthorized use, or escalation. History shows near misses even with sophisticated US-Russian systems. I think there have been 6 or 7 documented near misses that were all miscommunications. Likely mixed outcome. Fewer major interstate wars of conquest in the short term to medium term. The deterrence effect is real for rationally actors. But regional conflicts escalate faster and deadlier. India-Pakistan, already tense. Both get 100 more? Israel, plus all its neighbors, Iran, now nuclear. Middle East becomes a hair-trigger nightmare. African border disputes, Latin American rivalries, or Asian flashpoints go nuclear more easily because leaders feel they have the ultimate backup. Deterrence isn't magic. It failed to prevent conventional attacks on nuclear states before. Yom Kippur War against Israel, Falklands against UK. It relies on perfect rationality forever, which history shows is optimistic. Medium to long-term risks, the scary part. Even one use changes everything. Accidents and miscalculations skyrocket. More actors plus uneven security equals higher chance of accidental detonation. Stolen weapons used as dirty bombs, or use it or lose it pressures during crisis. Regional nuclear wars become plausible. A limited India-Pakistan exchange dozen of warheads could trigger nuclear winter effects. Soot blocks sunlight, global temperatures drop, crops fail. Studies estimate 1 to 2 billion deaths from famine alone, plus radiation spread worldwide. Escalation ladder. One city destroyed, retaliation, possible chain reaction. With everyone armed, a single bad decision, or hacked system or crazy leader could escalate, could cascade. Terrorism and anonymous attacks. Smuggling a warhead into a rival city becomes feasible. Attribution problems make retaliation tricky and paranoia worse. Economic and societal collapse risks. Global trade seizes up from security paranoia. Trillions spent on nuclear security instead of development. Their authoritarian control increases everywhere to secure the weapons. Best case scenario, optimistic nuclear peace view. The world settles into a tense, multipolar standoff. Everyone is too scared to start anything big. Conventional wars mostly stop. It's like a global Cold War on steroids. Ugly, expensive, but no World War III. Some countries might even quietly try to give weapons back or hide them. Most likely scenario. Increased instability and suffering. A few regional nuclear incidents or small exchanges within years or decades. Massive death tolls. Tens to hundreds of millions directly. Global famine effects. Humanity survives, but in a much poorer, much fearful, more authoritarian world. Periodic disasters become normalized. Worst case scenario, one trigger event, false alarm, rogue use, or escalation in a hotspot leads to broader exchange. Even limited global use risks civilization, threatening effects, nuclear winter, ozone depletion, mass starvation, full exchange equals near extinction level event. Other factors. Not everyone wants them. Many countries renounced nuclear programs historically. South America, Sweden. Some would try to return or disable theirs. Treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons already has strong support from non-nuclear states. Logistics nightmare. Maintaining security and modernizing 100 warheads per country is insanely expensive and complex. Poor countries would suffer most from the burden. U.S. backfires. By doing this, the U.S. destroys the non-proliferation regime it helped build and makes the world, including itself, far more safe long-term. Wait, I read that wrong. The U.S. destroys the non-proliferation regime the regime helped build and makes the world, including itself, far less safe long-term. So removing the Non-Proliferation Act is bad. In short, immediate global terror instability, followed by a world where nuclear use becomes far more likely somewhere, with catastrophic global ripple effects. The everyone has nukes equals eternal peace idea sounds nice in theory, but ignores human error and irrational actors, accidents, and the fact that deterrence has always been a high-stakes gamble that has come close to failing multiple times. Scenario would be one of the dumbest, most self-destructive things any superpower could do. The spite would achieve nothing good and risk ending civilization as we know it. So if somehow someone was voted into office and ran specifically on this goal and had a majority win in all cases, do you think, hypothetically, that the consequences of that would be deserved? And you can say this is like leading questions as much as you want, and in a way I guess it is, right? It's like I'm trying not to do that, which is why I don't want to add like a nuance and like context. I just want it to like take the idea and be like, boom. No, the consequences would not be deserved in any coherent moral or justice-based sense. Even in this wildly hypothetical scenario where a candidate runs explicitly on give 100 nukes to every country, wins massive majorities across the board, popular vote, electoral college, both houses of Congress, etc., and then actually pulls it off, here's why, broken down clearly. Democracy allows terrible choices, but deserved suffering isn't the right frame. I like this because I agree that, like, no matter how dumb you are, and no matter what you do, I don't think deserve is the right word, right? Like, if you're stupid enough to, like, jump off a cliff because, like, you just don't understand the idea of gravity and you're like, no, I'll just fly away because you're just, like, so stupid, it's not that, like, you deserve to die because you're so stupid. It's just that the reality is that you will die because you are stupid. So I agree with the recontextualizing around deserved, because I have like a problem with like the innate vibe of deserved, right? And it's like an intent separation thing, right? So in this case, right, the nuance would be that the people are just so dumb that they would vote for something that would kill them. That doesn't mean that they deserve to die, or they deserve to have those consequences. The reality is that most likely they will enact those consequences and have to live through them, unfortunately, or they will die and not be able to live through them. Or you'll be in a state where, for instance, on the opposite hand, there's intent, right? So you intentionally do something that is like fucked up, like the killing a 2-year-old, right? I'm sorry, but you can't say that you didn't know any better, right? Like, no. That's not how it works. So you deserve to die because of the intent of your action. But I don't think necessarily stupid people deserve the outcome of those consequences. I think they should have to enact them. I think they should have to, you know, live through their consequences. But deserve. Also, new follower badge is out. Yo, Happy, what's up? What you doing? What you at? What's a follower badge, bro? I don't... Flower. Wait, you have... Wait. But wait, okay, hold on, wait. Was it... I'm retarded. Was it showing on the all chat? Because, like, it's showing on the Twitch chat, but it's not showing it on the all chat. But I swear it showed it on the all chat before. I'm not sure. Ads. Yeah, but no, Happy, I'm just wondering why that one shows up but the other one doesn't. Like, why does the other badge not show up on all chat? Is it because it's like the all chat system is on like a delayed update? So it's like because that new thing came out, the all chat's not updated. Because that's immediately where mine goes. It's like, well, there's probably a version thing between it, because the all chat is like a third-party program that's probably going to be like weeks behind on like update development. So yeah, if it's a completely new thing that's been introduced into Twitch, that actually makes sense why it wouldn't show up on all chat, but it would show up on Twitch, because it's not programmed into the all chat, so it doesn't recognize it. Because I thought, because it's the same badge essentially, like the flower badge, that it would just overwrite that. But now I'm thinking, well, maybe the flower is not a rose. What if, let's say, the flower is my favorite flower? I don't think I've ever said this before. My favorite flower is a blue carnation. If that badge is a blue carnation, I would actually consider to figure out how the fuck to get it, and I would want it. If there was a black badge that turns into a blue carnation, I fucking want it. It's a different badge. Blue, not pink. Wait. It can't be a blue carnation though, right? Because the difference between a fold on a carnation and a fold on a rose is one is convex, one is concave. Roses are convex, whereas carnations are concave. It's like, I love the underdog idea, so they're basically like underdog roses, even though roses are considered like, you know, like the most premium flower, right? So technically, I mean, if it's a blue rose, that's kind of not the same, right? It'd have to be different. But I don't know, I'll see what it looks like. I mean, is it like gone forever? Can you like pick that shit up? Like, how do I get that? Not that I usually, like, I don't usually care about that, right? Like, I think I have badges, I just don't have them assigned, right? Like, if I type in chat, right? Yeah, I only have the subscriber badge because it's my channel. And, like, the, you know, I'm the streamer icon. Because it's like, you're just kind of automatically subbed to your own channel, right? It just logically makes sense, right? So I have the sub badge. 3, 2, 1, toke! So I click on my profile. I have Twitch Recap 2023, Twitch Recap 2024, Twitch Recap 2025, and my own subscriber emote. The Monarch swings! Okay. Democracy allows for table choices, but deserved suffering isn't the right frame. I love that it's reframing it, because I think, again, it was a slightly loaded question with the idea of deserved. Right? And because, what did you ask Rock? That changed you on Discord. Yeah, looking at it, it's literally just blue. It's still convex. It's not concave. Because they go out like this, right? Instead of being like this. But sub-badge. Anyways, Retro, what I told it is, if somehow someone was voted into office and ran specifically on this goal, which was giving every country 100 nukes, and a majority win in all cases, do you think hypothetically the consequences of that would be deserved? So the first question is, what would happen if the U.S. you just gave every country 100 nukes, no strings attached? They said, here you go. Have fun. And now we're on to the stage of, well, what would it be deserved of those consequences if this was something that was democratically come to as a decision? And this is leading to like a very loaded question of, do you think in a logical, forward-facing society that's prosperous, should you allow the, like, people who lead towards purposeful outcomes being able to vote? Or people that are too stupid to understand the outcome of their decisions? Should they be allowed to vote? And again, I don't, it's like one of these things where people will be like, well, you just want it to say, I don't care what Grok says, I just want to know what Grok says, and I want to know its reasoning behind it, right? Because I'm like, if you can't put the square hole in the square peg and the star hole, like the star peg in, like, the star hole, then, like, I don't want you to be able to vote. Because you're only going to vote because, like, someone told you to. Right? Like, your vote is basically a third-party vicarious vote, because someone's just going to be like, hey, vote for this guy, and you're going to be like, that sounds cool, I'm going to vote for this guy. We're having a conversation. If you can't realize that, you're retarded. True, Retro. It is what it is. I mean, it makes sense, Retro, in, like, retrospect, right? Like, I'm not advocating for this to be a thing, and I'm not advocating for people to be hurt by their decisions. I'm just trying to reach a point of, you know, someone having a logical reason why in a free society, right, it's a logical reason to make sure that certain people aren't allowed influence in that society. And whether that's like a radicalized view of mine, or that would be like the ultimate outcome of a logical, rational society, right? Because there are definitely times when Grok says, like, basically the complete opposite of what I think, and gives me a completely valid reason as to why. And I'm like, yeah, understandable. right? So in this case, it's the same thing with this, with deserved. Again, I don't think it's deserved because I think they're too stupid to understand. So there isn't an intent, right? To me, the person who deserves, like, the consequences is the candidate who ran on giving every country 100 nukes. Right? And, like, this is going to come back again to, like, mutually assured destruction, and, like, the final question I want to ask it is, like, related to all of the above. Using all of that context, like, what's the percentage chance of, like, North Korea using a nuke? Because I think it's, like, less than 1%. I don't think North Korea would ever use a nuke. Because they would, it's the same thing with America. Like, you just, you instantly lose all of your, like, good faith and, like, your bargaining power once you do that. And it's like the first one that launches it, everyone's going to retaliate. But instead, the problem is, like, the scale, right? Like, for instance, if Russia nuked Ukraine and everyone nuked Russia, Russia is large enough that we would have to use enough nukes that it could fuck the world. But, or sorry, if Russia nuked Ukraine, right, and then everyone nuked Russia, versus if Ukraine nuked Russia and everyone nuked Ukraine, right? I think it would be fine nuking Ukraine because it's not a large landmass. You wouldn't need that many nukes. But, like, if you wanted to, like, hit all of Russia, like, you're gonna start a new fucking nuclear winter. Like, you're gonna need, like, 200 nukes. Whereas you're gonna need, like, 5 for, like, Ukraine. Right? So, it's... And this comes down to, like, if people don't live the consequences of their actions and don't learn from the consequences of their actions, does that mean that, like, ultimately, it's a failed society? Right? Because if, like, the majority of your society are people who don't like your society, isn't that fundamentally a failed society? Whether that's, like, you know, we all want Western values, but for some reason the government doesn't. So, but the government, because they're in power, frames the people as wrong. Even though in, like, we're the people, it's our country, so the customer's always right, even, like, in matters of taste, right? So we can choose our own downfall at our own whim. And that's kind of the reason for, like, having a republic, is so that you can't have a bunch of retards come together, get brainwashed, and just do something stupid. The problem is, the rules that were kind of set in place to allow those, like, prevent those retards from, like, getting to the top are, like, gone. Right? So, now the people that are just, like, the normal people that would have a retarded vote are the people that are, like, the actual candidate for, like, the president, and, like, they're, like, sitting members of Congress and the Senate. And it's, like, once the, like, the masses of, like, retards reach the hierarchy of, like, the principled, controlled outcome of a republic, like, that's the end of the republic, right? Like, even with, like, Rome, right? It literally, you could, like, trace, like, almost a 1-for-1 for, like, the fall of Rome. And that's where it's, like, I love the idea of conspiracy theories of, like, the global masters, you know, like, just purposefully destroying civilizations. Like, civilization gets to a certain point, and then these things destroy it. But it's, like, on, like, a human visceral level, as opposed to something like, let's say, Mass Effect, where, like, every 65 million years, the Reapers come out and just wipe out all life to, like, reset life. Where it's, like, it's almost not even a malicious intent, it is a act of the universe itself at that point, right? Like a resetting of the Big Bang. And it's like that's the concept that inspired Anima in the Final Fantasy book, is this force of nature, right? But it's like corrupted and twisted in its way, in its representation, right? But it's one of those things where at the end of the day, no matter how bad and horrible a volcano or a tornado or a hurricane or an earthquake looks, it's a beautiful act of nature at the end of the day, right? Like, it is something that keeps the world the way that it is. It revitalizes forest fires too, right? Like, they're devastating, but it's an act of rebirth in a way. That's just a natural cycle that's the planet fucking does. And you break that cycle, and it becomes like the fucking great filter to all civilizations. And it's like, well, all civilizations eventually get to the point where it's like idiocracy, where only the retards will replicate until you have an overwhelming amount of retards, and those retards, without realizing it, completely destroy the society. And this is like so ingrained in the code of nature, it's basically 2 + 2 = 4. And that's why it's like, there are no great intergalactic civilizations. Or if there are any great intergalactic civilizations, they're like more of on the lines of like great individual beings that like ascended from the like physical realm to the metaphysical realm. Something like the ascension of the ancients in Stargate, right? Where you're no longer a physical being, you're like pure energy, right? Like you're basically a deity in and among yourself, right? You're a higher level of consciousness with like more like capabilities and like interdimensional experience, interreality, and everything basically that allows you to experience all of reality on this level. And then it's like you look at the ancients in a way of being like non-influential, like, we know that we're so powerful, our influence would basically cause the destruction of everything, right? Are you still in beginning stream rant mode? Yes I am, Retro. And today's like fucked up because I literally haven't slept since like, here's 4. So that's 28. Yeah, so I've been up for like 28 hours. Because like I got up at 4 yesterday. Right? And then we streamed for 12 hours. I couldn't fucking fall asleep. Party got canceled, and I watched Asmon until fucking I went live. That's why the stream title is what it is. So I probably won't be. I mean, I'm changing my mind now because like my headache is going away, and like I've already been reading this. So it's like, well, at what point in time do I just say fuck it and just like, because I was just gonna literally rant and then end the stream. Why did you not smoke to help with headache? Wait, Retro, what you're saying is I should not have taken any tokes because taking tokes will aggravate my headache. Is that correctly the interpretation of what you're saying? Because the answer to that is I'm fucking retarded. It's the same thing with like, why do you mix weed and alcohol when you know? No, it won't, Retro. No, it won't. It'll make it worse. It'll make it worse because it's going to cause oxygen deprivation, which your brain is already struggling at that point. So you're basically like putting into hyperdrive by taking a toke. So taking a toke does not help. Like you might get maybe a numbing effect towards it, but for the actual headache itself, and like specifically for like, this is like a tired induced headache, which is like over processing of my brain, right? So then it's like I'm in like 6th gear, and now I'm trying to put it into 7th gear. And that's just like the state of the type of headache that I have, which is like I'm overtired, I can't sleep, and my brain is just like overwhelmed, right? Whereas if like I had like I get a headache from drinking, and then I'll smoke, and the headache will go away, and then I'll drink more, and then I'll get a headache, and then I'll smoke, it'll go away, and then I'm just so fucked up and trashed, and I haven't even finished my first beer, that like I'm probably on like a 1.4 alcohol level, and isn't like 0.2 or 0.3 like the legal limit? Like it'd be like fucking like alcohol poisoning level, and I haven't even finished my first beer. Like, that's how intoxicated I am with, like, mixing alcohol and weed. And how much of a lightweight I am. Because, like, I can drink, like, 2 beers. Like, 1 beer I'm tipsy, 2 beers I'm slightly drunk, 3 beers I'm blackout drunk. You add weed to that, half a beer, and I'm fucked. Oh, wow, that sucks. Do you have any stronger oxycodone? I don't do anything like that. I just endure it. Because I know that it's like I know I caused it myself. Because I was just too hyped about my birthday. And I overstayed, like, I was overtired because I stayed up too late. Because Citizen Vigilante was so bad that I had to watch the Boondock Saints afterwards. And we were already at, like, the 10-hour mark by the time we started watching fucking, or, like, the 9-hour mark by the time we started watching Citizen Vigilante. So it was, like, a 12.5 fucking hour stream. And the entire, like, first 9 hours were, like, kind of intense and the whole wacky situation and everything. I'm still thinking about that because, like, I think about it as a way of being like, okay, you know, I have to, like, start finding a balance between how I talk about things and how I indoctrinate people into like, the vibe of the stream. Because I think, like, I'm being too aggressive in a way. Or, like, whatever I'm doing is, like, coming off too aggressive to people. And it's like, I'm not trying to be aggressive, but it doesn't matter. If someone views that as aggressive and then leaves the stream and never comes back because of it, that's my fault as a streamer for losing a viewer, right? So I look at that situation and I say, okay, when next time that happens, how can I, you know, instead of alienating that viewer and causing them to leave over the discussion, how do I create a lifetime viewer without catering to them and pandering to them in order to be like, I want viewers. And this is like a really fucking intense, powerful thought in my head because, I mean, there's been like 5 people I've done this to. And I have like 4 viewers. It's like, if I hadn't done this, that's like double my viewer count. Like, what the fuck? Did you not say last night you had a trans viewer left because you argued with them? On top of that, you said some weird things about Callie. Yeah, and, like, I could have also lost Retro because of how I treated him over, Badlands. Predator Badlands. So I look at this and I say, is this person I want to be and is this how I want to act? And I say, fuck no. So then I analyze the situation to be able to, like, make myself self-aware of it to make sure that next time I don't let that happen. Because I know that I'm extreme, I know that I'm radical, and I know that it takes time to, like, raise people to that level. Right? So it's like, if I actually do want to have, like, more... And the fact that they were a viewer, I'm just the fact that, like, it's not even that they're a viewer, right? Or that they would watch me. It's the fact that they were a writer, and they could have had an amazing story, and now I'll never know. That's, like, the core of it. That's what motivates me to want to change. But then I'm also looking at it, well, do you want to aggravate people? Do you want people to say that, like, you're, not pessimistic, pretentious, and you're, like, embellishing, and you're, like, basically, like, trying to say that, like, I'm a high IQ poser by, like, the way that I talk. Right? Like, that's basically what they were inferring when they said that, like, I was basically, like, a pretentious asshole that thought I was better than everyone else. Right? And there is another side of it, right? Like, if you look at the conversation... Who said that? Wacky. Hold on. I don't usually do this, and I don't want to do this because I don't want this to be, like I said, like a I don't want someone to interpret this as, like, a passive-aggressive thing. This is you look at the situation, you analyze the situation, you look at your behavior, and you say, what could I have done differently? And if you don't go through those steps, how are you supposed to change? And if you alienated a person, what you should want to do, what that person should want you to do, is analyze the situation and change. But I feel like Wacky is a kind of person where it's like, if there was a clip of me doing this, they would be like, this is the exact thing I was talking about. This is exactly why you're a passive-aggressive, piece of shit, pretentious bitch. Right? But the angle I'm coming at it with is like an educational angle, and I don't mean to have any spite or malice in it. I mean for it to be an educational thing for people, right? But I understand how someone could come to that conclusion. And then I think to myself, do I care about the opinion of someone who comes to that conclusion? Am I going to let someone that would come to that conclusion control my actions? Fuck no! It's a fucking retard! Fuck that guy! I wish it showed up. I can't. His name was like Mr. Wacky something. But anyways, okay, so we were having a conversation about writing. This is what happened, right? We were having a conversation about writing. And, you know, he's like, oh yeah, I'm a writer and stuff. And I was like, oh, cool. And I was talking about specifically the portrayal of media towards literature. And my argument was that I don't like the fact that the media, like mainstream media, pushes literature like Haunting Annabelle, Milking Farm, 50 Shades of Grey, and shit like that, as if it's like the new age feminist, like Moby Dick, To Kill a Mockingbird, or, you know, it's like some profound piece of work that's going to basically change the outcome of your life. Even though it's literally just shit fucking porn literature for women. Like, that's what it is. Right? So then their argument to hearing that was, and I'm not even shitting you, Retro, and this is what made me raise my eyebrows and be like, okay, and even Haffy was here, and Haffy can vouch for me. He's in the shower now, but when he comes back, because he was questioning it too, because they were like, oh, so you want to censor porn? And I was like, wait, what? What do you mean by that? Like, no? Like, okay, the exact wording for it was, for me, like, to start the conversation, right, was there are writers who write to, what was the word I used? Because it was a rhyme. I can't remember the exact word. It was great wording. But there are people that write to write, right? Like, they're creating something because it's something that they want to do, right? Then there are people that write to sell. There's like, they're aiming for an audience, they're writing in a specific way, they're telling a story in a specific way, they have like a specific genre, and like I was saying that there's nothing wrong with like wanting to write and wanting to write to sell. I just think you have to understand as the author, for like an evaluation of your own work, are you writing this story for yourself, or are you writing this story to sell? And then talking about Haunting Annabelle and Milking Farm, and the way that the media portrays it as if it's like the most, like this, you have to read this to have like female empowerment. And then they said, oh, so you want to censor porn? And I was like, I'm so confused, because, like, where did you get that? No, like, I write smut, like, I encourage people for it. I just think the way that, like, it's presented in society that it's a good thing is, you know, kind of a detriment. And then I made the comparison to how you, like, look at how the media treats males when it comes to porn. Oh, you know, porn is disgusting, and males are gooners, and it's like creating sexual fucking predators and stuff, right? But then you look at how the media treats porn for women, and it's like, oh, it's empowering. You need to read this. This is the next generation of, like, you know, society. So their response to that was, well, you just sound like you're jealous because of a double standard that's being applied. And I was like, hey, I think there's a miscommunication here. Like, I don't think you, like, understand, like, the actual conversation that I'm having here about, like, the way that society reacts towards things and the way that media portrays things. Like, that's what I'm talking about. It's a problem with the mainstream media having an agenda and pushing an agenda towards something. And then they said, oh, well, now you sound like a pretentious asshole who just thinks he's, like, higher and is, like, a better ego. Or, like, he thinks he's just better than everyone else. And I was like, okay, you want to, like, explain, like, your point on that? Like, I can see where you're, like, coming from, because this is entertainment. I'm trying to, like, embellish, and the way that I talk is, like, not the way that I talk in real life, right? Like, I'm a streamer. I'm putting on a show, right? Like, I'm trying to purposefully, like, make this, like, a way, right? Like, you know, so there's, like, embellishment and hyperbole all over the place with this. Especially, like, for, like, the way that I talk and the inflections and stuff. And I'm like, nah, I just think you're just, like, pretentious and, like, you just don't want other people to express their stories and you just want to bring other people's stories down. And I was like, okay, I mean, you know, that's your perspective, that's fair enough. And they're like, you know, I completely disagree with you and I can't be on the same level as you. I mean, I'm glad we had this kind of conversation, but I'm out. Peace. I was like, okay, fair enough. Have a good one. Bye. But, like, at no time during the conversation, ads. Fucking ads. Oh my god, ads. Which is why I wanted to bring up their logs, was because, like, they didn't have an argument. I had to take a piss and grab a drink. I'll be right back. Ass from yesterday. Yeah, and this, like, leads into the conversation, because there's an entire massive nuance to this entire conversation. So, you know, we had, like, the mutual goodbye and everything like that, right? And I'm just thinking to myself, right? Like, Do I want someone in my community who can't state an argument or have like Happy, you can admit, right? Like, they never once presented an argument. Their argument was, you're wrong. And I don't agree with you. And then called me names. Right? And it's like, well, do I really want someone in my community like that? Not really. Right? And then I look at, like, Connection Line, right? Great story, cool stuff, young kid. But do I want someone in my community who thinks that, like, banning HRTs for 14-year-olds is transphobic? No, I just don't want to deal with that. Sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Right? And then Callie, do I want someone in my community that can just randomly on any given day just freak out at my community? That's not really what I want, right? So I think actually, like thinking about it and stuff like this, right? Like the introspection of it is like, well, actually, I think I did the right thing, because there is a gatekeeping that I have to this community, because I don't want to have a community that's just me pandering to people that are just saying retard bullshit, right? I want 4 hardcore, dedicated guys that we can have intense conversations about, right? And I think I've successfully built that community with you guys, right? So feeling bad and having this like huge thing over alienating a potential viewer, I think is just an emotional reaction from me that doesn't deserve, like, after the full scientific analytics, it doesn't deserve any like warrant or thought, right? You can just throw it out, it's trash, right? Because it's like, I'm not being malicious, I'm not trying to hurt anyone, I'm trying to have a conversation. That person wouldn't last 2 days in this stream with the things we talk about anyways. So all I would be doing is walking on eggshells and pandering to try and get this person to be a member of the community. Why the fuck would I do that? That sounds retarded! Right? Calling Scotty smut-phobic is like calling a crackhead crack-phobic. This man's mind is mostly smut. And there was another point, Retro, where I even made a comment about, oh, I'm a degenerate fucktard. Like, I watch the most degenerate fucked up hentai. Like, you know, like, shit is crazy. I'm into BDSM, I'm a masochist. Like, no, man, I'm on the side of, like, the person that wrote 50 Shades of Grey. I just don't think we should be saying that this is, like, the masterpiece of fucking the next level of feminism. No, this is like degenerate escapism porn. And you think calling it out for what it is has anything to do, or like trying to change the way that the media's perspective towards it is like in any form censorship? I'm sorry, but I question your thought processing, right? Yeah, I made the comment of that Scotty read my werewolf smut, and smut, B, he ignored me. I've read fucking like multiple of Meow's like Gardevoir and like Cinderace, like literal like bestiality fucking smut, right? Like, I infer some things, like, for instance, Evan, you dog, right? Like, they like, for instance, puppy play, right? So it's like a play on the kink of puppy play, but it's not actually, like, bestiality, right? Because I think that's, like, fucked up, right? Like, that's fucked up. Let's just not go there, right? But hey, if you're, like, for instance, Happy's a furry, right? And it's like, I can understand the nuance of the line between furry and animal. And I also understand that there are people that have fantasies, such as, like, with hentai, and, like, fucking tentacles, right? So it's like there's an understanding that it's a fantasy, but it's not a reality. Right? Like, you can fantasize about fucking an octopus, but the chances of you actually going out and fucking an octopus, you're not the goddamn deep, bro. And not being able to differentiate that nuance, to me, that's a gatekeeping thing, right? Because the things we talk about, if you can't separate those nuances, you're not going to understand half of the conversations we have here. And you're going to think, like, you're going to, like, report me for, like, and want me, like, banned for the conversations that we have. And the kinds of things that we read. And the things we talk about. And to me, it's like, well, you're the one who's trying to advocate for censorship. Right? I just want to build a community that, like, we're harmlessly talking about fiction. Right? Like, we're not talking reality, and that's, like, a specific niche thing to the fact that we're, like, writers inside of a writing community, right? We're not, like, in, let's say, Morgue Pie's hot tub stream, talking about fucking animals. Okay? That's, like, red flag! Red flag! Red flag! Red flag! Right? But it's like, we're like, talking about debauchery of sexuality within a fictional reality as a mirror to, like, a self-image, right? It's like, I can't express myself in real life, so I can express myself through this, right? Like, I know that I'm not an animal in real life, but I can write a story that has, like, a character, like, for instance, something like Silverwing, where it's like the entire series is about bats. Something like Redwall, where it's like the entire series is, like, about animals. And there are, like, the love, friendship, and, like, inferring things, despite being for a younger audience, that are like, if you raise this to a top audience, you're gonna have hamsters fucking, right? It's just like, that's an outcome of the medium of the story, right? That's like calling me a zoo for having a not kink. It's not like I've done anything past fantasizing, but yeah. And this is fucked up to say, Happy, but, like, fucking same. Why do you think I know Bad Dragon? Right? It's like, the understanding and separating the idea of knowing that it's a fetish and actually wanting to fuck a dog, right? If you can't separate those, I don't know what level of intellect you're at, but you're not at high enough level of intellect to like, understand this stream, right? It's the same thing with, like, something like Wings of Fire. Yeah, everyone has a dragon. Yeah. It's like, and it's like, and again, Happy, that comes to the conversation of, I would never want to ban this or stop people's expression over the fantasy of it, as long as it's not harming anyone, right? As long as it's between two consensual adults that are sentient fucking humans, right? Everything else is, like, as long as it's private, right? And then we get into, like, this is where I have the problem with society. Pride parades. People, like, literally having people on leashes with, like, muzzles and dog collars and, like, walking like a dog and, like, literally, like, trying to, like, shit and piss in public like a fucking dog. No. That's a sexual deviancy that you keep in private in your own fucking space. And sure, you can have, like, spaces that allow that, but that's not something you present to the public, right? You don't want to necessarily, like, kink shame and say, oh, you know, as long as you're not harming anyone. But the second you bring that shit into public, you're harming kids. You're harming, like, normal, I would call them, you know, soy boys who don't have very advanced sex lives, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. You know? Like, a 3-pump chump who only does mercenary with his Mormon wife, you know, I have nothing against that person. They're living their best life, man. I mean, I'm gonna be, like, a retard, and I'm gonna say it's like, I'm looking at it as a person drowning, and it's like, I look at them as like a Down syndrome person who doesn't, like, can't comprehend that there's something more. But the fact that they, like, are satisfied with what they have, I'm never gonna go up to them and say, no, you're not allowed to only have sex in the mercenary, or missionary position. You have to have super kinky, fucked up sex. No. That's fucking disgusting. And the fact that it's like the LGBTQ fucking IA plus MIA fucking bullshit, whatever it is, it like advocates for that as if it's like in fucking stone, or like giving HRT to 8-year-olds. I'm just like, who the fuck are these demons? Get them the fuck out of our society. Like, we have an age of consent for a fucking reason. This is actually getting me like, dude, okay, so I'm gonna say this thing. This is how first, like, okay guys, this is how, this is proof. If you want proof that I'm the main character, this is the proof. So, Quinn, 2 days ago, set up on his stream a heartbeat monitor. I'm just gonna bring it up. Right, so he has like a heartbeat monitor. Right, attached to his thing. Right? And I've kind of wanted to do this to have like a heartbeat monitor. But like, I don't have a thing. Right? So, I think it's a really cool idea, and even shows like the entire setup of how to do it. So you know what my brother gave me for my birthday? The exact same watch that Quinn has. Do you need any more proof? Like, stacked on top of everything else is evidence? This is the thing that turns evidence into proof. Isn't that fucked up? Anyway, sorry, I've been ignoring your guys' messages. I'm fucked up right now. Just give a good argument. I think disagreement is fine. Example, I dislike Happy and think he's an idiot with an extreme chromosome. But I'm fine with minding my business and expect everyone else to do the same. If it doesn't concern you, don't worry about you have going on. It's advice to live by and hasn't failed me yet. And I mean, Retro, I can honestly say the same. Like, for instance, like, I mean, Happy has his own way, right? And it's like I said, like, the things that I can call out from Happy, right? Based upon just the inference of his writing, is like a complete, like, personality cliche based upon, like, a fucking, like, personality profile. And like, it's not saying anything against you, Happy. It's like, people are like that. The amount of people that are out there, you're gonna have people that are like that, right? And that's not, you're a young guy, right? You've got a lot to learn, right? And I don't want to ever hold something against someone like that. Like, I look at myself when I was your age and I say, holy shit. Dude, this guy's like 8 years ahead of me. Fuck, man, I should have got my shit in gear, right? So it's like comparing to like how I was at that age and how you are. I'm like, dude, you're so far ahead of me, it's not even fucking funny. So I can't imagine like staying on that road with that progress being like where I am, right? Because like literally, I was literally like, we had the special needs class, right? With like Down syndromes and like fucking retard kids and literal kids like that were like basically brain dead inside of like wheelchairs, and they're like trying to teach these kids, right? And there's this one kid named Billy, and he's Down syndrome, but like he knew, right? Like he was like 17, he had known since he was like 12, right? There's like some mechanism in his brain that picked up, hey, these guys don't realize that I do things on purpose. And I can get away with doing basically anything I want because they don't think I'm doing it on purpose. And he would literally like attack students Like, he'd get into, like, a fight, like, every week, but, like, no one would beat the shit out of him, right? And I'm looking at myself, right, as, like, a 19-year-old, right? Because I already graduated, but because of the film program, right, I was still a part of that, despite the fact they didn't let us, like, because they didn't let us take the... This is the problem with how the film thing went, right? They wouldn't let us take the equipment off of school property. So technically it's a lie to say that they didn't let us use the equipment. They wouldn't let us take it off of school property. But because of, like, everything that we were doing was in the town across the river, right? Like, we couldn't do anything basically on campus. And that broke the spirit for everyone, because they were all, like, we had all graduated, and we were all going to, like, Capilano Film School the next year. So basically, like, okay, well, let's spend the summer, like, just, you know, let's finish the zombie movie, let's figure everything out, and let's do, because this was the plan, right? Finish the zombie movie, because we know eventually restrictions are going to be put in place for the equipment. We know it's an inevitability. So we're like, let's work on scripting and another movie, so when we get to Capilano, we have, like, a fully complete project we can present to people, right? And then we just immediately start right off the bat, even if it's not a part of the curriculum, we can do it offside, right? And there's, like, a crew of, like, 8 of us, right? And, yeah, we just couldn't take the equipment off. It happened too early. We were literally on the weekend that we needed just all the shots of the close-ups, everything fell apart, and it was like, well, shit. But it was like, I still, like, all my friends still went to the school, right? So even after, like, graduating, right, I'd still, like, be at the school, like, every day, right? I'd still be, like, hanging out in, like, the film class, because they had, like, a new film teacher, but it was, like, it wasn't like film got shut down, it's just that he wasn't a film teacher, he was just a substitute, right? So it was kind of, like, almost, like, the people that were left behind, like me, kind of were, in a way, like, also teachers, because we knew everything about the fucking film program, right? So... you know, and, like, all of our friends were still, like, lower grade inside of that, right? So it's like, we just had a presence inside of there. And that's where I was, like, working with a crew and working with people is too much, and I leaned more into doing writing, right? But even with all of that, like, when I was 17 and I was that, like, I was literally that Billy kid. Short stream, fuck that. 500-hour stream starting now. True, sup, bro. Yo, Relic. What's up, bro? What you doing with chat? What you got, my man? But, like, when I was a kid, right? Like, no one took me seriously, and everyone just kind of ignored me, right? So it was like, I knew that I could get away with things if I just, like, started crying and just, like, fell to the floor and started, like, snot sobbing all over the ground. And I could basically get away with whatever the fuck I wanted. And then at 17, my best friend, basically had enough of me. Like, basically beat the shit out of me, and said, you're a fucking idiot, you better change your ways, because you're never gonna have friends ever in your life, and then he never talked to me again. And then 2 years later, you know, I was a completely different person. I spent all of that time, like, completely changing myself and how I interacted, how I thought about the world, how my actions worked, how, you know, I interpreted other people, right? And then I was basically, like, a retard libtard who was, like, super, like, advocacy for everyone, right? Like, I had, like, 4 of my friends live with me in my room, in my parents' house, because I was just a nice guy, right? They're, like, drug addicts, and, like, they can't get a job, and, like, I'm spending all my weed on them, but I'm just a nice guy. And then at some point in time, it got to the point of, are these guys just taking advantage of me because I'm nice? You know what, I'm gonna start being a fucking dick-ass, bitch-ass, fucking asshole. And I made some of my greatest friends because of that, and learned, like, the structure of banter, how to interact with people, how to, like, understand, like, the levels of manipulation with people, and, like, the things that are, like, you know, I consider acceptable because I do them to other people, and things that, like, I wouldn't do to other people, so I wouldn't want them to do to me. Right? Scotty, what if you're homeless and there are places built for them to go? See, Retro, that's my problem with stealing. People will be like, oh, they steal because they need the food. Well, just go to the food bank. You know they're stealing Coca-Cola and, like fucking caramel bars and like fucking, Like, what's another good example? Like chips and shit, right? Like fucking, you know, fucking. Like the cheddar popcorn, like the white cheddar popcorn. They're not stealing bread. They're not stealing milk. They're not stealing cans of beans. And on top of that, like, we have like, especially at like Walmart, right? Like Walmart, like every month, because it's a corporation, so it gets tax write-offs, does like food bank stuff. So at any point in time, you can just go into Walmart, and if you need something, they'll just give you stuff out of the fucking food bank thing. But no, you want to steal chocolate bars and chips. No. No. That's not how it works. So, again, if there were no systems in place to help anyone, I'd be like, yeah, okay, you know, they're stealing, they're doing what they're doing. But it's like, we literally have, like, an entire part of our, like, community here is because of the heterites, right? Like, they come together, and what they'll do is they'll have one person buy 85 things of peanut butter. They'll have another person buy 85 things of Cheese Whiz. They'll have another person buy 85 packages of crackers. They'll have another person buy 85, like, jars of pickles. They'll have another person buy 85, 4 liters of milk. And then they'll set up, like, this month-long thing where basically those, like, 8 people feed the entire community of, like, 800 heterites. And, like, they basically welcome anyone in, so you can just, like, go in and get, like, you know, like salami, crackers, and cheese kind of thing, right? Like peanut butter and cheese with sandwiches and shit like that, right? It's like, everything is provided for you and you still fucking steal chocolate bars. Fuck you. But that would be in a club bathroom while you're drunk. I mean, what? Ayo, that's not what I asked you, Scotty. Basically this. Hey, you can't be on the street. Go to this place we built for the homeless. You follow? Retro, which is funny, because do you know the streamer Angstface? She's, like, super into research, and she's writing, like, this epic about, basically, like, the Olympics before the Olympics and the perfectness of it. Sadly, I do. Yeah. We had, like, an extreme argument over homelessness, where she basically, like, kicked me out of her stream, because I was saying that, you know, we can't have homeless camps. Like we can't just have these people lying around. And it's like, we have these social programs that we pay taxes into to do it. No. Well, we viewed each other. Like, she would raid into me. Like, this is like 2 or 3 months of this happening. We would raid into each other. Like, I'd always be in her stream. We'd be talking about stuff, because I love the idea of, like, her form of, like, research, right? And, like, talking about things, right? And then we had this one conversation about homeless people and universal basic income. Now, I don't think I've actually talked about universal basic income with you guys, anyone who's in chat currently. Walmart does not operate its own standalone food banks. Instead, they are feeding America's largest food donator, regularly supplying surplus food directly from local stores to regional food banks and hundreds of community pantries. They also raise millions through their annual Fight Hunger. Yeah, happy, but it's all a scam, right? So this is how it works, right? Walmart will donate $1 million to a charity. They'll get a tax write-off for it. Then they'll have a donation campaign where they'll raise $1 million from the public, saying that they will donate that money to the charity. But they've already donated the money to the charity. So whether they meet that $1 million mark and get their money back or not, right, doesn't matter. So every person that's giving their money to this donation, that dollar is going directly into the pocket of Walmart because they've already paid the charity. So if they pay $1 million to the charity, get a tax write-off, and they don't run any donation campaign, and they don't gain any donations, they would be out $1 million. But they'd still get that tax write-off. But they loophole the system so that they get that $1 million back, plus the tax write-off. On top of, and that's just the physical money. On top of, they will run physical things where they will have baskets where you can buy items from the store, and instead of taking that item home and using it yourself, you put it in the food bank plate. It's all a massive fucking scam. I agree with what they're doing. I want the social systems. I don't want corporations to be taking advantage of those fucking social systems and making profits off of non-profit shit. How is it that a non-profit corporation has a $4.5 billion take-home? Anyways, sure, the story. We were talking about universal basic income. Now, this is a huge thing. We're going to have an ad in a sec retro, so we're going to have to take a step back. Because this conversation about universal basic income that I've had with every single person in my entire life has never been on my side. Not a single person has ever agreed with me about my view of universal basic income. And you know what's funny about that is I think everyone in chat right now would 100% agree with my layout of like how I would do universal basic income. I think you all are smart enough and understand enough to like, you know, we're talking about reality. We're not talking about laws. We're not about corporations with loopholes in court systems. We're talking about the manifestation of the reality of doing something good. Right? That is the premise for universal basic income. Ads! Let's see if I can, like, bring this up, right? So we'll, like, just randomly bring up, like, a new thing here. Recent projects. Talk stories, sure. We'll bring this guy up. And pop here with Star Wars D&D. Actually, I don't... That might have stuff that's spoilers, so I don't want to actually do that. Sure. Let's just go here and just add a new one and say UBI. Notes. Okay. Universal basic income structure and rules plus nuance and context of reality and not legal red tape. That's the basis of the premise. Okay, we're gonna take a toke and we're gonna go through this. And like, I don't know how many relationships my view on this has like either ruined or degraded. 3, 2, 1, toke. Okay, so let's start with okay, ours is so housing plus food equals state provided. How? Upper echelon of society pay almost all taxes. I don't think I need to even put nuance in that, right? So that's what I want, and that's how. And no one has ever agreed with me on this. Can't have UBI. How will people pick themselves up by the bootstraps? If you want to be lazy and do nothing, you will live in a 10 by 10 government provided facility. I have a video for us to watch. Okay, Retro, or Relic. I'm making a joke. Are you continuing the story? Retro, this is the story. Like, I was talking to Angstace about my views about universal income. And universal basic income. So, like, I have to explain what my views of universal basic income is. And the outcome is that every single person that I've explained this to has said, no, you're wrong, and it has ruined relationships. So is anything... I'm going to make this bigger, because I don't know if you can see this. Has anything that I've put on screen so far created that outcome? Here you go, Mr. Scotty. Like, when you look at this, does this make you mad? Does this make you angry? Does this make you say, what the fuck are you doing with your life? Why would you do this? Like, who would advocate for this? Those are the responses I get from people. Ooh, this looks interesting. It's a 28-minute video. Maybe we can check it out. Definitely. Sure. Maybe we'll watch this and then end the stream, Relic. After we have this discussion. Because, like, this is my solution to the world. Like, if I was God, this is what I would do, and it would fix every problem. And if you think it wouldn't fix every problem, I'm sorry, but you're just wrong. You're just uneducated and wrong. And, like, the problem, Retro, might be the way that I come at it. Because I'm so passive-aggressive, and I'm so fucking angsty and edgy about it, that the way that I present it is probably 90% of the reason why people, like, turn away from it. Right? And we're gonna go through the entire fucking process. The entire thought process that takes everything into account. Right? Only thing I don't agree with, there's lazy people living in government housing. Everyone should get housing plus food allowance. Make it equal. Then we agree. Exactly, Relic. And the difference is, like, this is the thing what I would do, right? For this. So you have housing and food. So basically, you build prisons that aren't prisons. Right? Like, they don't have bars, like bars on the door, right? They're just like cells that are like concrete cells, and they have a bed in them. Because if you are not willing to put any work into society, why should you get more than the bare minimum to survive? Right? Because most people's argument against universal basic income is, oh, well, no one would work, no one would do anything, and the world would collapse. And I think most people's, like, vision of universal basic income leads to that outcome. But I think it's because 99% of people are retarded and they don't actually understand the concept of what a real universal basic income. Like, they think universal income. They don't think universal basic income. The bare minimum should be housing plus food, state provided. Then you work 40 hours a week, you get universal health care. Makes sense. Everyone gets basic to live. To grow, you put in sweat. But would you curb crony capitalism? Because that's laziness and do nothing, but on the other end. Retro, I would make the stock market a evaluation upon public opinion. So, like, you could use it as an investor field, as a way to, like, gauge the risk evaluation of an investment, but you cannot use the stock market as a means of money. Epsteinians? See, Retro, I think this is going beyond the scope of universal basic income. Like, if you want, like, my policy for anything is, like, you do an investigation. If there's evidence, you publicly execute them. Right? If... See, there's certain lines, right? Like, for instance, I will give you an example of a situation between a good actor and a bad actor. It's because I can't say certain things, Retro. Or like... I don't want to. Because that leads into an entire other thing. Because it creates an entirely... Fine, I'll just say it. I'll just say it. You can say whatever, and you can come out whatever the fuck you want from it, right? This is like my personal separation between, like, porn and hentai, right? When I watch live porn, I always think, oh shit, maybe this person's a victim, I get guilty and I can't get hard. Hentai, it's like you can just go crazy with it, right? But there's no victims. But there are two scapes to this. And that is the good actor and the bad actor. Right? A good actor... Guys... See, I'm just gonna say it, and you can think whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. Someone who enjoys lolly content... right? As a good actor. Because those two things should never be combined. That should never be a sentence. Right? That should never be a sentence. But, here's the two sides. And this is the good actor versus the bad actor. The good actor can say, I know I'm a biological human, and I have urges. I fucking hate those urges, and I would never act out those urges because it would create a victim. But lolly allows me to, like, experience that in a fictional sense. Right? No victims, no nothing. The second part is a bad actor. Someone who cannot stop themselves. So let's say they start by holding back by watching lolly, and then that just drives them deeper to the point they molest a child. If you are a normal person, you know the difference between a good actor trying to take hold of something that they can't control, and a bad actor just letting themselves go. And my original example that wasn't a fucking extreme is Pokemon Go. I used to play Pokemon Go, and I was in the park. And with Pokemon Go, you could, like, move the camera around, and it would show where the Pokemon was. So I'm going around the park on my rollerblades, right? Looking around like this. And I'm like, oh, there he is! And I hear, what the fuck are you doing? Stop pointing that at my child! And I look up from the camera, and there's a mom and a 3-year-old sitting in front of me, and it literally looks like I'm snapping fucking pictures of their child. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm turning this stuff off. I immediately turned off, like, the sectional thing, because I know I don't have situational awareness. And I immediately was like, started apologizing. I started freaking out, being like, no, I can only totally understand. I showed them my phone. I was like, I was playing Pokemon Go. You just completely changed my entire perspective towards this. Like, holy shit, fuck, that is no, that is not what I was doing, right? A bad actor A bad actor would be like, I don't care what you think. I can do whatever I want. You think I'm taking pictures or videos of your kid? Well, maybe I am. And I can if I want. In my world, the simple reaction of that, I just publicly hang you. Because I know that you're not a good actor. I play Pokemon Go every day. I play Pokemon Go. True. The fuck you doing, you creep? Exactly. And it's like, you know, one of those things. Where it's like, it's a situation where you put a good actor and a bad actor in the same position, and you will have these two completely different outcomes every single time, because that outcome is the definition of whether you're a good actor or a bad actor. I mean, I don't play every day, but I do play the game on my phone. My friend, like my best friend, right, she plays it every day because she goes for a walk. Like, she was, okay, so she was like 90 pounds, skinny, little gymnastics, fucking, like, you know, she's like, hey, she was like younger, right, but she dated my brother who's like older than me, so even if I say this, my brother's the actual creep for fucking being 19 and dating a 15-year-old, okay? Okay? But she was the one who wanted to date him. She likes older men. She was very mature. Didn't matter. It's fucking legal. That's all mattered. Within 15 and 4 years, it's totally legal. Anyways, she got ovarian cysts. And this caused, like, a detriment in her health, which caused, like, a symbiotic relationship. And this was, like, after 3 years of them dating. So she's, like, graduated now, right? And he would just do... No, actually, she wasn't graduated yet. She wasn't, because there's another story that goes into this that I'm not even going to talk about. She wasn't graduated yet. But my brother, she just wanted, like, attention through food. So, and my brother would just make her food. And because, like, the ovarian cyst, the medical condition and stuff, she had, like, bloating and stuff, and she basically gained, like, 100 pounds in, like, a month. Retro, wait, the person, Karen is the no. The person who is like, someone accuses them of taking videos of their child, and the person says, well, I don't give a fuck, and so what if I am? That person immediately needs to get hung. Because first of all, you're not respecting someone else's privacy, right? You're being super arrogant and aggressive about it, and you're saying that you don't care about basically, like, abusing children. Because, like, we know that people take pictures of children on the beach to sexualize them. That's what fucking creep pedos do. You gotta keep an eye out for that kind of shit, right? It's just the way that it is. But anyway, she gained like 100 pounds in like a month. And this was like around her birthday, and she was like going into graduation, right? And then my brother broke up with her. And she had this like entire mental like fucking breakdown and everything, because it's like, she went into the relationship as this, like, super hot, fucking, like, skinny gymnastics, like, dick rider. And 3 years later, she came out of the relationship as, like, a bloated, fat, like, retarded bitch, basically. And it, like, completely destroyed her life. And my brother didn't help at all, because he was not very nice about it, okay? Tried to remain friends with her, but he is like me. He is a fucking, yeah, he's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Okay, guys, the rooms are beside each other. I heard them having sex. We have an entire story of Rob and Roxy in the shower. Because we're, like, fucking partying in my room. And all we hear is... coming from the fucking shower. And it's like, my room's here, and the fucking shower is there. And we're all just drunk and laughing our fucking asses off and shit, right? And became, like, an entire meme and shit within the fucking... friend group and stuff, right? It was fucking hilarious, right? And it was like one of those things that like you've watched fucking like the new season of Invincible, and it's like Nolan on the ship with fucking I can't remember his name, fucking the guy, Seth Rogen's character, and the fucking chick, and they're just like banging every day. And then it's like he finds out that, like, you know, there's like the soundproof thing or whatever. It's just like, oh my fucking god. We thought you enjoyed that shit. It's so fucking funny. But anyways, she went into the relationship with a hot bitch. She got out of it as a fat fucking retard bitch. Yeah, I'm not even joking. Like, that's literally what happened. And then she got her shit together. and she went to school. She has 5 degrees now. She just became a paramedic. And, like, because of the, like, medical condition of her bloating and the ovarian cyst, she goes for a walk an hour every day and she plays Pokemon Go. And that's, like, her way of maintaining that. And she's lost, like... Because overall, she had gained, like, 250 pounds. Like, she went from, like, 90 pounds to, like 350, right? And then she basically started walking every day, and over the last 3 years, she's lost 150 pounds from, like, basic yoga and basic working out and walking every day. She's also a vegan, but she's been, like, a vegan her entire life. So her diet really, it was an overconsumption and bloating. It didn't necessarily have to do with, oh, she was eating junk food because she's a fucking vegan. But anyways, guys, we've ranted for fucking ever about this. I'm gonna take a toke, and we need to get into, like, the nuances of this, right? Because this was the main point of contention for the argument with Angstface. Thank you, Dick Ryder, and she banned you after you said no homeless on streets. No, she didn't ban me. We just had, like, kind of, like I said, it didn't ruin our relationship. Like, I talk to her. I still go into her streams. I still, like, raid into her. It's just the stream timing now, she's not, like, on when I'm raiding, right? Like, I'm pretty sure I've raided into her in the last 6 months. And she's actually raided into me in the last 6 months. But, like, this was, like, a year ago or so, and it used to be, like, an everyday, like, she was one of my favorite, like, writing streamers, because, like, I could have conversations with her. But this conversation just, like, broke that, right? And her argument was, what if people don't want to, like, go to the government provider because they don't trust the government, because they're, like, schizophrenics, and they're, like, drug addicts, and stuff like that. Never seen her being here for 6 months. I mean, Relic, but, like, what are the chances that you're actually in the stream when she raids in? Count yourself lucky. Go on, Scotty. I mean, I like having discussions with people, so I don't count myself lucky. I found where the line was, and now I'm trying to rebuild the relationship. Right? See, that's how I think about things. I think about it more of... I don't think about what the other person did, or what the other person thinks. I think about, what did I do, and what can I do on my end to fix what happened, right? I don't rely on them doing anything. I put it in my entire hands. And if they want to accept that and then recreate the friendship, that's their level of acceptance. But I'm always the one to put my hand out first, right? And I'll always try to do that. But what do you think about the idea that, because I was like, we can't have homeless people in tents, like, inside of these parks, right? We have to get rid of them so we can make housing for them. And then her argument was like, well, you can't take them off the streets and put them in the housing because, like, they don't trust the government and they wouldn't want to do that. And my argument was, well, if they're, like, drug addict, fucking, retarded, fucking, psychopaths, then, well, why are they not in jail or a mental asylum? And do you see, like, how fast this conversation, and, like, knowing me, how fast this conversation straight goes to hell? Damn, even Relic agrees with you. I mean, Relic said get them homeless out of here. Well, because, like, this is the problem with the view of society. When you look at society, right, you want to protect the innocent that follow the law. That's the duty of the government inside of a society. But all the government cares about is, like, voting blocks and protecting their, like, illegal voting schemes and fraud, so they'll provide all the government funding to people that will vote for them, and that'll create an indentured servant cycle that will be, oh, if you vote for me, I will give you free stuff. And the fact that, like, people will say that that's... Not only will they say that's not a reality, they will call you a Nazi, they will say you're a bigot, a racist, and say that, like, you can't say that about people. And I'm like, so you're saying... I didn't say that. No, I think Relic was agreeing with, like, the possibility that Angstface came in here, or I raided into her, while Relic was not in the stream. I think that's what he was saying. Because it's like, what are the chances you're 24-7? I stream a lot. I stream a lot. I have no, like, the fact that you guys are here more than, like, an individual person is here for more than 10 minutes in a day. And the fact that there's, like, multiple people that are multiple hours here every day. Like, guys, I fucking made it. Like, this is all I need. Like, sure, it's great to be better, but, like, if I had a goal at the beginning of streaming, I've already surpassed it with where I'm at. Why'd you put a D in there? 3, 2, 1, toke! So this was a massive amount of contention, because I said, first of all, the main issue in our society, like the foundational issue in our society, is actually governmental trust. If you fix trust in the government, which will fix trust in the media, which will fix trust in the laws, which will fix trust in enforcement, which will fix like the consequences and enable like people to just know to follow the fucking law. I don't know if that's the... I think it's watch time. 23 days, 15 hours. That's in 7 months. Holy shit. You would have to fix epipedos that we pay to diddle kids first. Exactly, Retro. So you would need like this entire... Like I said, this is what I would do. I would take every single person in the entire country that has any power. So you have any political power, you have any legislation power, you have any enforcement, like policing power, you have any business power, like a CEO, and I would just put them, every single one of them, in jail. Just retroactively be like, we can't, anyone who's part of the, like not normal police officers, right? But like sheriffs, deputies, right? And just everyone who had any authority at all would just instantly go to jail. And you would have to retroactively prove that you're innocent. And I bet 98% of people within an hour would be able to prove their innocence and just let go. Be like, yeah, okay, we did the investigation. Yeah, you're good. Get out of here. Yo, what's up? What you doing? What you got, my man? How's it going? Do you think that's like accurate, Retro? And then that 2%, because you know it's the 2%. Everyone knows it's the 2%. That's why I did that number. Everyone knows it's the 2%. Those 2% wouldn't be able to get out of jail because they wouldn't be able to prove that they're innocent. And then it would leave those, like, vacuum power where people would just be like, okay, well, now we have to basically have a hierarchy of moving up, right? He is the one. Don't weigh a ton. Don't need a gun to get respect out on the street. And I think about it this way, Retro. When I lived in my old town, my neighbor across the street was like one of the biggest gangsters in all of BC. Like, he was like the leader of like the gang that was like the main subsidiary of like the Hells Angels. And it was an Indian gang. And it had something like 170,000 members. Right? And shit. And he is the nicest fucking guy, his whole family. Nicest fucking people I've ever met. Absolute fucking upstanding fucking citizens. But you get in the way of the drug trade, you get in the way of my money. I'm sorry, you gotta die. Right? And it's like, everyone knows who this guy is. All the police know who this guy is. Everyone in the government knows who this guy is. Same with everyone in the Hells Angels. So the question then becomes, and this has a scary answer, why don't they do anything about it? And the question is because they know that they don't have the power. If the Hells Angels actually came together and militiaized, if that's even a word, right? Militia. They could take over Canada. Right? The only reason they don't is that they understand the ability of... Militarized, yeah. They understand the ability of, like, lurking in the shadows and, like, being able to deny responsibility and, like, the shadow of having power. So, like, they would never want to take over Canada because then they'd have to fucking, like, control shit. No, they just, like, walk up to a senator or someone in parliament, they put the gun behind their head and they say, well, you do what we want or we kill and rape your whole family. And literally, that's how the world works. And everyone knows that's how the world works. Right? But we are literally too scared to fix it. That's what I think. I think people are too scared and too numb to fix it. People know, and they know how to fix it. They just refuse to. But one of these generations, there's gonna be a generation that is just gonna be so fucked. They're literally like, we're just gonna do it because we want to commit suicide. And like the entire generation is just gonna go postal. In 50 to 70 years. If the trajectory and the level of like momentum and like acceleration continues. Anyways, Pro, welcome. Have nothing to share today. I just want to say hi. Wrote 3 chapters over like 5 days, so bankrupt. True. Okay, and then there's the second point. So that was the main point, right? And then there's the second one. That was my compromise. That's true. Oh, I forgot to write my response. Okay. Take this token, we're gonna save this. It's like, I'm writing these down because it's like, I don't want to go off too far on tangent. And it's the fact that you guys can see it, like, straight written out, right? So right now, What and Prol, we are having a discussion about universal basic income. And this comes out of me having a conversation about alienating people and just being an asshole towards people. And people, like, you know, me trying to be less of an asshole. But there are times when it's like you take an evaluation of something and you're like, you know what? It was actually a good thing that I was an asshole. And to me, one of those things is I have had multiple relationships either destroyed or ruined by conversations about how I feel about universal basic income. And we're talking about conversation I had in Angstace's stream about universal basic income and how it basically, like, destroyed our relationship, right? Like, we're in a tenuous, like, rebuilding, but it's like, you know, she was, like, one of my main two goes for the writing community, right? So we're talking about how I perceive what universal basic income should be, right? So it's like, you get housing and food, state provided. Upper echelon of society pay almost all taxes. So, like, if you're making over, like, $250,000, you'll start at, like, 5% tax. Like, you go up to, like, the billions, and you're in, like, the, like, 40 to 50% tax range, right? Just makes sense. If you want to be lazy and do nothing, you will live in a 10 by 10 government-provided facility, like, with a bed. It's like a concrete floor and a bed. Because universal basic income, right? And then Angstay says, well, what if people don't want to go to the government-provided housing because they don't trust the government? Because they're, like, either schizophrenic, they have some sort of mental illness, they're drug addicts, they've had some sort of falling out with the government, right? And I'm like, you can't have homeless camps and homeless tents in the middle of fucking, like, citizen parks, right? Like, you can't have this in a normal society, right? So this would be my my solution to that, right? So it's like the pushback that I get is just, oh, you can't do that. Oh, that's not humane, right? I mean, Retro, this conversation was like a year and a half ago, dude. Like, I didn't even know that the, like, pooping in public and, like, all that shit was actually real. Like, I lived in a town of 30,000 people, right? We had a homeless camp down by the river underneath the bridge, right? There's maybe 40 or 50 people. First Street had, like, maybe 15 or 20 homeless people, like, regularly, like, going on and off with, like, you know, like, the whole going up to cars and trying to, like, wash their windows for money and shit like that, right? Never really had any that big problems, right? Never any problems with, like, needles and druggies and stuff like that, right? And now I'm in a 3,000 person town. So it's like, you don't see anything like, you don't even see trash on the ground here. You could probably walk through the entire town, I bet you'd see maybe 2 things on the ground. Like, it's a good community, right? Not saying there's not the fucking chicken coop people, the retard fucking people that steal everything from Walmart from the fucking trailer parks. Yeah, they're the people that put the 2 fucking things on the ground, right? But yeah, I didn't know how bad, and again, that's why it's like, I had these libtard views in, like, 2019, 2020, 2021. Until, like, I started opening my eyes and looking at, like, wait, all these things that people say aren't real are actually real. And it's like, all these videos that are coming out with all these, like, headlines and these stories and all these things are, like, actually real, right? And then it's, like, compiling that with, like, my dad's case and, like, everything that happened to him. Like, just the way that I've interacted with the world, and I started to realize, holy fuck, dude. Oh my god, I think I just woke up. Holy fuck. Right? I wish I hadn't. I wish it's still a sheep. So much harder being, like, awake. Right? 3, 2, 1, toke. Retro, I would say I am, like, okay, like, you know, okay, look at my eyes, right? So there's, like, right, okay, hold on, your eyes are closed, right? Then there's, like, your eyebrows up, like you're trying to, like, open your eyes, you can't. And then there's, like, we can, like, barely see. And then there's, like, the stoner, like, heavy fucking stoner, right? And then there's, like, yeah. And then there's, like, do you know what stage I'm at? I'm at, like, trying to, like, I can see, but, like, I'm trying to open my eyes, right? Like, I can't wait till maybe I'll fucking kill myself. That's so fucking bad. Who knows? Anyways, I'm counting the days till you start reading mine again. My editor is gonna try to do a chapter a day. I'm gonna do week's on the cover too. Shadow, I thought we already had this conversation. I said, like, I think it was July 7th was the date we came to. Do you remember? Like, I'm pretty sure we had a conversation. So, like, July 7th is, like, the day I think that I'll start. Because that's when I'm, like, you know, my birthday's over with, Canada Day's over with, all the bullshit's over with, I'm recovered, I'm good. Okay, let's fucking lock in. Right? That's why I'm counting down the days. Oh, I'm counting the days! Oh, I misread it wrong. I misread it as, like, the context of, like, you know, as in, like, like you didn't know the outcome of it, right? As opposed to, like, counting down, right? Words are so powerful, having the tiniest nuance of that will completely change how I perceive something, right? Because I'm like, oh, it's, you know, counting the days, and I'm thinking, like, you know, it's been 14 days. You know, it's like 14 days since an accident has happened, like, on, like, a job site. But it's like 14 days since Scott has read my chapter. I said, did you whomst of me? I don't know what that means. Scotty, did you just make your own whomst of meme? I don't know what that fucking means. I don't know what that means, Retro. I'm sorry. Do you mean like the levels of like your eyes being open? And like the levels of like perceiving the actual reality? Oh! Whomst. Oh my god. This is the problem with intelligence, right? This is the problem with intelligence. People who think they're smart, like me, you can say I'm smart, and we did that fucking IQ test, and it is what it is, right? But I don't consider myself, like, super smart. I consider myself an educated person who goes out of their way to look for information. You can't know what you don't know, but as soon as you know what you don't know, it's your own fault for not knowing it. So I don't think it's necessary that I'm smart. I just think it's because the way that my brain works makes me go out of way to find information and find, like, I'm always thinking and creating things, so I'm always finding ways to connect things, right? Like the, find a way to connect a story, like, write, like, a 3-sentence story about a connection between a microwave, a fridge, and a bottle cap. And I'm like, I'm in the vault. Something like it was in, like the vending machine took 3 caps. I only had 2 on me. Right? And it's like a Fallout reference for the radiation caused from microwaves. It's like a reference to a fridge. It's like a vending machine inside of Fallout that you can get things from. And bottle caps as the currency of Fallout. And so you come up with maybe 50 different ways to connect those, right? Depending upon how you orient ideas. So, YouTube video time. Hold on, Relic. I'm still trying to explain my views on universal basic income, right? Okay. So, what if people don't want to go to government-provided housing because they don't trust the government? If they are mentally ill or drug addicts and don't trust the government, too bad. Asylums or prison for you. Because society is about protecting the innocent, not about protecting the people that have multiply made their bad decisions. And then I said, only rice for food, and then they argued that you get kuru. So I made a compromise of adding in beans. I'm like, actually, you're right. That's correct. You can't do that. So my response was, yes, kuru is like a brain disease of like failure of nutrition, discovered basically by the Japanese during, I believe, the Korean War, where they gave all of their soldiers only rice. And it basically caused their brains to shut down because they weren't getting enough nutrition. You cannot survive solely off of rice. And then I said, you're correct, you can't do that, so you need to give incentives. So you give rice so you can at least have something, because you're gonna need like energy, right? It's gonna give you something. And then if you have a clean and maintained room by the end of the day, you get like I guess this should be like a second serving of rice, and that serving of rice will have beans. So if you lay in your bed and do shit and fucking nothing, and make your like place of living a complete shithole because you refuse to go to the bathroom, so you shit on the floor, you're just gonna get one tiny bowl of rice a day until basically you die. If you clean up your shit, okay, well now you can be, you know, now you can get your rice in the morning and your rice and beans at night. Now you're gonna survive. And that is the ultimate basis of universal basic income. Right? And so with the above, right, the argument that is most proposed is, how do you say this? With universal basic income, people will do nothing. They will just sit around and rot. And this is like 90% of the argument I get against you, like my interpretation of what universal basic income should be, and its reason is to solve homeless problems and drug addict problems and mental illness problems, right? This entire procedure is meant to fix that problem. And as well as like the subset of it is like, you know, help people maintain homes, right? So it's like if you want to work for your home and do something, and you can gain money. So the argument with most people with universal basic income is UBI, right, equals communism. So people think that if you instigate a program of universal basic income, your country is now communist, and due to the fact that you're a communist country, the country will fall apart just like every communist country ever in the past. I reject this argument because, for instance, my lived personal experience is that due to circumstances, I literally live a free life of whatever the fuck I want to do. And my choice in doing that is to try to motivate, uplift, and inspire other people about, I'd say, like the lost art of creativity and idea crafting, and that the simple creation of the idea is what matters, not what that idea is, right? Like, for instance, if Haffy writes his book and it's like that chapter 1 and nothing happens, right? And it's just like, it's a slog to read through and it's like, it kind of sucks, right? That doesn't lower the value that Haffy got from writing that book, right? And you gotta start somewhere, right? So it's like this idea of like, oh, you wouldn't do anything because you wouldn't be incentivized because you wouldn't need to work for a living. It's like, well, no, it's because I was only provided a 10 by 10 basically a jail cell and a minimum amount of food. And I'm a good... Oh, it's a great concept, Haffy. It comes down to presentation, right? Like I said, like you can do all of that in 3 paragraphs, move on with the story, and you're golden. All you have to do is set up that emotional connection to the character, play out what's happening, and then have the character die, and it's gonna be like, they're gonna be tear-jerked in like the first 3 fucking paragraphs. It's fucking beautiful. And like I said, it's literally like the Wheel of Time, the exact event in Wheel of Time that was the only moment that made me have an emotional connection is literally exactly what you're doing, and I cried for like 45 fucking minutes. And I couldn't, like, talk. And, like, I was literally just, like, bawling my eyes out because it was so fucking profoundly touching to me. Right? And you're, like, almost copying that one for one in your own way. So it's like, the potential is so fucking amazing if you have that emotional connection. And I don't think it should have taken a book and a half to build up a connection to Rand to have that scene. I think if that scene had happened in the first half of the second, or the first half of the first book, I would have felt the same way. It is just the event itself and how it happened, how it resonates with me with like multiple realities, your lived experience, what your choices are, and how they affect other people, right? It is what it is. And guys, if you look at the title of the stream, like, today's like a fucked up stream. I've literally been awake for now 29 hours straight. So like, I'm not even like here in my head. Oh, that's a cue from yesterday. Well, there you go. That's how bad it is. I should have instantly realized that. I try not to get emotional, but I despise ignorance. You guys need to stop attributing anything that isn't capitalism as communist. Read a bit. Communism means there's no private property for anyone at all, nor our corpos are state-owned. The closest we have to that is China, since all corps have to sign a portion of their ownership to the CCP. UBI is closer to socialism than communism. And you're absolutely right, and maybe I should be saying socialism and not communism, right? I think that's a completely valid argument for, like, the connotation of the words. And I was going to bring up China, because people will say that China is the example of a successful communist country. So, like, if I called democracy fascism, or sorry, if I did fascism and I called it democracy, is that the same as being capitalist, but calling yourself communist? It's not purely communist again. They have private property and equity. Yeah. China calls itself the Chinese Communist Party, but they're like maybe 15% communist, 20% socialist. That's 35%, right? So it's like 65% capitalism. I don't know about you. If you're like the majority of something, isn't that what you should call yourself? Right? So it's like, you have real world examples of something that is like obfuscating a name through something. Because people in China like the idea of communism, right? Like, they don't like the idea of capitalism. So the Chinese government's like, well, let's just call ourselves communists, promote communism, and do capitalism. I think the people are too stupid to realize that universal equals fucking Scotty, yeah. Communism doesn't work unless your society is post-scarcity. I remember being banned from someone's stream because they couldn't, as is typical, make an argument other than retro is wrong. Yep. Uh-huh. Which is why retro, when you get kicked out of enough communities, you create your own. Because you find that, like, your point of view is just maybe so unique that you need to keep to yourself. And then people start joining your community and start, like, becoming, like, larger than other communities, right? And it starts to make you question, what do those actual people think versus what they act, right? Like, for instance, this is, like, I have multiple ways to extremities of how I'd fix things, right? My least extreme way to fix something is basically, if you're in a position of power, and you tell a lie, even if that lie is unintentional, and it's as simple as, I had waffles for breakfast, when you actually had pancakes for breakfast. Now, the reason for that is because it starts small, and then it becomes Tim Walz saying, like, oh, we're not going to allow ICE inside of Minnesota. Like, we're not going to comply with federal law. North Korea is communist. I'd say that's the only true communist nation. Everything belongs to the Kimmies. But go on. Tell me I'm wrong. The communism works. My favorite card is that's not communism. That's Leninism, Marxism. Yeah, it's a completely different thing. It's almost more of a monarchy. Because it's a family bloodline. Right? Scotty was shocked yesterday when he targeted
Scotty,
you.
I was shocked yesterday when he targeted you. Normally I'm the target.
Wait, do you mean like wacky? I don't think he was targeting me. I think he was just expressing his opinion. I just think his opinion's retarded and wrong. But he's absolutely allowed to have that opinion, right? And that's why we had the discussion, right? And I'm glad that, you know, he didn't rant and rave and all this. Sure, he called me pretentious, and he called me... Like, he didn't actually call me a piece of shit. He just called me pretentious, egotistical, and, like, thinking that I'm above other people, right? Which, I mean, like, as a streamer, right? Like, I want to project confidence and structure and, like, you know, so of course that's how I'm gonna act. Because that's, like, the best way to act to get, like, people to, like, resonate with you, right? Because if you can confidently state falsities, people will believe you more, like, 9 out of 10 times to someone who stutters through saying a fact, right? Like, I'd say, yeah, man, I can fly, gravity doesn't exist, it's only part of your mind. All a mental construct, bro, you just gotta unleash, man. You know? You're just not doing it right. Okay? I can't show you, because that would give away the secret, and you have to come to it yourself. I had, like, an entire other side of that, but I expanded on that so much that I forgot what the other side was. I can't even comprehend what the other side would be. But imagine that, like, you know, mirrored and backwards, right? That's the positive, then there's the negative. I don't even fucking know. My brain is so fucking fried. Okay. So, essentially, a relationship has been destroyed, right? Over a misinterpretation of what people think universal basic income actually is, and, like, the different plans instilled on those universal basic income outputs, as opposed to the realities that are lived by certain things, right? So that would be like... I mean, I don't want to use immigration as a thing, because it's like, I try to use like, the esoteric, more random, like, off-the-wall examples instead of, like, the mainstream example to show that, like, there's more outside of the box. The problem is you're only looking inside of the box. You gotta realize that, like, you're standing outside of the box, looking into the box, thinking that there's nothing outside of the box, yet you exist outside of the box. So if you exist outside of the box, how can your mind only comprehend what's inside of the box? At that point, you don't have self-awareness. But I'm... Oh, wait, box. Roddy Rich. True. I know we were originally talking about wacky, and I went onto a tangent that was talking about, like, charisma. Oh, right. I can state a falsity such as, dude, I can totally fly. Gravity is fake. It doesn't exist. Like, you just have to not believe in it, man. Let your mind expand. As opposed to someone who's like, like, you know, like, if I, like, here, you have like this, right? Like, if I have, and I, you know, it goes like, Like, it's gonna... And it goes like that. It does that. Is that not... gravity? Like, what? Right? Like, who are you gonna go with? The fucking, I don't know what it is, but I can kind of try to tell you. Or the, you're just dumb, you don't understand what it actually is. This is what it is, your mind isn't just expanded enough, right? Like, you gotta really work on it, bro. Like, you gotta get up to my level. You just gotta understand how it goes, right? It's like, that's a psychological thing when it comes to, like, leadership. Because it's like, who would you, even with a falsity and a statement like that, like, who would you trust your life with? The guy who you know immediately is just gonna grab the spear and fucking kill the buffalo? Or the guy who's gonna be like, maybe I should use this and maybe I should be fucking dead. Right? So, it's like... Which spectrum are you gonna play to, right? The evil that we know, or the angel that won't help us? I just think it's a fucking... Again, I love the discussion on it because it just... To me, it shows the difference in the level of human understanding. And to me, right, I think of it as, like, an important part of being human and, like, learning and just, like, existing and, like, having fun and just, like, exploring stuff, right? It's like, you're living your own lived reality, whatever that is, right? And then there's the people that are like, if you're not living my reality, I don't want you living in reality. And I think to myself, huh. You realize that if you lived by your own rules, you would die tomorrow, right? And again, their only argument is, no, you're wrong. It's the same thing as, like, all these women, like, activist feminists that are, like, saying, oh, you know, stop blaming Muslims for, like, raping women. And then it's like, someone asks them, okay, well, you know, or, like, LGBT for Palestine. And it's like, you know they hang you from cranes, right? Like, I don't think, I really don't think you understand. And, like, this would be something that I would want to do. It's really fucked up. It's, like, really super fucked up. But it's like the original conversation we were having before about giving 100 nukes. Right? So let's actually go back to that conversation. Right? 100 nukes conversation. Oh, wait, is it inside of this one? Wait, is it inside of the same thing within democracy? Oh, this was a deserved. This was like a moral contemplation on Grok. Fuck, I forgot like the exact wording of what I was gonna say to it. But I'm getting so fucked up, guys. I think we're gonna go through this last, like, conversation topic, and I'm just gonna call it a day. I think we got a good day today, right? I streamed, like, 2 hours longer than I thought I would. I'm having a lot of fun. I love this discussion. Yeah, so, I mean, we've accomplished what we needed to. We did our dailies, right? You're right. You're right, Retro. Thank you. We were gonna watch the movie, then we'll end the stream. You are correct. Thank you. Thank you. I lost the plot, which is why this is why I'm so fucked up and I need you guys, right? Because, like, I can't even remember my own shit. So you guys gotta hold me accountable. Fuck yeah. Exactly. And it's literally sitting right there inside Pakistan's video game industry. It's sitting, like, on my other screen. I can see it. Seeing things, or let's say observing things and seeing things are two different things, right? 3, 2, 1, toke. True, Retro. And whether you're using that as like an actual meme quote or that's just the wording that you chose to use, either one, so good. So it was inspiring to stop ignoring me. I could have played in 2 SW5E sessions by now. That's, you know what, Retro? That's fair. That's absolutely fair. And that's where it's like, you have to consider the value proposition, right? I'm always considering that myself, right? Like, because I think in my own head, like, okay, I'm gonna break the fourth wall here. And do you guys know Simon Whistler? The YouTuber with like 100 different channels who like reads the scripts and tangents. Yes. Well, his new format to like most of his stuff is falling off. Because he has like a new format where he'll just like read the script and then debunk it. But like everyone's there for the tangents. Everyone's there for like his insight on like random things, right? They're there for his personality. Right? Gotta go, stuff to do tomorrow. Alright, yeah. Sounds good, sir. Take care, man. Have a good night. Scott, you see the body of the guy got shot and all his cousins were trying to rob him. Ahab, I did not, but I mean, fuck, man. I'm sure there's like 10 of those, right? I'm just imagining, like, if you watched The Boondocks, and it's the meme of, like, I'm gonna say it, guys, the nigger moment, right? And it's like, when two niggers walk up to each other, they can't just help it. They bump into each other. What? And pull out their guns and start fucking shooting at each other. That's a genuine nigger moment. But, hey, you are a white person, you bump into a black person, and they start freaking out. And you go to confront them, and then you go, wait a second, I'm white. And then you turn around and walk away. While the, he's having his nigger moment over there. He's doing the goy looping, where he just says the same thing over and over again. I mean, I had to lean into the meme, guys. I hate saying the word, but I don't really care, right? I think you could, like, niga, right? Niga is where at in Japanese. There are other languages that have other words like that are just random words, like bread or something. I don't remember what language it is. Something like bread that's something like spick. Or it's like an it's like a version of like spick or something like that, and it's like bread. No, I hear you. Did I not hear you? True. I think they worded it with a soft. Hey, no, not in the Boondocks. It's a full, because like there's niggas, right? Like niggas are your boys, right? Like niggas are the guys you get down with, right? Like Riley and fucking, I can never remember the other guy's name. Riley and fucking, because Riley's my favorite fucking character. And his brother are Huey. Yes. Riley and Huey. It's like there's the distinction, even inside of black communities, the difference between a nigga and a nigger. Right? You want niggas on your side, don't fuck with niggers. And anyone who knows stink meaner, that's where it's at. Okay, so and we're gonna ask this question, right? Okay, so let's go back to the 100 nukes to every nation, and let's pull out the classic meme from Yu-Gi-Oh! You activated my trap card. So all the nukes are fake, and it's bait to see who tries to use them where. What do you think would be, let's say, the first 5 either nations or governments or forms of how do I say this? Like, without saying like terrorist groups, governments or coalitions of people with power inside of nations. And who would be the targets? Alright. So glad that I got that clip. Twitch HQ, please stand by. Dude, I have like 4 viewers. I don't think Twitch gives a fuck. And it's like, I really don't, and there's no malicious to it, right? So it's like, I really don't think that they would give a fuck. Plus, there was like earlier in the stream, someone said the F word. Or wait, no, was it yesterday? Oh no, it was Boondock Saints. Someone says faggot. Even though it's like you're not supposed to be able to say it. So like if I get banned, fuck it, I guess I get banned, right? It is what it is. Even though I honestly don't think that like, you could like if everyone that ever came into my stream reported me, I still don't think it would be enough. Like, you need like 400 or 500 force support to even consider, like Twitch even considers like looking at it, right? You're so small and insignificant, it doesn't matter. Now, it would be hilarious if I did get banned. That would be fucking funny, right? What lies forever in the annals of history. Boondocks is not R&R. Quick Scotty, talk about killing Jews, so Twitch can be happy. Nah, Relic, I feel like Scotty has a few more in the chamber. Oh, you mean that it's not 6 million? What? Why the fuck are we talking about nukes? Play the damn video. 1 hour ago, Scotty, play the video. Wait, Relic, we're talking about basic universal income. 1 hour later, nukes. The F word, blah, 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 boondock. Relic, you've been here long enough to know that's just how the stream goes, bro. We just had a conversation at the beginning of the stream about, like, consequences of your actions and stuff, right? So it was like, if US just gave 100 nukes to every country and said, fuck it, what would happen? And Grok's like, whoa, bro! Whoa, bro! That's some crazy shit! You know what's actually fucked, Ahab, is I forgot to take my meds before the stream started. Because I usually take my Dilantin and Livacircine, whatever the fuck it is, before and after the stream. And I totally forgot about that. So next time I go to the bathroom, I'm gonna have to take my pills. Thanks for reminding me. I'm not good at this shit. Especially because, like, I haven't slept, which isn't good, right? And I should probably take the pills, because, like, maybe if I hadn't had the pills in my system, and because I've been up so much, I might actually just have a seizure. That would fucking suck. 3, 2, 1, toke! Play it! That has double meaning since the video's about video games. Here's the you activated my trap card twist on the original hypothetical. Scotty, play the video. I'm going to bed. I'm not waiting up all night for you to rant about some random shit. Fair. That's fair, Relic. So we'll just name the 5 and their target. North Korea, and they're targeting South Korea. So, North Korea would attack South Korea with the fake nukes. Iran would attack Israel. What do you know? And possibly the US. Pakistan would, of course, attack India. Russia, what would they do? They would attack Ukraine. Terrorist coalition. Iran-backed proxies, Houthis and allies. Target, symbolic Western or rival targets. Alright, I'm done. That's it. That's all we needed to know, right? The usual suspects. Literally the usual suspects. Right? Like, literally we're talking about all 5 of those. Right? That is the usual suspects. And I just love talking to Grok like that, because I'm like, I know my questions in some ways are like baiting and stuff like that, but it's just funny to see what it thinks about it. Right? It is what it is. Fair, so let's keep talking about nukes.
The stairway to heaven. Look at that. Video games as far as the eye can see.
If you'll
my
talk
friends.
to Grok to jerk
This
off
market
or cheat
behind
in
me
school.
was once the heart of Pakistan's
I talk to
movie
Grok
and music
when I don't have
piracy
anyone talking in
scene.
chat,
Now it's known
or
for
I'm
something
sitting
else.
in my room and I have an
Video
idea,
games. So we are gonna
and I'm
explore
like,
this
hey
market.
Grok, what do you think
I've
about
made
this?
videos about video game
As if like I'm
markets
talking to a
across
family
India
member.
and Pakistan.
It's like, go bother my
And now
dad
this
about it if I
video,
thought it was important.
we are gonna
But
head
it's
into
easier
one
to
of the
bother
most
Grok.
infamous
If it gets to a stage, it's like a
Karachi's
hierarchy, and then
Rainbow
eventually it's
Center.
like,
Man, it already
you know what,
started.
this
So
idea is
just
good
on
enough,
this
I'm going to
side
tell
of the
Jordan,
road,
I'm going to tell Rob, I'm going to tell my dad
shooting
about
up.
it. And
And
they're
a
like,
lady already coming after me for
damn,
money,
right?
which is, you know.
But it's like it's gotta
women
be
don't
perfected at that
approach
point,
men
otherwise
in
I'm
this country,
scrambling
so that
about
was
it.
strange as well. Man, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on in Karachi. This place is, you know, a little crazy. So let's see if that.
So did you hear about the terrorist attack in China today where the guy ran the plane into the, or yesterday, the plane into the tallest building in the world? And you heard the conspiracy theory about the Phoenix effect?
Video game stuff we find in such an old market like this. Okay, so first off,
And then
the market sees 2 floors here,
1946, a
and
plane
then
crashed
there's,
into the
like,
largest
apartment
building in New York.
complex above
Then
it.
9/11 happened.
So let's go
And
inside and
then,
explore
based
and
upon the calculations
look
of the
for
next
video
one,
games. I'm sure
it
we'll
happened in
find some
China. And that's where I
retro
based
stuff
off the idea of Hunter
Let's see what
Biden
the scene is
stealing
here in
Air
Pakistan
Force
for
One
video
and
games.
crashing it into the Burj Khalifa. So if Hunter Biden ever
these guys are just
crashes
doing, like, drive through.
Air Force One into the Burj Khalifa,
This used to just be all CD
know
shops and DVD
that
shops, okay?
I predicted it. It's not America.
Oh, we can still
It's not
see some
important, Scotty.
remnants of that here,
You don't even
actually.
need a real plane.
Look at this.
To knock over a Chinese
Assalamu
tower.
alaikum, ji.
What the fuck?
Bijli ka aa
Just
gaya?
use a big enough rock.
Bij-
Yeah,
bijli-
but it's the fact that it was in Beijing. Like that's kind of a big thing.
This
Like
is
they try to
Karachi's
keep like
Rainbow
for the
Centre,
propaganda
and
reasons,
most
like
people walking
like
past today
Beijing,
have
like the
no
fucking
idea
Truman
what
Show.
this place used
So
to
the
be.
fact that someone was able to
Before
do it
Netflix
inside of
and the
Beijing
internet,
is actually
this
like
building
kind
was
of crazy.
Pakistan's
If you know,
entertainment industry.
they're not saying,
For decades,
but
the
basically it was
Rainbow
like an
Centre was
independent
the
plane that
country's
took off from an
biggest
airport, had a
piracy
scheduled
hub.
route. Halfway
Movies,
through the route,
music,
it just decided to
software,
turn.
games.
And
This
like,
market
there is no
supplied all
airspace in
of
Beijing that you're
Pakistan.
allowed to go in.
But how
So
did
like they
this
immediately
market
knew
fall
that something
and
was
become
wrong as
all
soon as
about
you fly
video
into the
games?
Beijing
Well,
airspace.
this man was
And then he
there.
flew into the fucking
तो
tower.
आजकल कितने
I don't even think he
movie
killed
दुकान
anyone. I
यहाँ
don't think anyone
मुश्किल
died.
से सर 10 से 12 या 15
It was a
What,
pretty
80s
small,
में,
like,
90s में?
aquatic landing
90s में
plane,
तो
right?
400 500 वो दुकानें थी 80 और 90
very
में उरूज
interesting.
पे थी ये मार्केट
And like, some people are calling it a terrorist attack. You know, the Chinese are saying it didn't happen,
फिर पीछे आ
right?
क्यों?
नेट का दौर आ गया
Because the China show happened yesterday, and I watched it this morning, so they had a bunch of shit
सामने आ
on China.
जाएगी तो इस तरह
That's what it
प्रोसेस
is.
जो है पीछे आता गया
So, like, are they bringing back
I
like
can't
old
believe
school
this. The light's been
CRTVs
off
and shit?
Since like 8 in the morning. So how are these guys going to do business? You know?
Like, who's
How are they
buying
gonna
their
do business
shit?
in the dark here? And I'm just walking out to the other side of the market, and there's lanes. Okay, you can see down the end there. So it's like a square market down here. The chick upstairs.
I might get one of them Star Forge
People spitting
PCs.
pan everywhere.
I mean, I have one, Ahab.
All
I
over
highly
India, all over
recommend it. I've had
Pakistan.
it for almost 2 years now.
And
It
yeah, the
arrived
light is off
July
up here
7th,
as well, but
2024.
it's 2 stories.
And that was
so
when
a
I
lot of the
started
shops have
streaming.
just closed their
That's why
shutters
July
because,
7th is the
too hard to do
anniversary of the
business.
stream.
So
Because I streamed
I think
before
the
that on
guy
my
at
old
Sardar
PC.
Games
My
is
old
correct.
PC, like,
He told me,
it's
Carl,
fucking
come back
shit.
tomorrow when the
I couldn't even
power's
play
on.
Final
I said,
Fantasy
"Video's not
11
gonna
without
be any
massive
good."
lag.
So, yeah,
So like,
he's
I did
right,
like
he's
4
right.
streams, and then
I'll
I just
come
waited
back.
until I got a Star Forge.
Call your part of
I want to play Star Citizen for an hour to see how shitty
we'll be able
it's
to
gonna
see
look.
something, okay?
That's unfortunate, right? I think Star Citizen is such an example of like if you look at No Man's Sky as starting
Super
off as like fucked and getting awesome, like Star Citizen is the
that driver tried
opposite
to give
because
me
of
a
like
ride for free?
it like started off
But
epic
no
and now
way
it's
I could
just
take
shit.
that. He's doing hard work,
Because it's
man.
like
So day 2 and I'm
people were
back
hyped for
at
what they
Rainbow
promised
Centre.
it would
Kya
be,
hale, bhai,
not
kya
what
hale?
it was.
Let's go and check out the gaming shops. Hopefully the power.
Star Citizen is money
is
laundering?
back.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Let's check that first.
I wouldn't doubt how many
Markets
like
here in
aspects of
Pakistan
video
can be
gaming
pretty
are money laundering.
intense. So I need
I need a 32
my
gigabyte of
phone
RAM for that.
working so I can travel
I don't think you guys have
confidently
seen this,
here. You don't
Ahab.
want to be
This is
stuck
what I
offline
did.
and trying
So
to figure
this computer
things out
like
here.
had
That's why I use
16 gigs
Simplify.
of RAM
For
because I cheaped
years,
out.
the first
I
headache
cheaped out.
after landing
Didn't think I needed
was
it.
always
But for like
getting
video editing,
Simplify.
rendering,
Finding a
streaming,
shop,
it
handing
was
over
just
my
too much.
passport and passport
So I got
photos
32 gigs.
and
You know what I did
wasting
with my other
time
one?
when all I really wanted to do was go straight back to my hotel room and rest. But Simify takes care of all that with their eSIM. An eSIM is mobile data you download to your phone instead of buying a physical SIM card. And everything's managed through the Simify app. I
So I went on
purchased
to
it before I
Amazon,
fly, and when
and
I
I
land,
got a
I just
plaque made.
adjust my phone settings and I'm online within minutes. Simify has
This
over 150
ram
destinations to
created
choose from,
the
including
best worst
here in
streamer of
Pakistan. Use my
2025,
code
and then I
ROCK
fucking
for
glued the
15%
ram
off,
sticks to
or
it
just hit
as if
the
it's
link
like
in the
a
description.
trophy, like a deer
And we're
head,
back.
and they're like
Sardar.
antlers.
Games up here. Bijli.
And this is like $400 worth of RAM now.
Hey. Chai bring up. Abhinay. So this is Sardar.
This is what it is. It was
Games,
worth it.
and it looks like a very nice store. What they've got going on here. So
That's how you
we
recycle?
got
Yeah.
PlayStation 4.
And now it like
PlayStation
it sits here
5.
in the background of the stream as like
Yeah, asli
my
copies, huh?
self-made trophy
Genuine,
as a
authentic
meme to
copies,
myself,
yes.
right?
Original, that's the word. And then we've even got PlayStation 3 down here as well. More games.
Don't show my crop circle.
consoles
No
ठीक
one needs to see
कर
my
सकते
crop
हैं.
circle. No, there's enough pictures of my crop circle. It's
Acha.
probably worse now.
And you
Too
sell
many
consoles? Ab
I
console
probably don't have
based
any
हैं?
hair back there anymore. I mean, again, I'd rather lose it from back here than up ahead because the long hair you can cover
in
like
here,
a bald spot on the back.
this is
but if
the-
you don't have
the
hair in the
PlayStation.
front, you're fucked.
Consi consoles based
My
हैं.
dad always makes fun of me because he has better hair than me because he got a hair transplant and he has like hair pills.
series,
And he's
PS3,
always told me to go on
PS4,
them, and I was like, I don't
360,
care enough. I'd
PlayStation
rather take
3.
my seizure medication.
अब 360 बेचते हैं क्यों?
जी जी
ये बहुत पुराना है ना?
So, you know, it is what it is.
Uh,
I'm like,
new-
I love my hair, and I don't be
नए
sad
खेलने
when I
वालों के लिए
lose it,
बहुत
but it's
बढ़िया
an
है। GTA 5 के
inevitability.
लिए इसकी डिमांड है।
Yeah.
इसमें GTA 5
I've always
play
had
होता है।
great
और
hair
बिल्कुल
until
यानी
like
कि
I
कम उम्र
thought I
के
had
बच्चे
great
आते हैं
hair,
तो वो PS2 भी लेते हैं।
and then Smokey
PS2
pointed it out. I'll fucking
कौन से
show
video
you
games
guys.
सबसे
Okay,
ज़्यादा
Smokey
popular
pointed it
हैं?
out.
पॉपुलर जो है GTA 5 है, Forza Horizon है, इसके अलावा Call of Duty है, Last of Us है, Uncharted है और Red Dead है।
Exactly.
इसकी बड़ी डिमांड है।
It's like, it's
Wrestling?
pretty bad.
रेसलिंग कितनी
Consider
नहीं,
like
इतनी क्रिकेट की
like the
और FIFA
front
की है।
here,
ये
right?
9,000
And
रुपए
how
का
solid the
with
front
games.
is.
What games?
It's
Get your
fucking
games.
bald as
25.
shit,
25
dude.
games.
It's so
This
and
console
you know
is
what's fucked?
China console.
Because you know how like
This
you
game,
guys like do
game
AI
stick is
videos
named
of me and like
and
AI images
20,000
of me.
games, which
Dude,
arcade,
I thought
Sega,
that was I
Atari,
thought it was an because Smokey
all of them
sent the
games
screenshot
in
to
one
me.
stick.
So this is retro
And
gaming.
I was
gaming.
like, no, he's gaslighting me into thinking I'm bald.
Justin,
Which
So
one
I
stick in
literally
all
took
of
a
these
fucking
games
picture
is-
of myself
And
and
this
I was
goes
like,
into the
no,
TV, is it?
dude, I'm actually fucking
It looks just like a
bald.
PlayStation controller.
No way! I thought
But
it
ये
was
कितने
fucking
रुपए
AI
Only
bullshit,
4,000.
but
Yeah,
no!
King of
I'm
Fighters,
actually
Street Fighter,
fucking
Mario,
bald!
Tekken 3,
Fuck!
all of the games.
और आपका Xbox
Here's the
360 और
where's the
PlayStation 2
pearls?
ये modified
Where
है.
light
Modified
filter
है,
is
generic
nice,
है,
yeah.
which
Like my
is
brother,
game
he's got like the Jufro,
have a
kind of like
50
the
and 60
super
games
thick,
up.
black, like curly
Hard drive.
hair, right?
And
And then it's like, 'cause that's what my
games in
dad's
USB.
side is, right?
Okay, oh,
And then
John,
I've got like the
Nozar.
thin,
Nozar,
the thin like
24,000.
gingery
250
hair of like my
rupees per
mom
game
and my sister
installation
has
on
like
the PS4.
full on ginger,
man. 'Cause I'm
right?
brand new, it
Like
might be
I have
around
some ginger, but
10,000
she's like
rupees for one
fucking
game.
100% ginger, right?
Minimum 2,000.
Because it
maximum
skipped my
16,000.
mom, it skipped me, because
But
both of my
you have a
mom's
jailbreak,
sisters and my mom's
250,
mom were all
200
redheads.
game
Like
installation.
hardcore
That
ginger,
means one
freckles.
original
Like my
game can
sister has
cost
like
about a
insane
week's
freckles and
salary
shit.
here.
My brother and
So
dad
for most
were both
people,
bald by my
piracy isn't a
age.
choice.
My grandpa kept
It's
his hair.
the only option.
So it's the
These
double
games are
generation
priced
thing,
for
right? Where it's like your
American
mom's
incomes.
grandpa
Would
is
you
the
work
hair that
5
you will
days
have.
just to buy
Like that's
one
like
game?
the
This stuff is a
generational
copy
like
controllers
statistics of it,
PS4,
right?
colorful edition, 3,000 each.
I think that's what it is. Like your mom's
One
grandpa.
handle. But you
is
will
the
be
hair
buy
that you will inherit.
Original controller, original brand new 16,000. One controller, 16,000 rupees.
So the cool thing is you can come to these stores and actually like, you know, play the game. Test stuff out. They'll show it to you before you buy it. so
See,
you know
I
that it
just don't
works.
understand how they have enough
Remember when we used to have
customership
that?
to like stay
Back
alive,
in the
right?
West,
Like
where
I
you
would,
could go into a video game
I
store
would
and
be
actually
like
play the console
auditing
and
the
play the
fuck
games.
out of this
अब
because this
console पे
has
लोग
to be like
awareness की
upfront.
वजह से आ रहे हैं, वरना पीसी के ऊपर बहुत लोगों ने खर्चा
Right?
किया और आपके सामने जेलब्रेक आ चुका है उसमें बहुत इजीली पड़ता है क्योंकि इसमें अगर आप ओरिजिनल खेलते हैं तो उसमें
Would you
आपको
go to a
ऑनलाइन
third world
सिस्टम
country to get a
अवेलेबल होता
PS2
है
for
इधर गेम
$50?
जैसे पबजी है इस तरह फोर्टनाइट है
no,
इस तरह जीटी ऑनलाइन है ये अलग दुनिया है अगर आप जेल में खेलेंगे तो
I don't know
online
where
system
it
खत्म हो
is. I'm
जाएगा।
pretty sure it's in my brother's room. My
जो
brother
ये
has a
बोलते हैं कि हमें
Slim.
कैंपेज खेलना है स्टोरी मोड खेलना है तो वो जेल में खेलते हैं
I just met a subscriber here. आपका शुद्ध नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम अली है।
आज आप क्या खा रहे
I
हैं?
have like
इस
8
दुकान में?
PS2 games. Let's see from here if I can see them.
करने आया हूँ।
We got Guitar Hero, Warriors of
repair
Rock,
करने,
क्या हुआ
Rock
आपका
Band,
Xbox?
and
Power
2
issue.
without covers
Acha, the
that I
red ring
would
of
guess
death?
would be.
No, no,
Let
red
me
lights?
think here.
No, it
What
was
would
an
those
old
games
version.
be?
This is the newer version.
PS2.
Xbox One S.
Oh, 1S.
I don't think I have
It has
Champions of
power
NORAD
supply.
anymore, so I don't think the Champions of
And what's your
NORAD.
favorite game?
My favorite game is campaign is Red
Could
Dead
be
Redemption,
GTA, but I'm not
or
100%.
Multiplayer is Warzone.
He's got good
I
choices.
don't think
eh,
it's
no?
COD
You guys,
or like
I want
any
to hear
Call
your
of
favorite
Duty.
games in the comments as
Holy
well.
fuck! Actually, what
And
are
this
those
is
games?
what the market looks like with the lights on. Ab videos convert kar rahe hain. You guys are doing that?
I
yeah.
don't think it's Dark Souls or Demon Souls.
You talk English?
Yes, I can speak English. And you?
Oh. This is your uncle.
ठीक है.
Great uncle.
मैं ये
हम उर्दू में बात करेगा।
सही है. मैं उर्दू बोल सकता हूँ थोड़ी.
अरबी आती है? अरबी बोलो।
नहीं अरबी नहीं.
That's what I thought.
80s
So
और
I'm like,
90s में
that's
ये
the
market
next
किसी होगी
generation.
थी.
ये मार्केट उस टाइम पे बहुत रूज पे थी और अच्छी वीडियो का दौर था और पूरे वर्ल्ड में ये मशहूर थी।
Bollywood films?
Now I want to get up
जी।
and check.
ये कहाँ से
But the thing is, they don't have the
पाकिस्तान
cases
से
on
ये
them.
आती थी
I
दुबई
don't
से।
think they have the discs in them.
अच्छा।
स्मगलर होके आती थी।
अच्छा.
Gaming has taken over here, and we'll see a
They're
lot
just
more
the
of that
empty
upstairs.
cases.
But parts of the old piracy market are still alive, especially movies.
So surprisingly, there is still quite a lot of
Or I bet you like
Pirate movie
Legends
sales
of
happening
Rock
here.
is in one and Rock
And this
Band's
is
in
a
another.
new
And the
film
Legends of
from
Rock
India,
and
है ना?
Rock Band ones are empty.
ये film हिंदुस्तान से
Oh,
है ना?
it could be Dark Cloud 2.
ये रणवीर सिंह.
Actually, I think
And I
Dark
can tell
Cloud
you a
2
thing
is
or
the
two
best
about
guess.
Ranveer Singh. He's a Sindhi. His parents are from this, all his grandparents are from this city, I think, and they came across to
Played that
India
before anyone knew
during
what the fuck
partition.
the Souls games was.
Yeah, very famous Sindhi
My
guy
friends got me into
in
it.
India. Yeah, film
Like
could
my
be
best experience with that would be like Devil May Cry.
50 rupees.
Like the closest thing. Fun
What's
fact:
that
all
thing?
the questions Scotty is asking are answered in
Oh,
the video, but he
USB
doesn't know how
man.
to shut up.
अच्छा,
Half of it is in a different language. I'm reading the
300
subtitles.
DVD के लिए. So sub films 50 रुपए.
And
समझ गया.
Relic, I'm talking
तो आप
about
क्या
the
बेचते हैं?
fucking games on my shelf.
अच्छा, torrent से?
मैं फिल्म में मिलने में डालता हूँ।
हाँ, किसकी
So
site से?
let me get this straight. Wait, I think I figured it out, guys.
Movie box
So
से.
they'll
Okay.
buy a CD, like
तो आप
the
download
CD,
करते हैं?
the blank CD,
फिर
right?
आपको डाल-
Guys, I
अच्छा,
figured out
कितने
their
रुपए
grip,
हैं एक film?
right?
एक फिल्म
They buy
30 रुपए. Cheaper than that guy.
like the
You gotta
case,
shop around, man.
right? Like a blank case.
थैंक यू
Then
There's a lot of clothing
they
being sold
download
down
an
here.
image
But apparently,
and they
all
place
the
the
video
image
games
onto
are
like a
up
piece of
on
paper to make
the
the
next
cover.
floor now.
Then they
Just
take the
imagine
blank
this
CD
entire
and they
market just
download
used to
a
be selling
torrent
pirate movies.
to pirate it and then burn it
music back
onto
in
the
the day.
CD.
Look how many
And then they
this guy
take
has.
another one and they put the cover on it. So every single one of them that you buy that's in there is actually made for cents on the dollar through like distribution networks and torrent downloads. That's their financial like structure.
जिनकी अपनी मूवियों के होते हैं वो
There
कैमरे
are
की
legit
कैसेट
stores,
भी ये
legit
लाते
games.
हैं छोटी
Then
कैसेट
there are
बड़ी
pirate
कैसेट
stores.
ये
Oh,
जैसे
I think so, Relic.
हमारे
But
पास ये
I'm like, I
लेकर
think
आते
the
लोग
thing
अपनी
that's like
मूवी
Atlas,
यादगार बनाने के लिए
Atlas
यूरोप
holding
से
up the Earth is the pirated games.
दूसरी जगह
That's
से ये
where they're
सारी
getting their
चीजें
profit from.
तो अब इसको
Right? They have to do like the
देते
math on what
बना
the
के, तो ये
and
लोग
probably
अपनी
the
शादी ब्याह
actual
की
ones they
मूवी
have
को
are like
जो है,
stolen.
मेरी इसकी जितनी भी है ये सालगिरह वगैरह की ये बनाते लोग ले जाते
like
हैं
somehow
अपनी
it's fucked up in some
कॉपी
way,
करके
right? Okay, I need
तो
your
हम
opinion,
इसको
Bruce. All
पाकिस्तान
right,
के अंदर में ये
Shadow. Throw
सिस्टम
it at
लगाया
me.
है ये किसी के पास है नहीं पुराना सिस्टम है इसको हम चला
I'm
रहे हैं
glad that there are places
just
out
keep
there that
finding
are like
amazing
preserving
things
that
along
level
here.
of technology.
Let's go
though.
check out the video games upstairs.
Again, I just
This
I want
is
to
the
see an audit,
gateway
bro.
To heaven. No.
I
the
don't think
stairway
this shit is sustainable.
heaven.
DM, there's
Look at
one
that.
cover. Two.
Video games
Version
as
is
far
better.
as the eye can see, my friends. Oh my god.
Tree
Wonderful.
as
Anna.
like a part of like the story.
all these lanes
There's a tree
are filled with video game shops
that's like important to
and
the
video
story.
game repair stores and
Is that a
kite
willow?
shops as well.
Willows are my favorite
And it
trees.
just keeps going all the way down here too.
Weeping willows.
The feeling I get from this place is just like
I have this
nostalgia.
immaculate imagery
And it
because our
reminds you of
neighbors
something.
at
It
my
jogs your
very
memory up
first
here.
like
When
rancher
I
house
was
back in like
6 or
Vancouver.
7, my dad
he took
our
me
neighbors
to
had a weeping willow,
the Commodore
and it
Amiga
leaned over onto our side of the
meetup
yard,
at
and
the
me and my brother
Pepperina
would rip the
Plaza
branches off
at the
of it and
library.
whip each other with them,
And it just blew
pretending
my
that we
mind.
were like
It was
Julius
dudes
Caesar and
with
like
tables,
Jesus
and they had on their
Christ,
tables their
being
computers
like,
and
you
all
know,
their
like the
games,
40 lashings.
and they were swapping games, they were selling games,
Right.
they were giving away shareware.
But the
And I
way
just walked
that
around just like this,
the
just
property
amazed.
line was,
Just like these kids, you know, just like the.
for some reason,
Just amazed. Assalamu
it
alaikum.
rained on their
Kya
side
hai?
of the fence,
आप लोग क्या कर
but
रहे
not
हैं
our
आज?
side of the fence.
ठीक है.
And I just had this
And yeah, just like them, I was just
extreme,
walking around amazed,
intense
looking
idea as like an awakening of a kid of
The
being like
computers.
understanding where the
consoles.
boundary line is.
And yeah, that really got
And
me
it created a
interested in
thought in my head of,
computers and video games.
could you chase the
'Cause
sun around
I was
the
already
planet?
gaming. I started gaming
And like
on my
this is where like one of my
grandfather's
first book
Commodore
ideas came from,
64
where it's like you can't
in the
touch the
early
darkness,
90s.
you can't touch the sun.
And then after some
so it's
years,
like a caravan
my dad,
tribal
he brought us
civilization that is
an
trying to
Amiga
like
600,
outrun the dawn.
And I was playing like Cannon Fodder,
But
Lemmings,
some sort of like event is
California
happening
games.
on the
And I
planet
was just
that is
computer
causing
addict
like
from
dawn
then,
to
and
like
eventually
speed
it
up
led me to like
or something
obviously
like
I'm a
that.
console gamer now.
And it's like they're reaching the end
I
of
was
their
a hardcore
stamina,
Xbox
and
gamer
it's
for
like
so
if
long,
they
but
hit
I've
this
kinda
point, it's
lost-
basically the
Xbox
end of
has lost its
civilization.
way, right? Now I'm more
But
on
yeah,
the
I
PlayStation
fucking
team.
love the willow, so I like
but
the
it led
willow
me to
tree.
even studying computer
looks
science, you
better,
know, those
though.
early years when my dad would take me to
I think
the computer
definitely
market at the
book two
library.
with the willow.
Yeah, incredible. So that's how I feel. I just feel
And if you have
nostalgic to
like
be back there.
remove
It
the
reminds me
branches and stuff
of the early
from
days
book one,
back in
and
New
have
Zealand
just
when,
the
when
trunk,
we had markets and we
have
had
just the
computer
trunk for
meetups
book one,
like this. We
and
don't
then
got
book
this anymore
two,
now. There's barely any video game
like
shops
it's
left.
sprouted.
So online now.
So it's like
And
an
I'd love to hear
emphasis
from you
on
guys in
the, like,
comments. Where did
stage
your
of the
video
story.
game journey start? What was your first game? Let me know in the comments. I'll reply. आप लोग गेम खेलते
That one
हैं?
looks better, though. Better
आपका,
tree. One is
मनपसंद गेम
different.
क्या है? GTA 5?
I know,
You
and
guys are too
I
young
feel
to
like there's a
play GTA?
dissonance because you kind of know that it
Very
is
nice.
by seeing the leaves. It gives
The
you a
kids
different
are
image of
having
it.
fun.
So I think it would be more powerful if it was
Bye,
just the
bye.
trunk, even
So
though it's
this is
clearly a
kind of
different
the
tree,
heart of the video
right?
game.
And then it's like
stores
it
here.
just to show like
We've
the
got, like,
symbolism of evolution.
must be about
right? It's just
10
the
or 12
trunk, and
video
it's in
game
like its
shops
seedling form, and then
in
it's
this
like
market.
it's sprouted, right?
Man, it's just
and
bringing
then
me
like the
back to
third
the
book
old
doesn't
days in
have
New
it,
Zealand when we had multiple
And
video
it's like-
game shops in a mall. But here,
right? As like a
Yeah.
consequence of outcomes.
it's still happening, man.
And-
Video game markets are still
Relic, I will do you a
happening here.
favor and I will
Oh,
pause
this guy's
this.
got God of War.
But it's like, I mean, I like seeing all this old nostalgic stuff and stuff like that, right? But it's like, this is a video I really don't feel like I have to listen to. It's more of a watching video, right? Like, they're talking in Urdu. I'm reading the subtitles. I'm mainly just, like, looking to see if I'm, like, do they have, like, there's, like, this really old game called, like, Oni or something like that. And it's, like, this cyborg. It's basically, like, Stellar Blade from, like, 2002. But it's, like, a gun. Well, I guess Stellar Blade's still a gun game. And it was, like, this fucking insane crate. It was one of the hardest games I've ever played. It's either, like, Oni or something like that. Total cyberpunk game. Or something like, okay, I just won't post anything then, because this is like 15th video you just don't watch fully. I feel like Happy at this point when he posts videos. And I totally understand where you're coming from, Relic, but it's like, can I advocate for myself of being like, it's a 28-minute video about PlayStation 2 games in a third world country that, like, I'm sorry, but I'm not really interested in. So it's like Relic when I'm, like, super hyped, and I'm like, oh my god, there's a new Oompaville video, or oh my god, there's a new Veritasium video, and you're like, no one wants to watch that shit. Right? It's like, at least I'm watching, like, attempting to watch the video. Like, is that a fair way to, like, look at it? And, like, a comparison? Hey, Scotty, what are you doing to Relic? What is going on here, sir? Do tell me. Talked about fucking random shit for 3 hours, from nukes to Russia, to basic income to a TV show. Good lord, you spaz. Well, I said at the beginning, Relic, that, like, I've been awake now for, like, 30 hours. Like, I don't feel good. I have, like, a fucking headache. I'm barely even registering that I'm here. Right? 6:30. Well, it's because I woke up at 4 o'clock yesterday. I streamed from 6:30 to 6:30. I tried to go to bed. I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed till like 12:30 when Asmon got on. And now it's 10 o'clock. So that's like from 4 to 4 is 24, right? And then you add that from 4 to 10 is 6. Scotty's obsessed with Asmon. I mean, you can say I'm obsessed with Asmon, but I mean, he has like a normal, to me, radicalized take on things, right? Where it's like oh yeah, I agree with that. I can definitely say that. And he's a rational person. And he talks about like politics in the world in America. And I don't like talking about Canadian politics because it pisses me off. But I don't mind American politics because I have no say in it. So I use it as like a research and world building technique to look at how someone interacts with the real world events that happen, right, inside of like politics in their own country. And then I look at the interaction between different people who have different viewpoints between it. And I use that as a foundation to build realistic characters off of and realistic worlds. How does communication work? How does politics work? How does the economy work? Right? How are these civilizations functional? What are the things that are going to bring down these civilizations? What can I mess with to make the most interesting type of civilization? Right? And it's like, originally I used to watch Vosh, and then I used to watch Hassan. Right? And then then they talked about like Asmon, right? And I even watched Destiny, and then they talked, because I was far left. And then they talked about Asmon. And I was like, there's no way someone actually thinks this. And then I watched Asmon, and I basically I'd have like a question of an argument, and someone in chat would say something, and Asmon would bring them up, and I'd have like the same argument as the guy in chat, and Asmon would explain it in a way that was like, well, the reason why you think that is because you're not looking at the bigger picture. And it's the idea of you're trying to triage a splinter while an artery is open. And then it creates this context of, okay, well, we have to create a hierarchy of like what we're doing. And I'm like, holy shit, that's exactly what I want to do. Right? And then it became can I use my writing in some way as a subtle manifesto to my own viewpoint, right? As such of the way that politics work inside of the Final Fantasy book. And then yesterday I watch a movie like Citizen Vigilante, and I see the potential for the idea and the social pressure behind it, right? But then I look immediately at a movie like The Boondock Saints. And I say, if you want to create an entertaining, interesting thing that tells a message but still tells a story, that's entertainment above all, but still encompasses these, like, tones of humanity and social issues that exist in the world, that's how you do it. You don't create Citizen Vigilante, you create The Boondock Saints, right? So then I say, how can I take something like The Boondock Saints with an ideology of, let's say, the Citizen Vigilante, and how do I turn that into a really interesting story that people would read, like The Lord of the Rings, that has this moral underlying idea where no matter what Tolkien said about not being an allegory, his experience in World War I is the experience that he wrote into The Lord of the Rings. His experience with death, his experience with the idea that one of his subordinates was a better man than him, and that's why he wrote Samwise Gamgee as the best of the best, because he saw the hope of humanity in someone else who was essentially underneath him. And he thought that even in a stature of like a professor and a high-minded and a general and all this, there was still this humility to humanity in the simple soldier that followed out his orders, right? And taking that and making that a message that's inside of Lord of the Rings that doesn't have this heavy political bullshit inside of it. It's just telling a story that gives a reference to a lived experience, is what I want to do. So being able to like take events from the real world and write them into my work is something that I consider like something I'm proud of, right? Like that's what I consider a strength, right? And I mean, it is what it is. And again, it's like, I'm sorry, Relic. I know if like you have to like, I don't want to hold you here in the stream. And I know you posted this video and I know you think it's cool and I would really like to watch it. But like, I'm just like, this video should have been saved for the other day. And tomorrow is the birthday. So I'm streaming super early tomorrow. Like we're starting the stream at like 1:30, 2 o'clock tomorrow. So we can do like the entire birthday party as like a stream, right? Humanity or hobbitry. Sorry, I'm behind on shit, but I don't trust any alignment of the spectrum. Grifters are one side, disillusioned half-wits on the other. To be fair, Vosh is kind of semi-base sometimes. Hassan is an idiot. The problem is, Retro, I'm in this, like, over-tired state, where I'm like, the thing is, I could turn off the stream, go sit in the shower for like an hour and hope that it makes me tired, and then go lie in bed for 3 hours and see if I fall asleep. Or I can force myself to get to the point where I'm literally passing out on stream. I just fucking raid out and go lie down in my bed and pass out. Right? So I'm like not at the
do not drink water.
I can like fall asleep yet.
Do not move your feet.
So my decision making is logically I'd rather stay here and hang out with you guys and talk about bullshit. On what I titled to be like basically a bullshit stream. So like I feel like I have given fair warning to the fact that this is not a standard normal stream, that this is like fucked up, and like the expectations for this stream should not be held standards to other streams. Right? Like, that was the intent behind it. I mean, I still understand exactly where Relic's coming from with the video and everything, which is why we haven't watched a new Pavil video or a Veritasium video, because every time I go to bring it up, there's something else happening. And it is what it is. And to be honest, I'm really not that interested in this video, right? I'm sorry. It's not that interesting for me, right? Well, Ahab, it's a consistency thing, right? It's like, what are your standards across, let's say, this month of streaming, right? I don't stream for 6 days this month. 22 days that I do stream, I'm ranting about my book and ideas, beta reading, and watching a movie. And then one day of those streams is a prep stream for a birthday stream. One of those streams is a birthday stream. One of those streams is a fucked up, failed birthday party stream. And then the stream after that is like the actual scuffed, fucked up birthday party stream. And we'll probably have a normal day, and then it's Canada Day. So I don't know if I'm going to stream on Canada Day. Because there's like a fireworks thing that's going on at the park, and I'm probably going to go there with like the niece and nephew and stuff. So like there's a chance I might stream it, but it's like I'm outside of the Wi-Fi. I don't know how to stream on my phone. I'm only streaming from my phone, or I'm only like connecting my phone to the stream via like Droid Cam because it's like an extra camera, right? It's not like I'm actually streaming from my phone, right? And 35, not having to work or do much of anything. You better be wiping your parents behind with their geriatric. They're mostly unemployed retards who can't hold jobs. I agree. Except, like, I'm the type of person, like, I've proven over my course of my life the willingness to put the effort in. And I know that I will put the effort in if the reward out of it is simply helping someone. Right? Like, I don't need a monetary incentive to do something, right? I can have incentives from other ways, such as, you know, maybe feeling a little bit lonely and wanting to have a job so I can socialize with people and talk to people. Right? Who have you helped? For instance, like there's this woman, who's a customer at Walmart, right? She's kind of a short, fat old pig who smells like shit or piss. And that's the reality. But do I treat her like that? Fuck no. She's a very nice old woman who has had some struggles in her life, and she was like part of the Navy and stuff like that, and she has like these epic amazing stories and stuff like that. She's like 78 or something like that, right? And like she always brings in like her grandson. Her grandson has like extreme autism, and he's like going into the military and stuff like that. And it's like she's the one I was talking about. Like she got scammed $40,000. Why would she? Why come she stink? Why does she stink? Sanitary reasons and stuff like that. Like they're not very accommodating family, you know. It's like they live in the chicken coop, right? It's like for instance, like her grandson's girlfriend broke up with him, and he spent like 3 months in a depressive state like Cameron in fucking Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and like he literally just shit and piss himself inside of the bed, and she had to like take care of that shit, right? And she scammed $40,000 by an Indian fucking scamming company, right? She tried to fucking sue them to get her money back, spent $30,000 of her grandson's money, bankrupted him, never got any of the money, stuff like that, right? So it's like I don't treat people the way they are in reality. I treat people the way people treat me. And she's a very nice old lady that I would probably gag standing next to, but I would hold it back as much as possible and have the ultimate civil conversations with her. And she's even like, man, if I went on a trip, if I had that savings, I'd take you on a trip to like the Caribbean. I'd be like, dude, that'd be fucking awesome. We plan these trips and stuff. And if like I had like, let's say if I was a millionaire, right? I'd take her and like maybe 8 of the staff members from Walmart. Like I would like give them like, because Walmart's fucking retarded, right? I'd give them like $15,000 each so they could like basically take the time off and not go bankrupt to do like a month and a half like world tour cruise or something. And I bring like my buddy along who's like part of the cruise industry and stuff like that. I get us like massive deals and fucking, you know, go the whole fucking yards and shit, and it'd be like probably something like $170,000 to $240,000, right? But if I'm like a millionaire, that's something like I'd want to do for like people that I've had a good experience with, and like, you know, it's just is what it is, right? I do the same thing for my family, right? It's just like Ferris Bueller didn't shit and hate his life. No, Cameron. Ferris gets Cameron out of bed because Cameron's depressed and he won't even go to school. And Ferris gets Cameron out of bed, and the whole story is like reviving Cameron from his, you know, because like he like thinks his life sucks, right? That's how the whole thing starts out. And he's like, nah, I'm coming over to get you, man. And then the whole thing with his dad and the car and everything, and like overcoming like the insecurity of his dad like looking down on him and stuff, or like the authority figure, right? There's like so much depth to that. Anyways, I live in a shed and invest my money. See, I invest my money, Ahab. But in the last 15 years, right? Working, let's say 5 of those 15 years, right? The money that I've taken from that 5 years of working, I have invested through multiple means, and now I have through my brother-in-law, because he does like investments and stuff like that, right? He's like a car flipper and stuff like that. He has like his own business. It's a whole thing, right? He deals with like all of that stuff. And in like profits over the last 10 years, like just the profits, like the original investment, like over time is promptly something like, I say like $16,000 to $18,000, right? So there's like that 18 to 16,000 sitting in like, you know, a perpetual method, and it's like that 16 to $18,000 now is like somewhere around $42,000, right? And it's like there's no reason to sell the stock. There's no reason to deal anything with it. So it's literally just going to keep going up. Right? So like it's basically like my own individual like private fucking retirement fund in a way. Because I made like good financial decisions after making fucking terrible financial decisions, working my ass off at a mill, making fucking $30,000 a fucking year, technically almost working under the table, so not getting taxed, and like window washing, and like I basically worked as like an illegal immigrant for like 4 years, and then I worked in like because my first job was at Boston Pizza as a dishwasher, then I worked in a kitchen, then I did like that kind of stuff. I'd also been doing, would you rather 30K untaxed or 35K taxed? Where I am right now, it would be a 7% tax. That's 14. So they're basically exactly the same if they were taxed under like the Alberta tax law right now. Because there'd be like extra like consecutive fees, so it would basically round up to 15,000. I mean, it's a little bit off because it's like you take 7, you double it, it's 14, but it's only 90, so there's a little bit of leeway, right? And then like 14 adds up, so it could be like 16. So technically, the 45K tax could be less than the 30K untaxed. Or if I'm doing the math backwards. Wait, would it increase or decrease overall from 14, or would it go 16, or would it go 12 for over a 90? Because it'd be 14 over 90, and then you need like question mark over 100. Right? That would be like the like deviation of like the ratio. I know the concept of the math, but it's like long division. I just fucking can't do it. I can't fucking do it. But yeah, the crypto, my buddy said, was totally gonna get me in a year. Been going down for about a year and a half. Yeah, but like, for instance, right? Like, this is how I would explain the investment, right? Like, so my brother-in-law buys a $500 car, right? Then he works on it in his own spare time, and now it's worth $5,000. Because he knows exactly who wants to buy that type of car in that condition. And he sells it for $5,000. That original investment is my $500. Right? So it's not like stock investment, right? It's like actual, like almost like having a down payment in a way, right? And then you get a certain amount back, right? Because then, Jordan doesn't have to spend his own money, and then he can do like different variations of stuff. And then there's the affordability of like the concept of a loss. Plus, he's working on his own time, so he's taking the majority of it, right? But it's like, if I put in 500, I'm going to get like 900 back, and then he's going to get 4.1 grand. Right? Because he's getting the full increase, whereas I'm technically only getting $400 because I made the $500 original investment. Now do that like every 2 or 3 months for 10 years. Right? And it's like the value of the cars just continues to increase. So it's like the profit margin is only going up because people are just willing to sell their cars to get rid of them. But Jordan just has the time to put in. I mean, he technically doesn't now with like, well, he didn't before with the kids, but now he does. There's kind of a leeway thing with that, right? So it's like, it's not as much as it was before, but it's still there. And that's what he's a mechanic. That's what he does as a hobby, right? He goes into the garage for 2 hours to chillax before he goes to sleep on the weekends, right? And it's like, he's just good at his job. He can do what he does, and he gets to that point. So, to me, that's just, hey, take my money. Shut up and take my money! Right? That's why I'm so glad. I'm like, fuck my sister, man. I'm glad she married Jordan because Jordan's gonna get me a financial shit, not because of anything else, right? like, fuck this. I don't know how it goes, but it is what it is, right? Right? Anyways. I can't keep a conversation, and I feel really bad, because, like, and I know that the same thing for Happy, where it'll be like, Happy will present a story, and I'll say, I'm sorry, Happy, but this isn't good. This is how you can fix it, though, and I think this is the potential for it. And then it'll be like, Happy will post a video, and be like, dude, this is like a 45-minute video, I don't want to watch this, sorry. And then Relic will post like 25 different 2-minute TikToks, right? And then he posted like the delete video, and I was like, okay, this is fucking funny and interesting, because it's like funny, and it's funny in a bad way, right? Like the you're laughing because it's so bad, because it's like the 4-year-old making bricks because he sold into slavery, right? And it's like he has to spend the next 25 years of his life just making bricks, like 18 hours a day. That's just all he does. Or he's gonna basically get killed because he's trying to like pay back a debt that his parents sold him into. It's like, okay, you know, there's depth to that. There's interest to that. I like that. I can use that. And to the fact I can use that, Delete is the basis of the zombie in fucking Stoner Girl Evolution. Like, his entire origin story, how he used to be a bricklayer, his parents sold him out, and then, you know, when he was like 18 or 19, there's some sort of war that happened where he got into like a militia, he started becoming like at the top, and because he was like, something with his hand-eye coordination with bricks and his intelligence, because he just sit there and think to himself all day. He winds up being like a general, and eventually winds up being like a warlord owning like a country in Africa. And then he gets isekai'd into the zombie body. So it's like, that is what I mean by I take things that I experience in real life and use them as inspiration for my writing if I think that they're interesting, and then I take my own thing on it, right? Because I think Dilip right now, the video was like 3 or 4 years ago, so he'd be like 16, maybe 14 to 16 now. And it's like, in my story, he's like basically 67, right? This is a cool, really interesting origin story that has this dark fucking side effect that has a real world effect on it, right? It's just the way that it goes. And I understand that, like, for me, looking at literature nowadays, the thing that's missing from literature nowadays is literally darkness, right? The depth of the darkness of the soul. It's like, it's people won't write that anymore because it's like, it's controversial to say that humans are bad, or some humans are bad, or some humans just make bad decisions. Right? It's become super controversial just to say something as simple as that. It's just like, again, that's why it's like, I created this writing community, because at the end of the day, no one can tell me what to do inside of my own community, right? How I treat my community and how I act with my community, like, dictates essentially like who likes me and who's inside of the community and the size of the community, right? But at the end of the day, I'm God. It's my community, and like, I have a certain direction and outlook that I want the stream and my community to be, right? And that's why it's like, I'm trying to do this slight, very slight turn away from like beta reading. So it's like, people can understand that like, the entire stream isn't just the beta reading. And then people can enjoy the fact of the banter that happens between the reading. And it's like, it's a point now where people are just calling chalkboard to get their stuff read because it's taking 4 hours to read their stuff. And I consider that completely valid use of chalkboard. But I don't want to get it to a point where everyone just calls it out as like a norm. When I'm only taking like half an hour to read someone's work, or we're having like, I'd say, a very interesting side conversation that's taking up a lot of time, right? Like UBI or something like that. If you went full on social commentary with no reads, I'd abscond. Well, I would never do that because I want to read your guys' work, right? I think the reading is like an important part of the stream. The thing that people are not, in some cases, I think, understanding is that it is a part of the stream. Right? That's why it's structured for like the first hour and a half is like me ranting about my ideas. Maybe I'll do some writing. Maybe I'll read my own work. That gives me like an hour and a half to kind of have a free zone to do whatever I want, right? And then I have like a 3 to 5 to 6 hour period where, depending upon how many people introduce their work and how many side tangents and conversations we have, I will read equivalent to something like an hour of consistent reading for your work, cutting out the tangents. Like if I was editing it in my head, I would only include the time where I was actually reading and giving you, and I wouldn't even include like the giving feedback times. I'd only include when I was actually reading. It'd be like an hour of just me straight reading, even if that was 3 hours in total, right? And I think the most appealing thing to you guys about the stream is the beta reading, which is why I want the beta reading to be like a huge emphasis on the stream. But I don't want to ever feel to the point where it's like I can't talk about my own work. I can't present my own work. I can't just fuck around and banter without like someone getting butthurt that I'm not reading their work yet. Does that make sense? And that's why it's like I purposefully make the first like hour to an hour and a half just bullshit. So people know, even if I go live at 6:30, if they want something read, it's not going to be read till 8. And then I hold no obligation to anyone of like staying in the stream and listening to my rants. You should be in other people's streams advocating for your own beta reading. I'm glad that I can provide enough value that you want to stay here and listen to me rant. That the ideas of my stories are enough that keeps you here. And that's me providing a value asset on the stream. Aside from just me reading your work. And if I can get people to stick around of just me fucking around, right, that I think that's a good thing. And don't bother trying to gaslight me either. The VODs will back me up. You won't want to make emotional arguments, would you? I asked you about your own work many times, and most of the times you reply with, I'm an idiot, guys, and don't work or write anything on it. Wait. I'm confused. What do you mean, Retro? You asked me about my own work many times. And most of the times you reply with, I'm an ideas guy. Okay, we're having an ad here, but I'm gonna like, I want to address this because I'm like, I feel like there's like, and this might be a thing for like, you know, like I said, like people come into the stream late. It is what it is, right? Like I don't think there's usually anyone, like maybe there's 1 or 2 people here for like the first hour, right? But then it's like 4 people will all show up at the same time, right? And it's like, you know, there was like you, Relic, Ahab, and Haffy, and I'm like, you're all trying to get me to read your work as I'm trying to be like, yo, we're probably not going to do that today, right? And then it's like, okay, well, Haffy's like, I'm going to bed. Relic's like, I want to watch this video. Ahab, I don't know, he might be chilling in the background doing his own thing. It is what it is, right? And then also feedback for Shadow, which I still haven't given either, because she asked me a question and I never fucking responded because I'm a retard. So she probably had to just say fuck it and go to bed. Because like she asked me the first question about the cover and then she sent me another one and then I just never responded. Right? If you're going to play dumb, I'm not going to waste my time discussing it with you. You know, willful ignorance is a pet peeve of mine. I consistently ask about work from you, Relic, Troll, sometimes, and especially Fizz. I read their work more than I build upon my own.
On the screen here.
This is what I don't understand what you mean by that. I don't want to be mean, but like, can we back Retro? Because like I want to address this, bro. I know I say I'm an idiot and I'm an idea guy, and sometimes I don't do it. Right? But like there's a way that I do story building, and I'm not a pantser. I'm an absolute definist outliner with everything. And the stage that we're at in the story right now is interactive, interweaving character backstories. Right? So we figured out, okay, the botanist and the cook have like this dynamic, right? And basically the idea is that he thinks of her as a daughter, but she wants to be his wife. And when they get kidnapped, this causes her to basically be raped by the cardinal because she puts herself in a position to allow it to happen, because she's like trying to whore herself out because the cook rejected her. Just don't like how you said, I don't want to feel like I can't spotlight my work when you've been asked several times about it. See, that's where I think, Retro, you're misunderstanding what I like, what I meant to say, what I was like intending to say. What I was intending to say is that I start up the stream, right? And then 3 people come in, and they're like, I got a chapter for today, right? And I'm like, fucking awesome. Okay, join the queue, right? I'm gonna fuck around for about like an hour and a half. It's what I do. And then like 20 minutes later, someone who was there that I know was there when I said that. Oh, absolutely, Retro. I want you to be frank. Because again, like I said, I'm bad at miscommunications. This could be a thing on me of like, you know. So like, I want to make sure that we get back on the same page. Because from what I'm getting from what you're saying, that is not what I'm intending. Same thing with Wacky being like, oh, you want to censor shit. I'm like, I don't understand how you came to that conclusion. Now I need to like pick your brain to be like, okay, well, why do you think what I think? And why did you like think what I saw, right? Like, you can be as rude or as like blunt as you need to be with me, right? Like, he called me a pretentious, egotistical, like, there was another type of like thing to do with that, you know, like high and mighty kind of thing. And I'm like, well, I mean, my own stream on my own thing, I mean, I honestly feel like I was failing if I didn't do that. So like, to me, that's like a miscommunication. Like, you're not on the same page as me. Like, I'm trying to build something and you're saying you're making it the wrong shape. And I'm like, but you're not the architect. Right? And this is why I say I'll never be big, because I alienate people and like I cause people to turn away. And I never hold anything against anyone for that, because you're allowed to feel and have whatever opinion you want. And if there's some subconscious way that I talk that's like aggravates, or like the type of my voice, or like passive aggressiveness, it's like, if you're picking up on that, I'm absolutely not trying to do that. So that's when it's like, when I see people say that, I'm like, oh shit, where did I go wrong? What did I say? Right? How did I get them to have that interpretation? Because and it's like when you say like, oh, you're being like disingenuous with misunderstanding, I'm like, I don't even know how to respond to that, because I don't think that I am. Right? I mean, I think this is just an off measure thing where I was just talking about the future of the stream and the direction that I want to go. And being like, if everyone comes in here and everyone just wants me to read their stuff, right? I don't think that creates a cohesive community. But I understand why everyone would come in here and just want me to read their stuff. But they would have to like understand that, okay, right? But it's like, I start the stream at 6:30. If you want my stuff read, come in at 8. But they're coming in at like 7 saying I'm not reading their stuff. So I think in my head, well, if this is like a persistent canary problem, then I have to address it with people to make sure that people understand like how I structure the stream so that they can get the best value out of the stream. Right? I won't speak for anyone else, but I imagine that the regulars want their work read because you have a unique mix as a streamer. You offer free beta reading and critique, while being almost no rules. You are small, meaning that the viewers get real, instant communication. Most writing streamers are too big, too soft cushion with rules galore, or may even charge for reading a critique. I've seen streamers like this, and can even give names. So when people find a stream who will do all that for free, they tend to be motivated to get their stuff read to see where they can improve. No one is hating on you for having opinions. That's fine. And you have a right to them. But having your things read and critiqued is entertaining. And I imagine that's where it comes from. So this is where Retro, I think I have some sort of like autistic, fucked up level of like communication. Because from my understanding, right, there was an idea conflict in this conversation. But from the description that you've given of it, we are on the exact same page. So I just want to pick out that tiny piece. And again, this is where it's probably just me. Where is it? There's a specific line. No one is hating on you for having opinions. That's fine. You have a right to have them, right? I don't think anyone is hating on me. Right? From my perspective, Retro, right? I am saying, hey guys, I tap the sign and I say, there's not that many rules here, but we do have kind of a thing. And it's like as simple as that. Like there's nothing beyond that. It's like if you have questions, ask. So like me making the statement and bringing up the conversation, right, from my end, is like a scientific endeavor to introduce a normality between the way that we view things to get on the same page, right? And somehow in doing that, I feel like you've taken an entirely different take on what I said. Because I think what you think from your perspective is that this is like, for instance, me complaining about people not respecting my hour and a half. Am I correct in assuming that? Or something along those lines? It is what it is. Because from my perspective, right, what I'm trying to do is just like, it's like a PSA, right? I'm just trying to remind and inform people, hey, you know, this is how it is. Get things right before you say them. But yes, on those lines. Okay, well, that was never my intention with even bringing up the conversation, right? It was a, like, strategic, structural thing. And, like, same with, like, how when I was talking about my ideas and, like, I just rant and rave about my ideas and, like, topic and stuff like that. And then you said, what did you say? I don't want to feel like I can't spot my work. And like that comes from a perspective of the direction of the audience. Right? And that's why I bring it up as a thing of being like, I understand how you guys feel, and I know you really, really, really fucking want me to read your work, and I really, really want to read your work. But if you want to get the maximum efficiency out of me, you need to let me warm up. For the record, I like the mess around periods of the stream. It's good balance. I've been writing all the time spaces before, and they aren't fun. And there is, and that's again Retro, why we have like chalkboard, right? And it's like I even thought so far ahead as to like create a safe word for your guys' work in a way, and like topics of discussion and stuff, right? In order to make sure that like I have an accommodation for someone who, instead of leaving the stream, they could just let me know that they're uncomfortable. In a way that in a structure I would take it not seriously. I give the example of when I was reading Steve's work and Retro was like crashing out, and me and Haffy were laughing our fucking asses off because we thought it was a joke. And then like it's just kept going and going, and then I'm like, wait a second, Retro, are you like actually serious? And he was, and he explained to me why, and I was like, oh fuck, that totally makes sense. It's totally understandable. Yeah, and then I changed like my behavior towards it. Right? And it's like, to me, that's the difference between like pandering to your audience in a way and having a discussion that leads to a middle ground. And like, I take everything everyone says on the internet with a grain of salt. Like, there is this, like, idea in the back of my head. I know it's fucked up and I know it's rude, but you're all fucking NPCs, and I'm the main character. I like interacting with you guys, but, like, on a fundamental reality level, right? Like, I am God in my own reality, and you are simply existing inside of that reality. Right? So, like, I don't get affected by action, right? Like, I don't allow those effects of action to dictate anything. You can say something that will make me cry, but I'm not going to turn around and, like, have an emotional outbreak of, like, freaking out at you in a way of being like, you know, I just take a step back. I say, it is what it is. You can only do what you can do. Right? And it's like, that's just the mentality I have to live my life. And I try to, like, express to other people that, like, since I've lived my life like this, you know, I've had the best experience of reality. So it's something I want to share with other people. Right? And, like, yesterday with Relic's story, it's like, I feel like I've accomplished that because it's like, I've literally given I've given enough breadcrumbs for a blueprint that Relic can almost like 98% recreate my formula for like creation, like structure. Because I have literally like an E equals MC square, like massive fucking Drake's equation fucking for how I do storytelling. And I know that that's unique and special to me, so I was trying to encourage, and I think, oh, how am I unique and special? And I try to encourage, how are other people unique and special? Right? And I know I have a temper, and I'm a fucking retard, and I freak out over nothing because I let everything build up because I don't do anything about it. And then it's the straw that breaks the camel's back, and I freak out at someone I shouldn't over something that's retarded. And I smack myself in the face. Someone else smacks me in the face. I apologize. I get down on my knees and I say, I'm going to be a better person. And instead of 3 years between it, it's 6 years between it. Right? It's going to happen, but I'm going to make sure that the time between it increases. Right? So the fundamental way that I look at trying to build the community here, right, is like literally a vibe check. Right? Like, can you be an 80 IQ and 150 IQ at the same time? You know, like, challenge people, impress people to see what their limits are. Like I was doing with Relic, to see, like, where his creativity and where his ceiling of, like, whatever is, to see if he's better than me or not. And that's, like, a selfish, like, presentation of... It's a selfish thing to do, but it's a benefit for everyone. Like, you can be selfish and still benefit people. Right? And interaction with the chat, right, is like 90% of like the tangent off, right? Like, if no one's talking in chat while I'm reading a story, I'm just like in the story giving critique, right? But then I'll get lost in the story and like I'll stop thinking out loud. Right? So it's like, for me, the tangents and benefits of having just at least like 1 or 2 people making a comment every 10 minutes is like enough to keep me grounded inside of the efficiency of my critique. So let's wrap this back around, right, to the idea of maybe some sort of subconscious passive aggressiveness that leaks through in some way of me either being like jealous or like fuck, I had the other word for it. Not angry, not spiteful. Those are too powerful, right? It's very mild. It's a very mild thing. Or of like feeling that, like, for instance, someone is like putting me down, something like that, right? Like I'm being taken advantage of in some way, right? And then I look back to the structure of it and I say, I've built this for myself in this way. I have a vision of what I would want the stream to be in a year from now, right? And that vision is going to be different than the reality of it because of like you guys, because of changes in me. And I want that to be like a universal experience for all of us inside of the stream, that we're all, you know, having fun together and doing our thing. But there's also that element of, you know, there is a benefit and, you know, a good way to say it is like, you go to school to learn, but that doesn't mean you can't make friends. Right? Like if you're going to school just to learn, you're missing out on almost the entire other half of going to school, which is socialization. And like having to deal with people, interact with people, learn the lines of certain people, and play with personalities and stuff like that, right? And it's because I'm such an emotional person, I get affected so heavily by things as like a physical response, even though it won't like dictate a mental response to it, right? Like I'll cry, my face will get red, I'll start shaking, I'll start sweating, you know, I'll be fucking angry and fucking breathing heavy and hyperventilating. And then in my mind, I'm just taking a step back saying, okay, what's going on right now? How do I deal with this? What is the best outcome and what can I do? Right? And that's where it's like I have like in the freeze, like flee or freeze, right? I'm like a total freeze. I'll like freeze over everything if like I'm under pressure for something. Right? So I want to make sure stream still going. True what? I'm fucked up right now and trying to have a conversation with Retro about, I'd say essentially the like in my perspective from his concern is the way that I am voicing the way that the community has reacted to the structure of the stream, right? And like having me want to read people's work. And me saying that, like, for instance, you know, the tangents are kind of the fun part of the stream. I know you're going to get your critique and your feedback, and I know you can't be here for fucking 3 hours, right? It's totally understandable. And that's why, like, I try to limit within, like, a certain time frame, depending upon how many people are present in the queue, right? And, like, what's going on currently. And some days there will be topics that will go way off the wall, and they will inhibit the reading. And the people that are here only for their reading, right? They're gonna get frustrated. Because they're like, read my fucking shit. And I'm gonna be like what happened with Relic, where it's like, watch my video, and I'm just talking about bullshit. I'm honestly LARPing when I'm poking you about watching Relic's video. If the content isn't appealing to the stream, I'm not going to encourage degradation of it just for one person to watch it. And that's what I mean by, like, pandering to someone in your audience, right? Degradation. Guys, we're approaching 31 hours, okay? And again, I'm still not, like, passing out in my seat. So that's the biggest problem, I feel like if I turn off the stream, I'm gonna go sit in the shower for an hour. I'm gonna grab some food. I'm gonna lay in bed for 8 hours. It's gonna be fucking 8 in the morning. I'm gonna see the light coming through the window. I'm gonna be like, wait, I haven't fallen asleep yet. So I'm trying to, like, essentially tire myself out with the stream. And I love how it's like, short stream! 4.5 hours in, and we're still fucking talking bullshit. So yes, it's a LARP. I do think you should give your viewers a bone and attempt to watch things. But if it's not live, then it's not live. Xing out of it won't hurt anyone. Yeah, and that's why I use the example with Retro of, like, his response to me watching a Veritasium video. Like, I'm huge into science and exploration and stuff. Like, a PBS fucking black hole video comes out, fuck yeah. You know, Oompaville's talking about fucking conspiracies, I'm all over that. Veritasium's talking about how gravity is fucking, you know, like, being manipulated by, like, the mega solar flares that are happening on the sun, which causes the earthquakes that happened over the last week. Of course I want to fucking watch that. And if I lose every one of my viewers, at some point in time, it's like, well, this isn't in the section of the stream that would be like, because it'd be like, the first hour and a half, you have like 2 viewers. Then people are like, okay, you know, you get like 3 more viewers, so you have like 5 viewers now, and it's like 3 of those people want you to read their work. So that takes like 3 to 4 hours, right? And it's like someone else will come in during there to read their work. Someone will leave, maybe you don't read their work. And then it gets to like the 4-hour mark, 5-hour mark of the stream, and it's like, okay, well, what are we going to do next, right? I can say that I have fallen asleep while we were watching one of those docs. See? And what? I hold no one accountable to, like, having to stick around for that bullshit. That's something I'm doing for myself. So it's like, I'm expecting to have different levels of audience for different things that I do. Because there are some people that like my story and just like me and will just show up every day, right? It's just the way it is. You're going to have your regulars. And they spend the hour and a half me ranting, they do what they do, and then maybe they'll pop their story in, right? Like, I wonder how many times Sean is just sitting in the background not saying anything, just listening to me, right? And then just, I'll make a comment about something, and I'll think in my head, hey, I wonder if this is something Sean will respond to. And Sean will fucking say something. And I'm like, there he is! But I'm not expecting you guys in here, which is why I always say, if I'm not reading your work, why? And, like, your sole purpose to being here is me reading your work. You should be out in other streams getting other people to read your work. And then be like, yo, message me on Discord or, like, DM me when it's my turn so I can, like, come back in. Right? Like, I advocate for if that's what you want, that's what you guys should do. Right? I'm like, I want to provide value that you want to stick around. I want to do that. But I'm not going to be like, oh, you have to stick around and watch the stream or I'm not going to read your beta reading. I need maximum viewers. It's fucking cringe as shit, bro. Fucking cringe as shit. So, there's the part of the stream that's for me. There's part of the stream that's for you. There's part of the stream that's for... Okay, there's the part of the stream that's for my story and, like, warm-up. Then there's the part of the stream that's for you guys. Then there's the part of the stream that's, like, for me, for the things that I'm like, oh, this doesn't relate to reading, but this is, like, something I was thinking about that I want to do, right? Whether that's having, like, a conversation about UBI, whether that's watching a Veritasium video, whether that's someone giving me a video like this, right, that I can watch, even though, like, if I'm so not interested in the fucking video that I'm just reading the subtitles while I'm talking about an entire other subject, right, is that... Like, I mean, I don't want to pander to anyone, but I also don't want to be rude, right? And I feel it's bad because, like, 90% of the videos Relic gives me are good, and I'll watch them. 90% of the videos Happy gives me, I'm like, where the fuck did this come from? What the fuck is this? Why am I watching this? And I feel really bad that, like, my taste doesn't align with Happy. And then I think to myself, when I pull up a Veritasium video, and Relic says, boo! Get Derek off the screen! Fuck him! Right? There's like a back and forth there where it's like, okay, so this is how people feel when I say fuck their video. I'm soon to be looking for more beta readers. True what? And I would recommend going on Twitter. There's a lot of scammers, but there's an easy way to tell the difference between the scammers and the not scammers, right? When someone asks you for your work, you basically give them a page that's like 100 words that just says scam. And if they come back to you and say, lol, I totally get it, but like, yeah, okay. But yeah, here's what the actual thing is. And if they never respond after that, well, you know they're a scammer. That's literally what I do. And I've had like 20 or 30 people read my work and give me like feedback on it just on X, just on Twitter. And it's like I take that experience and I go, are other people doing this? Am I like, do I need to teach people to like break away from this? It's like I said, the second I print my book, I'm going to order copies of it and I'm going to go to every single one of my neighbors. I'm going to knock on their doors. I'm going to say, I'm a local author. Here's my, do you want to buy my book for $2? It's normally $4, but I will give it to you for $2. And I will spend like that as like marketing, as like, let's say $3,000, $4,000 if I buy like every copy of my own book, instead of like convincing other people to buy other copies. And I just basically go to people's doors and just like, I buy the book for $4 for myself, and then I sell it for $2 to my neighbors. So I make a kind, you know, I'm breaking even. It's a little bit of things, and people love the idea of local authors, and I'm hoping that the story is good enough to click. And then I think to myself, wait, do other people do this? And if not, they should do this. And you're going to get like a 10%, maybe a 5% success rate. People are going to be like, I don't give a fuck about literature. People are going to be like, get the fuck off my lawn. People are like, oh, you're not a Jehovah's Witness, I don't care. And people will be like, huh. And the second I say Stoner Girl Evolution, they're going to be like, oh, fucking get out of here. Right? And there's some people that be like, oh, local author. I don't care what it is, I'll buy it. Like Girl Scout cookies, right? And it's like, I create these ideas in my head, I enact them in reality, I ask other people if they do them, and then I evaluate what the like status quo for it is. I might use Reddit, but there are a couple of other Discords I'm in. I might send it in, but right now I'm trying to decide on the final length. Ads! And like the best way, go to the streamers that have Discords, go inside of their Discords, DM the streamers, do they beta read? How do you get on the list? And if you're really nice and really kind, I'm going to do a self-promotion. You can say, are you like Intoxication? Do you do free beta reading? I mean, I'm shameless, guys. I'll fucking throw that in there. Word of mouth is one of the most important things to have, right? I just don't think I vibe with 98% of the fucking writing community. I think I'm a complete fucking outlier that will be completely condemned within like the modern writing community. This ain't no Dead Poets Society, bro. Or sorry, there are no Dead Poets Society. I want to make the Dead Poets Society. Because I understand the message that can be taken in both sides, but it comes down to who you are as a person. And I'm going to challenge that kind of person. Because if you're not challenged by it, the first show of it will be the destruction of society. Right? Which is where we go back to like this conversation in Grok about giving out fake nukes and who would use those fake nukes. And it's the usual suspects. And then people say, well, why aren't you just allowing them to get nukes? Why aren't you just allowing them to do their thing? Oh, they just want enriched uranium. That's okay. You don't have to set them back. You've been saying for 60 years they're 10 years away from getting a nuke. So if I was like president, I would just give them all fake nukes and see what happened. They're going to plan on 25 chapters, but I can reach chapter 30 to end it. I don't know if a 13 chapter finale arc is too long. See, again, what I don't think that, like, I try to advocate for not thinking about that. Or I guess a way of saying it is orienting yourself to how you should think about it. Are you trying to adhere to a norm? Or are you doing what the story demands? It's as simple as that. And if you're not doing what the story demands, you're losing all your potential. Because by that point, you're just following rules and following a script. You're not using ingenuity, you're not using innovation, you're not using inspiration, you're not using improvisation. You're just trying to follow something that you think works. Right? And I think that's like a poison inside of the writing community, just in the world, like for literature. Even inside of like education. And I want to break that kind of stigma for it. Where you bring up someone like Cormac McCarthy, where he's like, fuck chapters, I'm just going to write. It is what it is. You know, the mastery of the language is what allows you to do with it what you want. Right? You don't. There is no way you believe David's weeks away lie for decades. Wait. Okay, Retro. I'm gonna pull up a graph and I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna explain you in this graph. Fuck, do I need 3 or do I need 4? I'm gonna do 4. I don't know if I don't want to have to add one at the end, so I'm just gonna do 4. So we got country says I'ma kill you if I can. US says, let's look into this. Just a nuclear reactor. We only enriched from 0.4% needed to 56% weapons grade because we can. US says, fuck that. Peace, bro. Blows the fuck out of their shit. And then rinse and repeat. Is that a valid explanation? Like, do you agree with that explanation? I'm not doing, but because this is why I like discussing people. Like, am I wrong? Like, am I looking at this from the wrong perspective? Is there something that I'm missing, right? Because, like, to me, this is super simple. And then you do this over 100 years. Of course, they're always 15 years away from nukes. Well, you said there is no way you believe David's week away lie for decades. So did I misinterpret what you meant by that? Because, like, I thought you were saying, well, how can they be weeks away from creating it when it's been decades? Like, if they're weeks away, they're going to make it. Right? What did you think I meant by that? I thought you meant that it's stupid to think that it's possible that they could be 15 years away from nukes, even though it's been 50 years. And for the last 50 years, everyone's been saying, oh, they're only 15 years away from nukes. Right? So I'm saying they're always going to be 15 years away from nukes, so people the fuck out of them. And then everyone says, well, they can't always be 15 years away from nukes. No, I think it's stupid that they've been weeks away from nukes for decades. So then, Retro, looking at what's on the screen and the order of events, it's like dying in a video game. That's how I'm going to explain it. So you're playing PoE, and you're like about to level up, and you go to the labyrinth, and you die 24 times, and now you're back down to 0 XP. And you get 3/4 of the way through, like, you complete the labyrinth, you go on to the next one, you're still level, let's say, 81. And you go through, like, 6 maps, and you're at, like, 75% of level. And you go into, like, a really hard map, and you die every single portal, and now you're back down to 20%. That's because someone in those 24 times, you failed to change your pattern or identify your weakness. I don't know who this David is. I'm confused. Like, I'm almost like, are we talking about the same thing? Because, like, if someone says they're gonna do something and make something, and then you say, no, you can't, and you blow it up, and then they say, damn it, they blow our shit up, let's try again. Oh, you mean the Jews. You mean the Jews. Wait, so you're saying the Jews have been saying that Iran is 15 years away from a nuke because they're Jews? Not because the reality is there are people out there that are trying to get nukes, and there are people out there that are stopping them from getting nukes. And the reason why they're consistently 15 years away is because we're making sure that the 15-year mark is like starting from scratch. It would take them 15 years to mine the ore, enrich the ore, get the schematics for a bomb, create a bomb, deploy the bomb. That entire spectrum is a 15-year period. So if you bomb them every 8 years, they're basically always going to be between 10 and 15 years away from getting a nuke. But they're never going to get that nuke because you don't let them. So you allege that Iran is always trying to circumvent the nuclear agreement. Yes. Retro. Yes. By every evidence shown over the last 50 years. Like, this is just going to source it out, right? This is just to find the sources. It's super easy. 3, 2, 1, toke.
I tell you what, Scotty, I like you. You're a nice kid. If you can find 2 pieces of objective evidence, I will concede.
Retro, I'm not looking for objective evidence. I'm looking for videos of the Iranian government specifically telling the rest of the world that this is their goal. So when the country's government says, the UN says, hey, are you trying to make nukes? And they're like, yeah, we are. Okay, there is substantial evidence, primarily from declassified intelligence. I don't care about that over the last 50 years. Shah era, 1970s. Iran's nuclear program began in the 1950s under Shah Mohammad Reza. I'm just going to say, can you source videos of the Iranian government stating they will create nuclear weapons if given the opportunity. Reality, irregardless of anyone's feelings or opinions. Yes. Many officials have rarely made outright public statements. It is explicitly declaring an intent to build nuclear weapons unconditionally. So let's see. Here are notable sourced examples with video links where available. Primary from... Okay, so is it going to give me... Like, is this a... Iran warns it will change nuclear doctrine if existence threatened. So you just said you won't find objective sources. So if you can't do that, I won't waste my time. Mrs. Grok has found... No, what I mean, Retro, is I mean, there's like... Look at this. This is a news article. Right? How much do you trust that this news article is accurate? Right? This is my argument. Like 1%. Maybe 2%. Right? Because, like, there's people that are trying to make it out to look like it. Right?
Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has praised the military for its recent strike on Israel. Khamenei said the armed forces showed the country's power. It's the first time he's spoken since Tehran launched more than 300 missiles and drones at Israel a week ago. Those strikes in retaliation for an attack on the Iranian consulate in Syria earlier this month. Khamenei was meeting with armed forces commanders.
The issue of how many missiles were fired or the number of missiles hit is a
I don't know if it has to do with
secondary
nukes.
issue. The main
That's why we're
issue
going
is
through
proving
this.
the willpower of the Iranian nation.
So I'm not saying
and
this
the
is
armed
proof, I'm trying to
forces
find
in the
it.
international arena. The various events have costs and achievements. It is important to reduce the costs and add the achievements.
So I just be talking about missiles
This
randomly.
matter was
Nothing to do
very
with
well
nukes.
executed by the armed forces during recent events.
Well, for more on this, let's head over now to Dorsa Jabari.
Because I'm thinking this is not a good source, which is why we're looking for it.
Iranian strike. How are these comments being interpreted now?
Well, Sammy, the Supreme Leader's comments really highlight the fact that this long, antagonistic, and hostile and costly chapter between Iran and Israel appears to have come to a close, but the story between the two sides is anything but over. The Supreme Leader also highlighted the fact that there should be no stopping in terms of the advancement of the country's military capabilities. He said that
I won't take that as an example of defined going for nukes. Right? Because I want concrete. I don't want, oh, this isn't up in the air. He said we're advancing our military technology, so that means we're getting nukes. Right? I want him specifically stating, I want the government specifically stating, if we have the chance, we are getting nukes.
even a pause
And I know it exists. You know why I know it exists, Retro? Because I've seen it on Asmon's stream from like the actual like the events from like 2 years ago and stuff like that, right? When like Trump first attacked Iran, before like the Iran war, like this was like the first time he attacked, right? Like he was like the month into him being the president. I agree with that. I wish you could be this logical all the time. See, and Retro, what I don't understand is that I think I am. So my confusion with this entire conversation is that I feel that I am.
a second means going backwards, highlighting that this is not over. But for now, the speech is being seen as a signal that the recent tensions that we've seen at the highest levels between the two countries appear to be in a lull. How long that will last remains
So yeah,
to
this
be
is
seen.
nothing to do with nukes. I don't know why it sourced this. Kalamani, senior head of state council, key statement. We have no decision to build a nuclear bomb, but should Iran's existence be threatened, there will be no choice but to change our military doctrine. So, and this is where they use wordplay, right, Retro? So, what would your follow-up question to that statement be? Again, yes, you're correct, but what would your follow-up to that statement be? Question. Yes. So you said, do you have plans to make nukes? And they said, only if our existence is threatened. And your follow-up question is, do you believe that your existence is being threatened? And their answer is, yes, the West threatens our existence, actively, currently. So then your third question would be, well, if your existence is being threatened, and your doctrine is you will make nukes if your country is threatened, then is the answer not that you are making nukes? So again, I'm not counting this as any evidence to anything. Like, I haven't found a single piece yet, Relic. Right? Not a single piece of concrete evidence. Cause yeah, I know there's some videos that exist for this shit. I don't know if I can find it. So I'll concede. Right? I won't say there is evidence, but there is not proof. Is that fair to say? My respect for you has gone up, Scotty. I expected you to take the implication and run with it. Oh, look, nukes. No. I'm a logical, understanding person, and if that's why I like having discussions with people, Retro, and why I hate when everyone's argument is you're wrong. If your only argument against me is that I'm wrong, then can we not have a discussion about a hypothetical scenario in which I'm right? And, like, what would be the course of action to do if in this hypothetical situation, you know, the reality was different? And that's the conversation I want to have with people. So I am so glad we were able to have this conversation. Not that you know what either of those are. Well, it's, or no true Scotsman. Or ad hominem. Ad hominem is like the fucking, like the kind of opposite, or like adjacent to like the devil's advocate, right? It's like, there is like a circular logic system that is used to come to a conclusion, right? Or am I thinking of something else? No, it's this. I mean, I'm thinking of something else. Scotty, should teens be able to transition? Why or not? If you are under the age of consent that the civilization has decided is the age of consent, there are things that you cannot do. You can't vote. You can't get a tattoo. You can't do basically anything that has like a long-term effect on you. Is that fair to say, Retro? Whether that's 14, 16, or 18, the number doesn't matter. It's the whatever line the society has drawn in the sand, right? You're just jealous that you could never transition and look attractive even with surgery. You're mad that there are men who look better than you with less work. It's not their fault. You're ugly. See, and then my response to that would be, Retro, is that's kind of one of the things I hate about society now, is because if I grew up in this day and age, the way that I acted when I was a kid would have, like, medical professionals inside of Canada putting me on HRTs and transitioning me. But the simple fact is that I'm a dude who likes getting fucked in the ass because it feels good against your prostate. And I will tolerate my unattractiveness to men in order to get pounded in the ass. Which is why I like fudas, because I don't have to deal with men, I just have to deal with women. And there's an element of, like, submissiveness that I want to, like, feel pretty. So, like, cross-dressing and makeup, all of it falls under a sexual fetish. Every element of it falls under a sexual fetish. For me. That is ad hominem. It's when you ridicule the arguer and don't touch the argument. Oh, so an ad hominem when I say... So, like, when I say the only argument I ever get is someone says I'm wrong, that's an ad hominem. Because they're not attacking, like, the actual argument. They're just literally saying, no, you're wrong, that's not true. But they're not, like, giving you an argument as to why the information that you presented is not true. Scotty, should Alberta separate? Why or why not? Alberta should separate because we have a massive infrastructure that for the last, like, 100 years has been a major component to the economic development of Canada. And we have, like, an astonishing amount of, like, young men putting their lives on the line to make sure that we can get enough oil to the rest of Canada. And we want to do our part to support the rest of Canada that doesn't have the natural resources that, like, Alberta and BC does, or the landscape that, like, Manitoba and Saskatchewan have, right? So it's like Quebec and Ontario are just, they're not the greatest places for, like, agriculture and infrastructure, right? So we want to try to help them because we have those means and we're part of the same country, right? The problem is the other side of the country thinks they're entitled to everything that we have without giving us any benefits. So we're starting to get scratching our heads of being like, well, why are we giving them all of our stuff? No, true Albertans think that way. Real Albertans love Canada and being Canadian and see it as their duty to give more. So then my answer to that, Retro, because again, we're playing like devil's advocate, right? Like I know we're playing like back and forth, right? My response to that as like a counter ad hominem would be like, so what you're saying is that Ontario and like Ottawans hate Canada because they're not willing to step up and give something forward. So like Quebec and Ontario are actually just taking advantage of the fact that Albertans love Canada. Did I do it right? That is no true Scotsman. Moving the goalpost on what makes a true X so that the group in question looks perfect. And this is why you did it right. It was a good counter. Ah. See, I can play the game. I just choose not to, right? I'm like a fucking the idea of like Jon Snow. I'd rather die with honor than win through fucking treachery. Even though you know that like if you die, the world's fucked. But you're just not willing to fucking go that far. And that used to be me, right? And now I would call myself radicalized because I would go that far. As Jon Snow, I would kill Daenerys. Because it just has to be done. It is what it is. You cannot have the Mad Queen. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And what I like to do, Retro, so let's just, where's my nuclear evidence? Don't change the subject. True. I like, sometimes Grok's not good at this, right? So let's go to Google and do this. You like to do what? Wait, I got cut off. What was I saying? Fuck, I'm retarded. I have no idea, Retro. I had a whole point, and then I was like, shit, I have to do something else. And I was like, wait, what's the point? Fuck. Now I'm just fucking lost. Okay, take a step back. Just fucking figure it out. Okay, video of Iranian government. I'm looking for the right word. Like, I don't want to say, like, declaring. Let's just say talking about nuclear weapons program. Iranian foreign minister says countries enriched. Iranian foreign minister says have every right. U.S. Iran war. Iran uses fresh nuclear statement. Iran's supreme leader speaks out on its nuclear program. Iran's nuclear program has evolved. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's that simple. Whether we have any knowledge of that. Okay, let's just go through these and see if any of these match the criteria.
Iran has declared it has 440 kilos or so of nuclear material. Where is that material now? Who has custody of it?
That's not what I want.
Well, we have not declared. This is verified and declared by the agency.
That's
This is not a secret. This is not a secret, you know. The agency have said in his many reports the exact amount of our enriched, nuclear material.
Yes. So where is it now? Who has custody of it?
So they are under the rubbles. You know, our nuclear facilities were attacked, and everything is under the rubbles. Of course, there is the possibility to retrieve them, but under the supervision of the agency. If one day we come to the conclusion to do that, it would be under the supervision of the agency. But for the time being, we have no program, we have no plan to recover them from under the rubbles.
Am I understanding you here? Because I know that you said 48 hours before the U.S. strikes happened, you had personally offered to President Trump's negotiators to take that 440 kilo amount of 60% enriched material and to dilute it. You said Iran was...
And by the way, you need 56% to make a dirty bomb. So, again, this isn't admitting anything. This isn't, but they admitted they have 440 kilos of 60% enriched uranium. Well, let's find out why it's not 0.4, because that's all you need for a nuclear reactor.
Was ready to give that material away. This was in the deal that was also presented to Vice President Vance by Oman. Today, is Iran still willing to let go of that enriched uranium?
Well, that was one of the elements of a deal that we were negotiating with our, American interlocutors. That element dealt with the question of Iran's 60% enriched material. And I offered actually that we are ready to dilute those enriched material or downblend them, as they say, into lower percentage. So that was a big offer, a big concession, in order to prove that Iran has never wanted nuclear weapons and would never want them.
Are you willing to give that up now?
Ads. See, and this is again like, okay, this isn't a good example, right? But it is kind of a good example in its way, right? Like, yo, Azure, what's up? What you doing? What you got, man? Welcome. How's it going today, good sir? It's a fucked up day today, but it is what it is, you know? So, not all days are created equal. You can't enjoy the highs without crying at the lows. Just checking in, Cupcake. Cupcake told me to come here. Fuck yeah. I love Cupcake. Cupcake's great. It's a little bit of a thing here. We're having a discussion about whether Iran has ever dictated in any way that it has wanted or been pushing for nuclear weapons, because we are at a contest of believing the idea that for the last 50 years, Iran has been 15 years away from creating a nuke. And they've tried at every point in time to create a nuke. And the only reason why they're 15 years away from creating nukes is because country says, I'm gonna kill you if I can. US says, let's look into this. It's just nuclear reactor. We only enriched from 0.4 to 56% weapons grade. US says, fuck that. Peace, bro. Blows the fuck out of their shit. Rinse and repeat. About every 5 to 6 years between 1976 and 2026. And that's the reason why Iran is perpetually 15 years away from creating a nuke. As well as the fact that the incubation period between currently now, like complete bottom level, like baseline, would be about 15 to 17 years. So if you had absolutely nothing and you mined the uranium yourself, enriched it yourself, built all the reactors, all of the things yourself, you could have a weapon within 15 to 17 years. I'd also like to know the timeline changed. Someone, it was weeks away. Other times, months away or days away. They go from months to weeks to days to years. See, Retro, I think you're just looking at this from the perspective of the media just being retarded. I don't give a fuck what the media said. The media is going to embellish and do whatever it is, right? You want to look what the actual military said. You want to look at, like, the operations that the military has actually had in Iran. Because, like, all of that shit is, like, public documents that you can just look up, right? It's all declassified information of, like, I think there's been, like, 12 or 13 different strikes to annihilate enriched uranium in Iran in the last 50 years. Again, don't quote me on it, but, like, same with this, where it's like, okay, this clip is, you know, he's saying, in this clip, he's saying we have 440 kilograms of weapons-grade nuclear material, but, you know, America buried it when they struck us, so it's kind of buried under the rubble. And then it's like, okay, well, are you willing to give it away? It's like, no. It's like, well, if you're not going to give it away, what do you want to do with it? And he's like, oh, we're going to, wink, wink, downgrade it. And then she's going to ask, oh, well, what procedures are you going to follow to do that? And he's going to be like, oh, none. Again, this isn't even one of the two pieces, Retro, so I haven't proven anything yet. It's all speculation, right?
Everything depends on the future. If any time in the future we decide...
And like I said, I've already conceded.
With the US or other interlocutors, you know, we may decide what to put on the table. For the time being, nothing is on the table.
So if he says nothing on the table, that means they're not going to give up their fucking stuff. Have every right. Okay, where's the point where Iranian foreign minister says they have every right to nuclear energy, including enrichment? See, and this is like the biggest problem, because if you know anything about nuclear reactors and nuclear enrichment, if you know anything about Kyle Hill, you know, it's very fine wording. And at this point, right, it's like I've conceded because I don't think I'm actually going to be able to find the clip where it was like 27 years ago or something like that. It was like in like 2000 and it was like right after 9/11 or something like that, right around the invasion of Iraq. Iran was like freaking out, and they were like, and that's where that conversation of like, yo, are you guys gonna make nukes? And they're like, only if we're being threatened. And then it's like, well, are you being threatened? And they're like, yes. So they're like, are you making nukes? And they're like, well, if we're being threatened, we might make nukes, you know? So it's purely conjecture, and there is no pure proof. It is just simple upon evidence, right? So like, at this point, my argument would be risk evaluation, which is my main thing for like fucking everything, right? When you understand that you can make a dirty bomb from 60% enrichment, and you know that the government says that they're not going to make a nuke, but they have 60% enriched uranium, and there are elements inside of the government that are like terrorist organizations, like Hamas or Hezbollah or whatever, the IRGC and stuff. What is your risk assessment evaluation? And I will bring this back to when North Korea got nukes. The entire atmosphere of the planet and every country around North Korea completely changed when they got nukes. Now, for as crazy as North Korea is, they understand. The Kims understand shadow power and the sword of Damocles, right? Question: are you in favor of Iran having a nuke? Why or not? Israel, relax. It's just a conversation. I'm honestly in favor of every, like, how do you say this? It's like a world police thing. Who do you trust the most? No, it's just a way of wording and like the way it's presented. I would put US at the top. You can say whatever the fuck you want about the US. Don't give a shit, right? It's the fucking greatest power in the world. You can't deny it, right? Their outlook, their future, right, is determined by interaction with all of the other countries. So there's a trust factor towards that. And this has nothing to do with what Western culture, has nothing to do with like people being good or bad. It simply has to do with a power dynamic. Now you give every single country in the world the ability to make their own nukes. The first country that makes a nuke, I would nuke. Do you know why? Like if I was America. Okay, so you give a nuke to you give the technology to build a nuke to every country in the world. And we'll do like a conglomerate, right? Like countries that already have nukes that are like stabilized, right? Like we can include them in like a conglomerate, right? But we're basically labeling it the US, right? And they give the technology to build a nuke to every nation in the world. And any nation that builds a nuke, the US nukes them. Do you know why? Strategic, political, something, something. It's a power play. It's a trap card power play. You give the perception that you are giving your enemies a weapon. And then it's like basically like using the ability of backfiring. If the major countries of the world, right, in 70 years, 80 years, depending upon where you calculate, right, since the end of World War II, the only actual nukes that have ever been used in an aggressive stance were on Japan. There's like, what, 27 or 30 countries that have nukes? Right? And those countries, including fucking North Korea, have never used them. So, having the nukes and not using them creates the power dynamic of we have the guns, you don't. But when you give them the opportunity to make the guns, there are two thoughts that go through your head. Man, they've had nukes this long and they haven't attacked us. If we make nukes, it's gonna look like we want to use them. Let's just not make nukes. Is that like a valid argument? 3, 2, 1, talk. It is if you're Iran, but I don't think it is in this hypothetical. Well, it's like, look at something like, I don't know. Sweden's one of those countries that's like revoked nukes. They're like, we don't want nukes. I'm pretty sure Sweden doesn't have nukes. They want nuclear power. They don't want nukes, right? And looking at the face of what the world is and the superpowers of the world and their capabilities, right? The superpowers don't consider any other country a threat. The second they consider another country a threat, wars happen, right? Which is why, I mean, people say it's retarded, but it's why Russia attacked Ukraine. It's because it was a show of power. It's like a big guy trying to beat up a little guy, being like, everyone's calling us dog shit. Everyone's saying we're falling apart. We gotta beat up this guy to show that we're the true bully. And what happened is it's like that Jason Momoa fucking house insurance commercial where he's like walks into his house and he's like, you should be like fucking comfortable in your house, and he like takes off his muscles and he like takes off his chest and he like takes off his hair, and then it's like him like trying to like do like a thing like that, and it's like the presentation of something, right? And it's like, I think there's like a huge factor that goes into that, right? It's like you're basically like taking all of those things off. And Russia was actually the skinny white kid who's now getting the shit kicked out of him by Ukraine, right? So it's like trying to turn a use of force of power. So I look at that, and how this is related is I look at that and I say, a country as, let's say, stable as Russia is willing to throw that shit away. And they have nukes. So on a risk assessment evaluation level, when you're looking at the number one state sponsor of terrorism, even above China, in Iran, wants nukes. And there's no like PR that's going to say that they want nukes, right? Even though I'm like pretty sure like someone has stated at some point in time, but I have no idea. Occam's razor, Scotty. Simplest answer is often the right one. It's actually retard's razor. The stupidest, idiotic, most retarded reason for someone to do something is the reason why they did it. It's so simple. Nuclear conflict ends civilization for everyone, for generations. You get me? And retro, that's where it comes back to. Look at the prosperous ideology of the U.S. in 150 years, right? Like, people in the U.S. are like, yeah, my great-grandchildren are going to be living in this house in 150 years. Right? Like, we're going to upkeep this country. This country is going to be one of the greatest longing standing. Like, China's going to fall as the longest standing, single nation. And then 6,000 years are going to go by and America's still going to be strong. Right? Now look at, like, the ideology of a culture like Iran. If we don't exist in 5 years, we don't want you to exist in 5 years. You can say Israel. You can say Jews. You can say the Jews all you want. I love Jew conspiracies. I don't believe in any of them, but I don't have any proof or evidence. I just go by what, history is. And we all know history is written by the winners, and we know what's going on right now. Can you extrapolate? Are you smart? Which is why I said by the end of the year, I truly believe there will be more humans on the planet Earth that believe that the Holocaust was fake and Hitler was the true hero. Whether they'll say this publicly, it's just thoughts in their head, how willing to go on it, I think it will be more than half of the entire fucking population. By the end of this year. By the end of 5 years, people will start saying it. By the end of 10 years, people will be demanding it. Within 15 to 20 years, essentially going to be a purge. We're going to say we just don't care. If you're not white, fuck it. Get out. And that's honestly what I believe. And I use every judgment of, like, history and facts and, like, reinforcement of knowledge to get me to that conclusion. Right? Samson option is not a conspiracy. True, retro. But if the Samson option is there and mutually assured destruction, then what's the point? Right? Now here's my take on it personally, retro. I believe in multiple realities. I believe in multiple dimensions. And there's something about the way that nukes work and like destroying atoms and energy like that has like, because basically the idea is that every atom exists inside of every reality at like a different perspective of dimension. So if you purposefully take that atom and do what nukes do, that fundamentally affects every single reality that thing is connected to. Same way with like the idea of the Big Bang, how with quantum mechanics every particle is tied to every other particle because it all was in the one place at one time in the Big Bang. Right? So it becomes this thing of it, like the reason why we started seeing UFOs across different timelines and stuff like that, and I'll even go back to like 1562, battle over whatever it was, and like ancient Egyptian times and stuff like that, there's always been a point in time when humanity has discovered the ability to do this. And like the example I would use is the high levels of radiation at Sodom and Gomorrah, and the description in the Bible of the specificity of what happened. What's his name? Nebuchadnezzar and Jezebel are running, and God says, or the voice says, don't turn around, just keep running. And due to like the like sand dunes and stuff, right? Jezebel basically like slows down and looks back at the city because it's like the if you look back you love her, and she was slowed down. So what happened is Nebuchadnezzar went down a sand dune. Jezebel didn't. So she was instantly turned into a pillar of salt, but Nebuchadnezzar was uninjured, later dying in life due to basically cancer and radiation poisoning. Yeah, and we know based upon how the things were hit in Hiroshima and Nagasaki that people survived by being like out of line of sight, right? Like you were instantly vaporized and like shadowed onto a building, but if you were like inside the building and the building stood up, or you were like behind something, it was simply the radiation that got you. You were not eviscerated. And that's in like how we understand nukes, is that it's like the way that the radiation works is when it hits solid structures, right? It's like a stopping mechanism. So if you're hiding behind something, you won't get hit with the blast. That or like the radiation wave, right? Not like the being actually hit by the blast, but the radiation wave afterwards that like basically disintegrates you in the air blast, right? And it's just like these tiny kind of things, and I look at myself, and I even through multiple translations of this, the way that it's done, the description and everything, I mean, there's at least like a 6% chance they figured out how to throw nukes at each other. Because Sodom and Gomorrah is, you know, the depravity of man taken to extremes, which would assume, you know, the invention of technology and the disgrace and, like, desecration of turning away from God. That's why I love these ideas, right? Because it's like, I don't care if this is real or not. I just like the idea of the story behind it, right? I think it's just a cool thing. And the ability to separate it from the reality, I think, is good enough. And like you said, conceding to a point for not being able to be like, you know, finding proof over it, I think is, again, the highest form of intelligence. You're able to say, all right, you know what? The bullshit is over. I can't find anything. It is what it is, you know. In my mind, I think one way because I can see, like, I can, like, kind of connect the dots, and I know what people intend, and I can come to a conclusion, but I cannot tell you for a concrete 100% the definition. I did ask for evidence. I didn't double down. It's true, Retro. And I couldn't provide that. At least I haven't been able to so far. Right? Nothing that I would consider is that concrete substantial. And you asked for 2, not just 1, 2. Right? So, who am I to say I'm right when I can't even find that shit? I can think them, right? But I can't go up to you and say, no, your opinion is wrong because of this evidence. Or this proof. I can say, I want to change your mind through the logic that comes through the evidence that's presented. But the difference between evidence and proof is a, like, barrier factor, right? It's the difference between, like, you being arrested at the scene of the crime with the literal blood on your hands and being arrested in your mom's basement 3 days later. Right? There's a certain level of, okay, you were there, it happened, we have it all on tape, you're fucked. Another thing where it's like, we have, like, all the things down, we've tracked everything down, you're the guy, you don't have an alibi, it's all this fucking bullshit. Like, I'm just thinking of, like, the Mr. Ballin story, I think it was, of the guy who killed someone and he tried to fake, like, having a live stream as, like, an alibi on, like, YouTube. Even though it was obvious that, like, it was a pre-recorded, like, thing. And it was like he was purposefully setting it up to be an alibi. And just the way that the stream was just so, like, fucked up that it's like, yeah, okay. You know, it is what it is. But again, if you're using nukes in 2026, you're an idiot, should kill themselves. I don't think you want to live in the road, do you? Because that comes after. And this is where I say retro, going back to the alien thing. There are, again, you can look it up, literal, I'm going to take this toke and then I'm going to ask Grok. Because you can believe the reports or not, but the fact that the reports exist is, like, a thing. So you can't dispute that the reports exist. You can only dispute the authenticity and accuracy of those reports. Right? 3, 2, 1, toke. How do I word this? Example of a okay. Near miss nuclear strike that was prevented from unknown means, such as military reports or declassified reports. I think it's like 2014 or something like that. I want to say. But, like, this would be, like, the things that I point to evidence of, essentially, the idea that the Samson option in nukes will never work. Nukes were, like, the, like, warp technology in Star Trek. As soon as we, like, figured out nuclear technology, the aliens were like, oh, shit, bro. No, you can't do that. Sorry. I can't believe we let that happen. Holy shit. We didn't know you were actually going to use them. Fuck, man. So there have been, like, I think 4 or 5 times where there's, like, nukes have basically been disabled by UFOs, after, like, false launch orders have been given. And the aliens just kind of show me, like, nah, not happening. Sorry, peace. Right? One of the best documented examples is the 1961 Goldsboro B-52 crash, also known as a Broken Arrow incident, where the U.S. nuclear bomb came extremely close to detonating on American soil. The prevention came down to a single remaining safety mechanism whose narrow margin of success was only fully detailed in later declassified reports. So, like, this one may not even be, like, alien intervention. This might just be the fact that we have, because I think this is the one that's like doesn't have it. Because I think there's another one in like 2014. I'm not quite sure. Anyways, let's just read through it and see if there's anything suspicious about like what happened, right? Or if this was just simply, you know, we're really good at making safety mechanisms for things. On July 24th, 1961, just days after the President Kennedy's inauguration, U.S. Air Force B-52G Strato Fortress on airborne alert broke midair over Goldsboro, North Carolina, due to a fuel leak and structural failure. It was carrying 2 Mark 39 thermonuclear bombs, which each with a yield of roughly 3 to 4 megatons, hundreds times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb. The plane disintegrated at around 10,000 to 2,000 feet. Both bombs separated and fell. One bomb's parachute deployed, landed relatively intact with several arming mechanisms activated. The other bomb slammed into the ground at high speed and buried itself deeply. Parts of it reportedly remain there today. 3 crew members died in the crash. Close it came. Post-incident analysis showed that in one of the bombs, 5 or 6 of the 8 arming fusings and safety mechanisms activated or failed. Only one single low-voltage safety switch and simple ready safe or arm safe switch using dynamo technology remained in the safe position and prevented the detonation sequence from completing. Key 1969 internal Sandia National Laboratories report declassified years later by a FOIA request. Supervising the Nuclear Weapons Safety Department's one sample dynamo technology low voltage switch. Jones noted it was credible that an electrical short circuit during the midair breakup could have flipped that final switch into arm mode, potentially causing a multi-megaton nuclear explosion. Another analysis, including 1989. So this is the same one. I don't think it's mentioning anything else like that, right? I don't know if we can find it on here. Prevented. Okay, why this fits? Prevented by unknown means until declassified. Other notable examples, briefly. Soviet officer ignored a false missile attack warning from the Oko satellite system. He correctly judged it as a misspell. Though this is the one where it became human intervention, where the guy made a literal call because he thought that there was a malfunction, and he was correct. On Soviet submarine under U.S. depth charge attack, he refused to authorize a nuclear torpedo launch. Oh, this is another one saved by humans being like, nah, it didn't happen. Nah, it didn't happen. These cases show how nuclear near misses. Okay, let's just say, have there been any incidents where nuclear arms have been... I'm out. I actually enjoyed this conversation more than the writing topics. I'll be in bed now, and you should do the same for your party tomorrow. Now I know I can have conversations that in depth with you, so I'll be sure to bring them up once in a while. Fuck yeah, Retro. Fuck yeah, it's true, brother. Disabled. I don't want to say unknown in this case. From non-human intervention? Times like this, I wish it were nocturnal. Always preferred night anyway. Good night, Scotty, and chat. Be around for tomorrow's stream. Fuck yeah, bro. Have a good night, Retro. It is what it is, right? From... I don't want to say UFOs! I'm just gonna say UFOs. I don't even care. I know there's a better way to fucking not lead it into a specific position, but it is what it is. No verified or official confirmed incidents exist where UFO APs disabled nuclear weapons, according to declassified military records, Pentagon reports, or mainstream most prominent claim. So this is the claim, but it's not the reality. Let's say that. Okay. So this is where the claim comes from. As an example, involves Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana. Echo flight incident. All 10 missiles in one flight reportedly went offline. And simultaneously, an official Air Force engineering report noted the shutdown, but found no unusual activity. Rumors of UFOs in the area explicitly disproven by Mobile strike team investigation. Okay, related claims. Oscar flight around the same period. Retired Captain Robert Salas and others have claimed that security personnel boarded a glowing reddish oval disc. His accounts gained attention through the books and collaborated over 100 veteran testimonies of UFO activity near nuclear sites. Press conference. Some former officers allege military investigations at the time found no link, of course. Later Pentagon assessment pointed to classified EMP testing. Interesting. So they have that means that they admitted that it happened. How it happened, they're leaving that up in the air, but that means that like that's a confirmation of it happening, right? There's no inconsistencies in timeline, possible misidentifications, planets like Mars or aircraft. Yeah, no, it's very heavily contested. So I would never say again it's proof. It's simply a point on the graph of evidence, and again, you can take human error into it with everything, right? Again, it's like the reality of it isn't as important to me, right, as the discussion and the hypothetical of like having a decision of what to do if it was, right? Like I want those contingency plans, right? So it's like I like talking about stuff because it evaluates to that level where it's like, oh shit, well that's definitely something that could be, you know, maybe this is something we should have foreshadowing and fucking thought process towards, of being like, well, you know, if that ever happened. It's like one of my favorite things is like people that sleep naked. How do you deal with emergencies? Like the thought of just like your house is like burning down and you're just like jumping out your window naked. It's like not the best planning, right? I mean, that's why you always have like, you know, your jump intos, right? Where you can just jump out of bed and right into your fucking pants. Like, have you never thought about this? And then you can just, like, jump up and you're, like, right into your shirt. It's, like, mechanism on the side where it's, like, if anything happens. And it's, like, if you don't sleep naked and you didn't think about this, you never would have come up with a contingency plan. But just thinking about it, I don't have to do it in order to have the contingency plan because I just think about what you would do in that situation. Be like, yeah, I'd have, like a special pair of pants or something set up, like, at the end of the bed or something like that. So, like, in case of an emergency, I could literally just slide right into them. No worries, no nothing. That would be my solution, right? And it's like the discussion over it to have that outcome is what's important to me, right? But anyways, we said short stream today. I mean, it was a 12-hour stream yesterday, and it is what it is, but we're going to call it here, right, guys? So thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. It's a very fucked up day today, but it is what it is. We can't win them all, right? There's going to be some odds and ends, and it is what it is. Just grab the sheets and wrap them around yourself. See, Hugo, my problem is I don't have sheets. I'm a degenerate fuck who doesn't use sheets. And, like, I have, like, king-size, like, weighted blankets. So, like, you ain't getting anywhere with those. Screw it. Turn your shame into a point of pride. True, Hugo. My only concern is that there's a lot of kids in the neighborhood, and if it's something like an earthquake or something that affects multiple people, the last thing you want to be doing is running outside and getting a sex offender charge. That just makes one thing turn into the worst thing, right? See, these are the things you just got to think about. Right? It's a logical person comes to these conclusions when this thought process is put through their brain. Yeah, it's just this is what it is, right? Anyways, good to see you, Hugo. How's it going? What you got, man? End of the day now. It is what it is, but we'll be raiding out in a bit here. So thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are amazing. Thank you for being you, and thank you for sticking around. Anyways, fuck everything else. You know how it goes. Fuck you. Let's raid out. I'm not gonna do my standard outro. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna do something different. Because I'm a rebel. I'm a rebel. I'm a rebel! Actually, nah, you know what? You know what? You know what? We haven't really been on the reading, so let's raid into someone who's not on the reading. Right? I don't know, give us a special vibe for today, right? Alright, get your views ready, and we'll see you on the other side.
Haitian, hello! How was your stream, beautiful? Thank you so much for the raid. Well, hold on. I just gotta serve this customer before they get moody. How was your stream? What were you playing? I'm sorry for my voice.
Fuck you guys. Peace. We'll see you next.